Told me they're not here. How are we doing, Mr. Clerk?
We're good, sir.
You ready to begin? All right. Well, good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 Commission. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. As I tell everyone when we have the opportunity to commence the commission, this is a great opportunity to express yourself. You can either join us by phone, in person, via email, via Zoom. There's a multitude of opportunities to get engaged here with the commission. I ask you that when you engage in the public comment section, I'm asking everyone who comes up to state their name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. As a reminder, these comments are limited to those items on the agenda or within the scope of the city's commission jurisdiction. So I ask you to be respectful and thoughtful, especially here during the holiday season. As we commence, I'd like to see if we can have our dear friend Yoli from the city clerk's office join us for the invocation. Good morning, Yoli.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Commission, residents, viewing. I'm going to make this short, but it's a lot to pray about. So we give thanks for this day. Heavenly Father, as we gather for the final meeting of this year, we come before you, Lord God, with a grateful heart. We thank you, Lord God, for all that you have done for us, reflecting on your faithfulness and the blessings you have bestowed again upon us and on the city beautiful, the city of Coral Gables. Lord, we thank you for the vision you placed in George Merrick's heart 100 years ago, a vision that has become a cherished home and workplace for so many. As the psalmist declared, unless the Lord build the house, the builders labor in vain. Psalms 127:1. We recognize that you have sustained the city through a century of growth and change. We lift up our mayor and city commissioners and thank you for their leadership and sacrifice of service. We are grateful for the many employees who serve our residents faithfully each day. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart and working for the Lord. Colossians 3:23. Father, we pray for our nation and all those in leadership. Grant them wisdom to always strive to do what is best for all people and to seek your guidance in every decision. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding. Proverbs 3:5-6. We acknowledge that we live in challenging times, facing climate change, conflicts, and uncertainty. Yet we hold fast to your promise. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Matthew 24:6. Our trust remains in you. For those who grieve, Lord, we especially remember those among us who have lost loved ones this year. Comfort them with your presence, for you have promised, blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Matthew 5:4. May your peace, which transcends all understanding, guard their hearts and minds. For a New Year blessing. As this year closes, we wish our mayor, city commission, and all city employees, our residents, and their loved ones the happiest and most blessed New Year for 2026. Lord, we thank you for 2025 in spite of the challenges. May the coming year bring renewed hope, continued strength, and abundance, joy to all. For I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. In this we pray and we thank you, Lord Jesus. And I say amen.
Amen. Yoli, as always, thank you for coming through and pinch hitting. You did an incredible job. Thank you so much. We're blessed to have you. Commissioner Alada, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Now moving on to our Merrick Moment. Good morning.
On my Christmas wish list this year is a new printer, so I don't have to read these off of my phone. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the Commission the Merrick Moment, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Joanne Marr, Merrick House docent. Board of Governors members include Genevieve Orr, Chair, Mary Beth Burke, Carmen Kaysen, Alexis Ehrenhaft, Christina O'Naughton, Susan Rodriguez, and Bonnie Sipe. We have yet to discover any diary entries or letters describing Merrick family Christmases. Most likely, decor and gifts exchanged were of the rather Spartan variety in the early days. In her diary of 1896, Mary Barr Monroe mentioned gifts of fruit and baked goods as being particularly appreciated and celebrated. Would there have been a trip downtown to shop at Burdine's? After all, the store went into business in Miami in 1898. Of course, the Merricks had little disposable income until the grapefruit groves began to bear in 1903. Perhaps family members made the lovely shell wreaths and table decor that are currently on display at the Merrick House. Palm fronds and branches from the Dade County pines that surrounded the house would have hung from archways and fireplace mantels. This area could get a mite chilly in December back then. Perhaps the Merrick children got dressed near the fire on frosty mornings. This past Sunday, the Merrick House welcomed children of all ages to our annual holiday open house. In addition to participating in old-fashioned games, guests made crafts just as the Merricks would have, from things on hand. Christmas tree ornaments from sticks and bits of cotton ribbon, quilled pins and baubles from thin strips of paper. To illustrate that back in the day, folks made use of what was on hand and bought local, well, I have, and you've been seeing, these photographs of Santa in the early 1920s, distributing, of course, what else? Grapefruit to tots at Venetian Pool. Santa has obviously been getting a lot of exercise in the Florida sun in these photos. He's not quite the portly, jolly old elf of legend. I love the ones of his in his 1920s bathing suit. The house has been lovingly and beautifully decorated by the Coral Gables Garden Club, and it will remain so until the end of January. So please stop by for a tour this holiday season. As always, admission is free for city employees. I should mention, however, that the house will be closed this weekend, but for a very good reason. The chimney leak has been fixed, tested, dried in, and the ceiling is currently being plastered. I was there this morning. I'm so pleased, and the Board of Governors is so pleased. And thanks to Kara Couts, who is the staff liaison to the Merrick House, because in true Finkism spirit, she never gave up on this project. And this project had to go through 9 different departments at the city to get it done. And she, as I said, was just bullish on it and wanted to get it done. And we're so pleased that, and so grateful to her for pushing this forward with the city. And it's extremely important, as you know, because the Merrick House is ground zero for our history and very, very important. Thank you.
Well, thank you as always. Moving on to presentation and protocol documents. Item A8 will be deferred. We'll be skipping item A1 for the moment and moving on to item A2, a presentation or proclamation declaring December 9, 2025 as Actors Playhouse Day in Coral Gables. Please join us. Good morning. It's always a pleasure to have you. I'll read the proclamation onto the record. Whereas Actors Playhouse was established in 1988 by Dr. Lawrence and Barbara Stein, beginning its legacy in a converted Kendall movie theater before finding its permanent home on Miracle Mile in the city of Coral Gables. Whereas in the early 1990s, through a visionary public-private partnership with the city of Coral Gables, the Actors Playhouse undertook a $10 million capital campaign to renovate the historic Miracle Theater, transforming the Art Deco landmark into a vibrant cultural venue with 3 performance spaces, a 600-seat main stage, a 300-seat theater, and a 100-seat black box, saving the historic site from commercial sale. And whereas this year marks the 30th anniversary of Miracle Theater's reopening under the leadership of Actors Playhouse, a milestone that celebrates 3 decades of artistic excellence, community partnership, and cultural stewardship in the city of Coral Gables. And whereas since that time, Actors Playhouse has produced more than 200 main stage productions, including Broadway and off-Broadway musicals, comedies, thrillers, and new works, along with more than 200 professional children's theater productions, earning acclaims as one of Florida's premier regional theaters. And whereas the theater's youth and educational programming have inspired generations through the annual Theater Conservatory, the Young Talent Big Dreams competition, the musical Miracles Youth Troupe, and extensive educational outreach. And whereas the leadership of the theater has remained steadfast since the theater's inception, a rare continuity that has helped shape Actors Playhouse into a nationally respected institution. And whereas to mark this 30th anniversary season, Actors Playhouse will open with Man of La Mancha, the very first production the company staged and the first show presented upon opening the Miracle Theater, symbolizing vision, continuity, and the enduring power of live theater. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as the mayor of the city of Coral Gables, on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim December 9th, 2025 as Actors Playhouse, a day in Coral Gables. Congratulations.
Well, good morning, and I thank you all for your wonderful, kind words and just the 30 years of great opportunity to collaborate. We had a mutual need 30 years ago. The city of Coral Gables had to revitalize the downtown, and Actors Playhouse had an opportunity to move its home from the South Dade district to a new location where we could flourish and grow and become as important as we are. And believe me, there's so many more opportunities of growth, and we have this vision today for what we can be tomorrow. So we're so grateful to the city of Coral Gables and all of the forefathers who 30 years ago took a big risk, I'd say. We knew we could do it, but we were new to Coral Gables coming from South Dade. I'd like to, first of all, introduce the team that's here with me today, and then also give a lot of wonderful applause to former Mayor Dorothy Thompson, who might want to say a few words, who sat on the commission that made the difference of what we have today as a regional professional theater, the city of Coral Gables' very own Performing Arts Center. First of all, I think you know my husband, Larry Stein, who is the visionary and who founded the theater company based on a patient who owned Womeco Theater and had a toothache at his dental office in 1988, and that started the whole organization. David Orisco, our artistic director for 38 years, who gives credit to all the fabulous notoriety we have nationally, artistically. And then we have Brooke Noble, our general manager, Carlos Correa, our technical director, Jackie Zucker, our development audience director, and a team of people who are behind us all the time. But it was Mayor Thompson who actually was there for us, and I'm sure she had a lot of thoughts to think about back there in 1995. Mayor, if you'd like to say a few words.
Well, it all started across the hallway, did it not?
It did.
And I can remember this day so vividly, all these 35 years later. It's amazing how the mind works. But there are certain pictures or photographs or what are in your mind that stay with you. This is one of them. And I don't think that you're surprised because her personality, Barbara's personality, shines through no matter what. It truly does. But I remember the day. I was sitting across the hall, and Don Sleznick, who was not on the commission yet, but Don Sleznick called me first and said, I want you to welcome someone to your office. She has something to tell you. I said, oh, okay. And he just said nothing more than that. And then Barbara came, and you had someone with you. I don't remember who it was.
Jerry Brown,
It was Jerry Brown because
our
I
development
can't
officer.
remember him, but I remember her so vividly. And she came into the office and sat down and introduced herself. I'd never seen her before, never knew of her before until Don Sleznick had let me know. And she sat down and she made this proposal that said that we have the Miracle Theater on Miracle Mile, and we'd like to turn it into our Playhouse. And I was flabbergasted. That is, it's almost, I don't know, it was sensational. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, what is it? So she sat and she explained it to me. And in the interim of some, maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, and I sat just like you, Mayor, sitting and watching someone come talk to you about something very important in the city, and you're listening very carefully. And as the time went on, I realized that she had something really important to say. So I sat up and took notice. And up to that point, I had in my mind, prejudged, if you will, I'm not going to have anything to do with this. This is giving away our property on Miracle Mile to something I don't even know anything about. I was convinced by the end of the time that Barbara left the office, to the point that I sponsored it on the commission at the next commission meeting. And she herself sold it. But I had to introduce it. I had to propose it, just like you all make different proposals. Sometimes it's outrageous at the time, but then you all buy into it. That was it. It's because of Barbara. And I'm so happy that she's still here, still perking along. And if anyone here in the audience has not been to the Actors Playhouse, you have missed something, but you still have time.
2 more weeks of Man of La Mancha. Well, I thank you for the nice accolades, but I tell you, I represent a very big team. This is not a one-person thing. We're a team of people that have worked together passionately and really dedicating our lives. And just to keep you informed that not only was it a $10 million project over 7 years to build it, which is why we have the agreement we have today of rent-free, but every year we add about $300,000 to $500,000 to the capital program. We're embarking now on a seat campaign that's going to cost about $350,000 to put new 600 seats in, and we're halfway there in the campaign. So next season, after 30 years of wear and tear every day, bringing kids in every day and main stage at night, we're going to have 600 new seats. And then we have obligations like the new cost for the elevator, $20,000 for a little component. And so we're constantly upgrading and developing this space, and we honor and respect everything that you've required of us over the years. And I'd like to think more, and I hope you think more too, because we are not done. We have a succession plan in place, and we have great leadership here that are going to move Actors Playhouse forward and the city forward with complete recognition. 150,000 people come to this theater every year, okay? 17% are tourism, and we have that documented through zip codes, through people buying tickets, through our ticketing system. And we have relationships with 10 hotels and 32 restaurants in the community. So not only are we culturally enriching your community and our community in South Florida, but we're part of an economic force for Coral Gables with the employment, with the fact that your parking revenues come from all of our guests who come and eat dinner here, through the taxation you get, through your retail of people who buy here, and we're proud of that. And I'm so proud of the team that I've been working with for all these years. And Dorothy, honestly, you were very intimidating back then, I would tell you. She was a sharp commissioner mayor, and I was scared to death at that meeting. But you made me feel welcome, and you listened. And the commission back then, I know Ralph Asfali is ill today and wanted to be here to say hello to you, Don Slesny, because there must be a flu going through Coral Gables. I mean, they're really sick, and wanted to share the podium too. But if you just take a moment and the staff could put on a little movie video. It's very short, but it shows a comparison of what the building looked like before and through the process of renovation to today. So if somebody could put that video.
I think we showed the video. We showed the video already.
Oh, you showed it
the video.
already?
Wait.
Yeah.
Wasn't it great?
Wonderful. Thank
Yeah,
you.
while you were talking, we were getting to see the contrast for
Okay,
context.
well, that was the way it was supposed to be, because we wanted you not to have us here all morning. But thank you so much, very much, City Manager. It's good to see you
the mayor.
again.
Yes,
I
yes, madam.
really appreciate your accolades and your respect of our organization. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
So, Ms. Stein, and for every one of you, I thank you for the relentless, and I don't use that word lightly, manner in which you push forward this project. I mean, it's like so many things that are treasures in our city. This theater is a treasure to our city. But for the fact that Mayor Thompson saved the Biltmore Hotel, we wouldn't have that. But for the fact that Mayor Thompson led the charge for this cultural institution, thanks to your willingness to step forward. And cultural arts has come up significantly since you took the first step. I mean, my kids, since they were 4 or 5, could go to this theater and enjoy the theater. I don't have the time now that I used to have to enjoy it myself. But my hope is that through leadership, we can continue to make sure that every one of our cultural institutions shine, because they do bring in significant revenues to our city. Every dollar invested brings back 7. So it's something we have to keep in mind, because some folks don't understand that these investments are for the long term and benefit more than just one institution. So thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you very much. You know, one more thing to mention is that this project, this partnership saved this historic site, okay? It was actually, it had a contract for discount retail. I believe it was Ross Dress for Less and a Dan Marino restaurant. And thanks to the Womeco folks who waited 8 months while the whole deal got consummated, we were able to save this Miracle Theater, which celebrated 75 years last year, as a historic site. And otherwise it would have been demolished and turned into a discount retail, which probably wouldn't have done a lot of good for the development of what you have now in Coral Gables on Miracle Mile. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, Barbara,
Take a picture. Take a picture.
give me,
It's your time.
yeah, one. Yes,
Absolutely.
yes. I wanted to say one little thing. Number one, Mayor Thompson, thank you so much for sponsoring this item. This is my favorite place in Coral Gables. This is a place I can literally call home. It is community-based, very, very well. And number one, we're grateful for you. We are grateful for 3 decades of wonderful partnership with the city of Coral Gables. It means the world. The quality of musicals and plays that this theater puts up is a gem. it is Broadway material. And I couldn't be more proud for this theater to be in Coral Gables. When you guys step out, I want to take you into my office really quick because I want you to see all the plaques that I have in my office. Thank you for all of you. You guys do exceptional, and it means the world.
Congratulations, by the way. Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations, Barbara. I want to say congratulations. Wonderful. Oh, good one.
Yeah, I can get more people on this side. Thank you. Moving on to a presentation, item A1, presentation of a donation from the City of Coral Gables to the Fundación Unidos por un Sueño, collected during the holiday sip and shop on Miracle Mile event. Belkis, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. We are honored to have the Consul of Uruguay with us, Rafael Villamor, and we have Leticia Zambrana, the President of Fundación Unidos por un Sueño, a nonprofit organization rooted in Uruguay and based in Miami area. So Unidos por un Sueño works to provide unforgettable experiences for children from Uruguay that are going through some very, very horrible illnesses, and they're bringing them to Orlando for a week to enjoy the theme parks. The proceeds from the city's holiday sip and shop held on Miracle Mile on November 20th are being donated to the foundation. So Sip and Shop is a ticketed event. It invites guests to explore Miracle Mile, enjoy curated wine tastings, and participate at participating retailers, and take advantage of the special sales and experience that they provide. The team loves this event because we get to interact with all of our stakeholders. It strengthens the partnership between the city, the business community, our residents, and our international partners. I want to thank Miracle Mile retailers who participated and stayed open late. The goal was to bring more people to the downtown and explore things that they hadn't, and expose them to other retailers. And we had several event goers that were either new residents to the Gables, had never been to Miracle Mile, to that particular store, or longtime residents that had never really gone to particular stores on Miracle Mile, and they were really excited to have explored something new. Finally, we are grateful to the Consulate of Uruguay, who generously donated all the wine for the event. And so we have both of them here. We have the Consul of, if you'd like to stand up with us. And Mayor, if they could say a few
Please,
words.
that would be wonderful.
So
Buenos
Leticia.
días, ¿cómo estamos?
Hi,
Gracias
good
por estar con
morning.
nosotros.
Buenos días. Bueno, como bien dijo Belkis, mi nombre es Leticia Zambra, soy directora y presidenta de la Fundación Unidos por un Sueño. Quiero dar las gracias a toda la ciudad de Coral Gables, en particular al Mayor Lago, a todos los comisionados, Belkis, que fue quien contactó al Consulado de Uruguay, que hoy tenemos en representación al cónsul Rafael Villamor, y propuso nuestra organización, que como bien Belkis explicó, desde el 2017 le cumplimos el sueño a muchos niños uruguayos que batallan el cáncer, y los que logran ganarle la batalla los traemos a Orlando a que visiten los parques Miami como premio de su esfuerzo y su batalla. Todo esto se hace gracias al apoyo de la comunidad uruguaya en Miami, en Broward. El consulado juega un papel muy importante con nosotros porque nos apoyan en todos los eventos. Bueno, están ahí con nosotros siempre y en este momento también Coral Gables se nos unió a esta misión y bueno, quiero agradecerles a todos por esto y decirles que el evento Sip and Shop yo participé y fue muy divertido, sobre todo muy divertido, así que invito a todos a que lo hagan el próximo año y que colaboren porque no solo están colaborando con la ciudad, con la comunidad, sino con una buena causa, que en este momento fue la nuestra, y si Dios quiere, en el futuro van a ser muchas más. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. This is a wonderful cause. I want to thank our staff, Belkis, your team, everyone from your office did a wonderful job. You deserve all the credit. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Please, thank you for your hard work, as always, for leading the way. We're honored to have the consulates here in the city. Cónsul, es un honor estar con usted como siempre. And again, raising money for cancer is something that is very near and dear to my heart, and it's something that we've been doing for a long time. So I want to congratulate you for your efforts and leading by example. This is a beautiful thing that, you know, especially during the Christmas season, we need to give more. We need to give more and give thanks for the many blessings that we have, especially when what you're doing today, for example, brings it home so much. As a parent of 2 young children, you think about children who are facing cancer. I could never imagine a battle of that magnitude. And to be able to reward them with such a beautiful opportunity to visit parks. It sounds so simple, right? After what they've been through, but it's a beautiful thing that you're doing that you don't have to do. So I want to congratulate you y darte las gracias por este esfuerzo y especialmente para hacerlo en nuestra comunidad, porque nos trae mucho orgullo. Muchas gracias. Richard?
Cónsul, muchísimas gracias. Como dice el alcalde, la labor que están haciendo es excelente. Mi hijo tiene 10 años y en estos 10 años hemos ido a los parques un montón de veces, pero siempre me admira ver las personas que van por primera vez y los muchachos que vienen y le dan esto como regalo. Cónsul, es un placer tenerlo aquí. Tengo un buen amigo en el Senado suyo, el senador Bordaberry, y tengo familia que vive en Montevideo. Así que tengo mucha afinidad con Uruguay y espero visitar pronto para poder ver su bello país. Pero gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
Muchas gracias. Si me permite, el Mayor Lago, quiero, en nombre del gobierno de la República Oriental del Uruguay, agradecerle a la ciudad de Coral Gables, a todo el equipo de Leti y Belkis, por permitirnos hacer esta acción conjunta. Y trabajamos muy bien, nosotros estamos acá muy cerca, ubicados en el día a día y estamos muy contentos de poder tener esta sinergia y trabajar siempre juntos y que nos den la oportunidad. La verdad que el evento fue un éxito y estamos muy contentos de haber participado. Así que gracias al Mayor Lago y a todos los comisionados que están hoy aquí. Buenos días.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a tomar una foto.
Okay, so we're going to be moving right along. The mayor has asked me to continue on with the next item. So this is a proclamation with respect to Jesus Permuy Day in Coral Gables, and I read as follows. Whereas Jesus A. Permuy was born on August 30, 1935 in Havana, Cuba, to Spanish parents from Galicia, who instilled in him a lifelong commitment to family, culture, and service. And whereas Permuy emerged as a young civic and cultural leader in Cuba, organizing the landmark 1959 pro-democracy Operación Cultura event with more than 50,000 attendees, inaugurated by President Manuel Urrutia, and featuring many of Cuba's leading artistic and literary figures. And whereas following Castro's rise, Permuy became a prominent member of the resistance. In 1959, he was recruited by Rogelio González Corso into the Movimiento de Recuperación Revolucionaria, MRR, and would serve as a Secretary of Security, Civil Coordinator, and ultimately National Coordinator in 1961, following Corso's execution by the Castro regime. And whereas after the failure of the Bay of Pigs invasion, Permuy fled Cuba in 1962 and resettled permanently in the United States, where he continued his devotion to democracy and culture. He initiated the pioneering Permuy Gallery, one of the very first Cuban art galleries in the United States, which helped position Coral Gables at the forefront of the emerging international Latin American art scene. And whereas in 1974, he founded the Human Rights Center of Miami in Coral Gables to advance global awareness of Castro's human rights abuses. It collaborated with respected figures, including Celia Cruz and Franciscan priest and painter Miguel Loredo, and was funded directly by the community. And whereas Permuy's advocacy reached the highest levels of international diplomacy, including the United Nations, the OAS, the U.S. Congress, Freedom House, and Amnesty International, as well as meetings with global leaders such as Pope John Paul II and UN Ambassador Geraldine Ferraro, whereas his efforts secured the release of countless political prisoners, championed oppressed peoples across the world, supported democratic development, including his Municipalities in Action program with USAID, and led responses to several international crises. And whereas as an architect and urban planner, Permuy helped shape South Florida's modern landscape, including guiding revitalization efforts in Coral Gables, McFarland Homestead, and Golden Gate communities as the Dade County HUD Planning Division Supervisor. And whereas as a man devoted to his Catholic faith, human dignity, and family, Permuy is the father of 8 children, grandfather to 11, and now welcomes his first great-grandchild, Hunter. And whereas in this centennial year of the city of Coral Gables, it is fitting to honor longtime resident Jesus Permuy on his 90th year for a lifetime defined by exceptional service, steadfast leadership, and profound cultural and humanitarian impact. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of Coral Gables, and along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim December 10, 2025, as Jesus A. Permuy Day in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, we honor Jesus Permuy for his extraordinary contributions to democracy, community, culture, human rights, and to the international legacy of the City Beautiful.
Thank you very much, but I'm overwhelmed. We don't have to go through all this. No, since we're in Coral Gables, we have been living in Coral Gables a long time. Actually, the house where the children were growing has been recognized as a historical. It was built in 1926. I understand Alfred Browning Parker, a very renowned architect, he was working in the house. And there was a colonel with General Patton that also lived there. So now it's historical. But thank you very much for everything. I really, I was, 56 years ago, I was here for 4 years in a row. We developed something that was a real challenge professionally, was the rehabilitation of the Coconut Grove area. I don't know if this is in the records for this centennial celebration, but it was here, and it was really, I was very proud and everybody in the team. At the time I was in Housing and Urban Development, Little Hut. And we started with one concept. Let's try to save as many houses as possible. Only dilapidated houses beyond rehabilitation is when they were taken out. But it really was for 4 years in a row I was here. The commission always agreed with that. So what can I say? Thank you very much. I don't want to, you're giving me this for age more than anything else.
Mr. Permuy, thank you
But
very
it's,
much for being here.
Well, it's an honor to serve, really. And that's the only purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here with us. And I just want to know very quickly, I've known your family for a long time. Your family reached out to my office and sent me your resume and started talking a little bit about that we were celebrating your 90th birthday.
Your father is a great person.
I try to walk in his I try to walk in his footsteps every day. And I tell you, when I looked at your resume and I've known you for some time, I was impressed. It's an impressive resume. But you know what impressed me more than anything is the love that your family has for you and the way your son was staring at you right now for the last 5 minutes while Commissioner Lara was reading the proclamation. It was a beautiful sight to see the admiration that he looked with you. And that's the way I feel about my father. So when I think about that, I think about your grandson who's been involved in a litany of different things here in the city of Coral Gables when it comes to the arts and, you know, celebrating artists like Baru Salinas, celebrating incredible artists who you know, paid incredible, who should be honored. And you're an individual that has given a lot to his community. And I want to learn a little bit more about when you talk about the homes that you were able to save, because these are parts of the city that, I'll be honest with you, I've worked on also, the commission has worked on, and we need to learn more about it. So any documents that you may have, anything in the past that you would like to provide to the city, right now we're really documenting our centennial. Maybe you can speak with the city manager and Martha Pantin and provide that information. Because when you talk about, you know, that area is a critical area, the Golden Gate area, you know, is an area that we're very proud to say is part of Coral Gables. I'm very proud to say we're part of Coral Gables. So I'd like to see if I can get some of that information. The city can get that information, you know, for our history, to ensure that we have not only parts of the story, but all the story. And you played a major role in it. So I want to congratulate you in your 90th.
No, please.
To another
Thank
90.
You. Thank you very much anyway.
So through,
I really can say only one thing. I have Coral Gables and the participation in the city in my heart. And I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Your son's architecture firm is on Ponce, so you're Coral Gables through and through. Coral Gables through and through. So congratulations, my friend.
through the
Well
mayor,
deserved.
Through the mayor?
Of course.
So I want to say, Mr. Permuy, that I was so impressed in reading the proclamation. You know, the mayor gave me the honor of doing so, and I'm very glad that he did. You know, as also a son of Cuban parents, so many of us here have family that started over 50 years ago in an island so far away, 90 miles from the borders of the United States. To know that you as a young man took such a stand to try and protect liberty, to fight oppression, to fight tyranny, and put yourself at great risk. That Corso was executed by Castro is proof of how fragile life is, and how when you care deeply about something as important and as passionately as you do for liberty, that you'll do anything to do what you can to preserve it. And that you came here, I assume, with nothing in your pockets, and started all over again here, and have made such a great success. And aside from all the amazing things you've accomplished, both in your civic pursuit of human rights and the betterment of your common neighbor, as the mayor said, the true testament to your 90th, and congratulations on your 90th birthday, is the family that's standing around you, which is your greatest treasure. And you can see, as the mayor said, incredible pride that they have in you. And of course, that beautiful lady to your right. So thank you very much for making us all here very proud Coral Gables residents, proud Cuban as well. Thank you. Gracias.
Very good.
one last comment, because you said I just wanted to tell you, this was not just an honor based upon your age. Says, most of us would be happy if we accomplished half of what you did, but out of tremendous suffering and struggle, you came to the shores here and you did greatness and you helped so many others that otherwise would not have been helped. So I wanted to just thank you for what you did and continue to inspire through your family members, because the future is bright because of people like you. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yeah, Commissioner.
We've known each other for over 25 years. One of the first people that I met in politics was you. When I was working for Congresswoman Ross Layton at the time, my mentor was her father, Enrique Ros, and Enrique spoke very highly of you. And I would always soak in his stories. He would come into my office. He spent about an hour every day in my office just telling me stories about the battle scars that have shaped this community. And you were always part of those stories. And what has always impressed me about you is this has not been an easy struggle for you. It has been a battle every single step of the way, but you've always had a smile on your face. It's hard to find a picture of you where you're not smiling. And, you know, it's a testament to the fact that you do it not because you have to, but it is your passion and it is your love for this community. And I'm honored to be here today, the day that you're recognized in this city, because you're somebody I've always looked up to.
Please, I feel overwhelmed, but I have only one particular detail that I have to say, is that I learned this from many friends that were killed, and many thousands that were in jail. Thank you.
So, como miembro de Cuba Decide y el directorio, y hijo de Abdalista, usted se recuerda a Abdala, el poema famoso de José Martí, y un grupo que hizo mucho en esta comunidad para los esfuerzos de Cuba, la independencia de Cuba, los derechos humanos. La familia Lago, esta ciudad, es un honor tenerlo usted con nosotros hoy. Y que Dios te bendiga y su familia. Y gracias por su esfuerzo. Y nunca nos olvidamos los esfuerzos de todas las personas que han luchado por una Cuba libre. Pero más importante de todo, por los valores de este país, los Estados Unidos. Porque si en este país, sinceramente, no tenemos lo que tenemos. God bless you. Nos tomamos una foto. Sería un honor.
Yeah,
Vamos.
I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Clerk. We're going to be moving on to item A6, jumping around a little bit. Presentation on a proclamation declaring January 9th, 2026 as Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mayor. Give them a moment to do the changing of the guard here. This is pretty typical. Anyway, thank you all. We have a proclamation here for the Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day in Coral Gables, a very special day for every one of us. Whereas the men and women of Coral Gables Police Department and Coral Gables Fire Department serve with honor, courage, and dedication to protect the lives and property of our residents, visitors, and businesses. And whereas through the professionalism and commitment to public safety, our law enforcement officers and firefighters have collectively made Coral Gables one of the safest cities in the country, as a distinction that enhances the quality of life for all who call our community home. And whereas these brave first responders face danger daily, often placing their own lives at risk to ensure the safety and well-being of others, demonstrating the highest standards of service and sacrifice. And whereas the tragedy strikes and officers or firefighters are fallen, injured, or disabled in the line of duty, their families face not only emotional hardship but the significant economic challenges. And whereas Willie Bermeo, founding principal of Bermeo, Ajamil and Partners, Inc., created Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day as a charity initiative to provide an economic safety net and ongoing support for the families of Coral Gables first responders who have made the ultimate sacrifice or suffered serious injury or disability. And whereas this vital initiative is supported by the City of Coral Gables and community partners, including the Biltmore Hotel and the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, exemplifying the spirit of collaboration and care that defines our community. And whereas Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day serves both as an annual event and sustainable funding source, ensuring that the families of our heroes receive the support they deserve when they need it the most. And whereas it is fitting and proper that we recognize and honor the service of our police officers and firefighters, celebrate the initiative that supports their families, and express our community's gratitude for their unwavering commitment to keeping Coral Gables safe. Now, therefore, Ivan Salago, as the mayor and of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim January 9th, 2026, as Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day in Coral Gables. So we've had recent events, multiple recent events, that have highlighted the importance of today's proclamation and the commitment that Mr. Bermeo has made and everybody that has contributed to this fund has made to make sure that we take care of those who give the ultimate sacrifice or are injured. So I thank you for having the leadership and thoughtfulness of this, because no one expects the worst to happen, but it's wonderful that the community is here and people like you to help support and lead the way. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. On behalf of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce and their foundation, represented here by Ms. Ares Curila, past president, and Ms. Christina Miller, the president of the Chamber Foundation, and the newly appointed Jorge Arizurrieta as director of the Chamber, I am happy to be here joined by Chief Hudak and Chief de la Rosa and members of both the Fire and Police Department to say thank you for proclaiming January 9th, Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day. This is a way for our community to say present, that we're here in support of our men and women in blue who run towards danger and to keep us safe when others stay at home basking on the enjoyment of the life that we live in the greatest country on earth. These are the men and women that protect us, that keeps our neighborhood safe, and we believe it's a very minor effort for one day in the year that we gather to honor them, to tell them how much we love and support them, and to raise money so that we can, in fact, have a safety net for those moments. And we did have one fallen young man not too long ago who served here in this city, and that is why we are here today. So we thank you, and today the president of the chamber was not able to make it. Maria Garcia and Tom Prescott sent me a text message that he was caught in the airport in Tampa and could not be here, but otherwise they will be here. So we thank you for joining us. We look forward for all of you to join us on the 9th as we celebrate that important day, and this will be an even greater event than last year, and every year it's going to be bigger and better yet as we make that safety net a big one for the fire department and the police department of Coral Gables. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Bermeo, thank you very much, as always. When you brought this item 2 years ago to my attention, and it was an idea over a breakfast at the Biltmore with Mr. Prescott, as I stated to you before, I thought it was a wonderful idea, and I want to thank you for coming up with it and making it a priority. As I did last year, along with other members of my family, we didn't just buy one table, we bought 2 tables. I will do the same this year. The intention here is to support with your hard-earned dollars. This is something that should be paid out of everyone's pocket. It's beautiful to stand up here and say we support police and fire, but also putting your own money is the true testament of your commitment to police and fire. I believe that this year will be an incredible success with your leadership, with the leadership of the chamber. George, I ask you to please take this opportunity to give a little bit of information. When is the event? How much are the tickets? Where can people buy tickets? And I asked through the manager, if I may, with the approval of the commission, I asked for us to please put this on our newsletter where people can attend, where they can buy tickets. I asked for the chamber to do the same to make sure that the business community engages in this opportunity. Because again, like the chamber and many of you supported me last week when we did the wine auction, we raised over $100,000. This week we have my gala, which money will be given to the scholarships along with the Liga Contra Cancer. This is a worthy cause. This is a cause that we should all, like you said, make sure that we take out of our hard-earned dollars and to donate, especially now more than ever after what we've seen happen in this community, not once, which is horrific enough, but twice in the last year. So I ask you to please take this opportunity to give this information.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Mayor. The event is Friday, January 9th. It'll be at 12 noon at the beautiful Biltmore Hotel. The tickets per person are $250. A table sponsorship is $2,500. Presenting sponsors are $5,000, and title sponsor is $10,000. So the tables, $2,500. If you want to be a presenting sponsor, which means that the speakers that are going to be talking that day, which will be Chief de la Rosa, Chief Hudak, our great mayor, the persons that are presenting sponsors basically say Chief Hudak, presented by X company, et cetera. That's the way. And then the table sponsors are $2,500. Again, we'll have Dade County Public Schools participating with the Pledge of Allegiance, with also the singing our national anthem. We will have the color guard from the city of Coral Gables. We'll have even bagpipes flowing. So it'll be a great event. Last year we had a beautiful time, sunny, clear skies. We expect the same on Friday, January 9th. We look forward to having all of you there and your support, of course.
And two last items, a personal point of privilege. Number one, I want to thank Mr. Prescott. I've already thanked you enough for coming up with the idea and putting up your own money, your own personal money, to make sure this comes to fruition. I want to thank Mr. Prescott, who basically almost does this for free, to be honest with you. I mean, he really saves us a lot of money, and he does a lot of publicity for us to make sure this is a reality. And I asked that my colleagues, along with the manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk, attend this event. And just like we required that everyone pay for the centennial gala that we had this past Sunday, I asked that my colleagues join and pay in support of the police and fire. It's time to put your money where your mouth is. Not just say you support, but show people that you really do support. If we can't make it to the event, raise money at $5, $10. This is an opportunity to give a donation where the money goes straight to the families of individuals, like you said, that every single day put their lives at risk to make sure that we can sleep comfortably and live in the greatest city, in the greatest country in the world. Madam Commissioner.
Thank you for acknowledging me. Willie, I'm very, very grateful for this initiative, and obviously for your unwavering support for police and fire and first responders. It really talks very highly of you. I also want to thank you because during the last luncheon, I would say luncheon, brunch, breakfast that we had in the Biltmore, when I approached you with an idea, you didn't even hesitate to give me that support, and that was to be able to support police and fire with the Employee of the Year. So personally, for me, thank you very, very much. And also, I want to acknowledge the fact that another way that we can support police and fire is giving them fair union contracts, okay? Paying them at competitive rates and salaries with the rest of the municipalities that surround us. So yes, let's put our money where our mouth is, but also let's be fair with our police and fire. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Castro.
Thank you.
Could we take a photo
I would
with
love that. Let's do it. It'd be great.
police and firefighters, and obviously the Chamber of Commerce?
It's going to be
Okay.
Stand up here, take a
You tell us and we'll... You guys go up top, we'll stand down here. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, look over there.
Next time you gotta be in the back because you walk.
Thank you so much.
Wait, where you going? Yeah.
Sean. If you want us. All right. Mr. Clerk, moving on to item A4. Item A4. Let me read the item into the record, the proclamation. Whereas Louis Huicho Hernandez has been a proud resident of the city of Coral Gables since 1998, embodying the spirit and values of the city beautiful. In 1999, Huicho established his office in Coral Gables, demonstrating his commitment to building his business in our community and contributing to the city's economic vitality. And whereas Huicho's life mission is to help others reach their full potential, and through nearly 26 years of dedicated service, he has built a legacy of excellence in financial services through his outstanding expertise, motivational skills, and genuine understanding of his clients' needs. And whereas as managing partner at Coastal Wealth, Huicho has grown the organization from a small group of advisors to a thriving enterprise supporting over 250 professionals in offices throughout Florida, with a clear mission to develop advisors as business owners so that client outcomes naturally flow. And whereas Huicho leads by example, helping corporations and educating families in planning for the future while protecting their loved ones and providing his team with the tools, insight, and resources necessary for their success. And whereas Huicho has demonstrated exemplary community leadership through numerous public service roles, including the Young Presidents Organization, Orange Bowl Committee, University of Miami Iron Arrow Honor Society, South Miami Hospital Foundation Board, Metro Traffic Board, LBA, GABA, United Way, Baptist Founder, West Kendall Hospital Board, and Apollo Bank Board. And whereas since 2007, Huicho has organized the highly successful charity golf tournament, Huicho's on the Green, which has raised funds for worthy organizations, including the Autism Society of Miami-Dade County Chapter, the University of Miami Nova Southeastern University Center for Autism and Related Disabilities, Children's Cancer Care Center, Miami Lighthouse for the Blind, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to giving back to the community. Whereas Coastal Wealth and Louis Huicho Hernandez exemplified the entrepreneurial spirit, community dedication, and excellence that make Coral Gables a premier place to live, work, and thrive. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim December 11th, 2025, as Louis Huicho Hernandez Day in Coral Gables. Congratulations, my friend.
Go ahead.
I was reading your resume before we put this together. You forgot to add something to this. You didn't talk about your professional career as a baseball player.
Well, professional, I played for the Mets and the minors, but now I broadcast on ESPN for the University of Miami.
And where'd you go to school?
I went to school at the University of Miami. I got my master's at Harvard.
And you played? What position?
Second base, not catcher. I know I look like a catcher now. But
And
I
not
was a second
shortstop.
baseman.
Not shortstop.
Not
Like your brother,
shortstop
like your
either,
brother
yeah.
likes to make fun of you.
Absolutely. So, but anyways,
But I wanted to bring that up because at the end of the day, it talks a lot about you that you left that out of your resume in regards to this proclamation, because that's a huge accomplishment that I wish I had one day been able to achieve. Gone and played college ball, and played professional baseball. And to you, that it was an amazing part of your life, but you want to highlight giving back to the community, and that's what to me. When I read that, I was like, this guy doesn't talk about he played University of Miami baseball. That is huge. I mean, think about it. You win championships, you play professional baseball, and you leave that off your resume to be acknowledged in a proclamation. To me, that speaks volumes about you as an individual.
well, I thank you for that, and Mayor Lago, commissioners, the rest of the commission. First of all, I'm humbled. I sit in this room and I'm watching the people that come before me, and you start wondering, what am I doing here? I mean, the accomplishments of those that came before me really should be celebrated. So 26, 27 years of serving our community, while I don't take it for granted, falls short compared to some of the people that have been honored here today. So I'm humbled by this opportunity. I do want to take this moment to thank a couple of people. First and foremost, we heard a couple of the Cuban immigrant stories. My parents, I say this with a sense of pride, and it might be embarrassing to some people. The sacrifice my parents made for me, my brother, and my sister is second to none. And to this day, now my dad's passed, so I can't see him ever, but to this day, I never saw my dad fill up his gas tank. Never did he have enough money to fill up his gas tank at a stop. It was always $4 here, $5 here, just getting by the day. But I never grew up feeling poor. I never had to get a job. It was always about go to school, keep playing baseball if that's what your passion is, and keep following your dreams, and we will figure out the rest. And I take incredible pride in what my parents instilled in me, my brother and my sister. So that's the first thing I want to recognize them. Second, Coach Frazier, who's no longer with us, Coach Morris, two of the Hall of Fame coaches in college baseball. Outside of my parents, probably the two most influential men in my life. Coach Frazier came to my house in Westchester in 1986, I think it was, or 87, and asked me a question. I was almost going to Florida State, believe it or not. I was about to sign to go play at the Seminoles. And he goes, where are you going to live the rest of your life? And I looked at him, I go, I want to live in Coral Gables. I want to live in Miami. South Florida's home. I'm always going to live here. And he told me, and he goes, then why would you go to Tallahassee and have a great career up there and then move back home where no one's going to know who you are? Make a career here, play for the University of Miami, and when you get done playing, wherever that is, you will see what the benefit of playing for the University of Miami is and the relationships that you will build. And to this day, as a 53-year-old man, there's not a week that passes that doesn't come up in conversation. It's an incredible accomplishment that's in our backyard, in our community. I don't take it for granted. The University of Miami and its influence on me, so I'm grateful for those two men and the countless teammates I had. I mean, my brother and I know this, but 1994 was my senior year. Our coach, Coach J.D. Arteaga, still on that, is the coach this year, was on that team. We are a bunch of 51 to 55-year-old men, and we chat every day on a text, every day, 30-something years later, as we were high school kids, about football, about baseball, about anything but politics. We don't get into politics. That's kind of the rule. We lost a couple because of that. So the journey that I had was incredible, so I'm thankful for that. But the reality, this award or this recognition, it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all the financial advisors that work along my side since 1998 when we opened the company. So it's those advisors that every day go out and represent our community, represent our clients, make a difference in their lives, whether it's planning for retirement, whether it's planning for college, whether it's life insurance, disability insurance, whatever it is. It's the countless advisors that have represented our firm since we opened the firm that really this recognition belongs to them. It doesn't belong to me. And two of those advisors are here, which I want to recognize. One, my wife, who's my absolute compass in life. I thank you for everything you are. You're just amazing. I should have recognized you last, not my brother last. But second, my brother, who's really the best human being I know in the world. I mean, there's not a better person I've ever met in my life than my brother. He is my big brother. So, but the two of you, I know we work together, but you're just amazing. Both of you, incredible. So I thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. And let's take a quick, and by the way, you didn't mention, I mean, his business is located in Coral Gables. It's been located in Coral Gables since when?
We moved in Coral Gables 6 months after opening in 1999, and we will be here as long as you guys allow me here.
Continuing to expand, employing a ton of people in this community, giving back. So you're Coral Gables student through, and it's a privilege to have you here in the community. Let's take a photo.
By the way, ironically, our home that my wife and I have turns 100 years this year on Alhambra, so it was pretty cool. We were just talking about it. We were talking about the centennial.
That's awesome. Item A5, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Congratulations to Andromeda District on receiving the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful 2025 Commercial Beautification Award. Team, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Solange Lopez, Business Community Manager with the Economic Development Department, and we are here today to give our first Commercial Beautification Award of 2025 to Andromeda District. The Commercial Beautification Awards were established in 2022 and serve to recognize those businesses that have gone above and beyond in the beautification and maintenance of their storefront and surrounding areas. We especially love to recognize businesses that bring in a green aspect and nature and beautification throughout, not just to their storefronts, but to the City Beautiful in its entirety. So we'd like to have Jonathan Taylor and Stephanie Taylor, the business owner and his wife, come up and join us to receive this award. And I'll flip through some of the pictures. Andromeda District is located at 1132 South Dixie Highway.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
To the beautiful city of Coral Gables. Thank you, Major and Vice Major. Thank you to everybody here. It's amazing. We feel humbled to be recognized for beautifying, and it's not only the beautifying of our store, but this is our story of every day. And it's, you know, what the team does, what everybody does. And first and foremost, we'd like to thank God, because without Jesus Christ, we wouldn't be here today. He saved us from the COVID pandemic. He has saved us from economic downfalls and, you know, situations that might be happening in the country. But he has kept us here, and his word is true. And Psalm 1, verse 2 says, "Those who delight in the law of the Lord will be like tree planted by streams of water. They yield fruit in season, and their leaves never wither." And when I see or when I read that text, I immediately go to, you know, these huge trees, right, that we have here in Coral Gables, the City of Beautiful. And it's amazing that we're compared to these amazing beings, right? And we're humbled, we're blessed to be able to contribute this way to our community, to the City of Beautiful. Many people come here from all walks of life, from the elderly to young, you know, professionals, university students, and we have a beautiful exchange of, you know, nature and how to propagate, how to make plants part of their life, of their everyday. In the same way, we want to thank this community that have embraced us, because we have many architects, many engineers, many developers come to us for us to assist them beautifying their projects through green walls, which is a specialty of ours, and we do planters also. And I want to take this moment also to thank this community, because, you know, the plaza here in Coral Gables, when they developed this beautiful multi-use space, they came to us, and it was not enough to build a 4-level garage, but they needed to make it really nice and green and beautiful. And so we created for them this like beautiful, lush stairway where people, when they park, they can like really be greeted by nature. The same way happens to with all of the Gracianos. The owners came and they, you know, they bestowed in us, you know, they trusted us to beautify all of the restaurants with planters. And so this is a testament that this community is thriving. It's a great community. Coral Gables is worth it. So to any business owners there or anybody just considering or thinking about moving here to Coral Gables, it's amazing, but more so, my best advice for anyone is trust in God first, and He will guide your pathway. So thank you so much to all of you.
Congratulations. You're a breath of fresh air, both of you. You well deserved. I drive by your store every day. My daughter plays soccer at the park next door, so I happen to see it.
Yeah.
And the amount of care, the detail, your sidewalks are clean. Everything is perfectly lush, cut.
Yeah.
It's the embodiment of what makes Coral Gables so special. So I want to thank you for that, taking so much care and giving an incredible example. We need more people like you every single day, so thank you.
And
for
Mayor,
that.
I'll mention too, if you recognize Andromeda District, we brought them here in September of 2021 and certified them as a Coral Gables Green Business for all the amazing work they're doing. So
They're doing a great work.
They're continuing up that effort, so congratulate them again.
Let's take a picture. Let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And Mayor, I'd just like to say you'll see us back up here for the next 3 commission meetings. We have 3 other businesses that we'll be recognizing for the 2025 awards. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, we'll set it up with this. I just want to get ahead of it. And then I think you need to meet with the vice mayor after. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Mr. Clerk, you ready?
1 second.
Recording in progress.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are.
All right, moving on. Thank you. We're back. Thank you for the bathroom break. We're moving on to item A7. Congratulations to firefighter Sean Gonzalez, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of September 2025. Chief, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr.
Sorry
Mayor,
to skip
ladies
you
and-
over before, but there was a
That's all right.
time certain item and wanted to make sure that we got everybody in.
We're good. Through the mayor, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege and just thank Mr. Bermeo, the members of the chamber, and everybody who supports the Leaf Foundation and thinking of us. And I just wanted to personally thank them on behalf of the men and women of the Coral Gables Fire Department. So as we get started with we're going to do 2 firefighters of the month today, and there's a common theme. And one thing that we as a command staff advocate for is ownership. And we call it, you own it. And our message behind that is that you own the organization, its success and its enhancements, and how well our folks perform is a collective responsibility of every firefighter in our department. The common theme that we're going to see today is that both of the individuals that we're recognizing are emblematic of that vision and that objectives that we set forth from the minute you get hired in our organization. So firefighter Sean Gonzalez, when you get hired, you always have an officer that is in charge of you and that evaluates you for the first year. But it's difficult to go and ask of questions and directions to that supervisor that has ultimate authority of you. And oftentimes you look at somebody from your own rank or that is as young as you for guidance. And that sometimes it's difficult to ask questions or direction. And Sean takes it upon himself to mentor all the young firefighters. Their effectiveness and how well they do is a direct reflection on Sean himself. So for representing the department on his days off and on all various civic events, he has taken true ownership of the department. And for that, he's been recognized by his colleagues as Firefighter of the Month. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chief, for that. I want to thank the Commission, Mayor Lago, for taking time out for this. I really appreciate it. I can't speak highly enough about the leadership in this department. When you have strong leadership in this department at the forefront, it makes your job pretty easy. Just follow their footsteps and they kind of show you the way. And I also want to thank my parents for being here. Every success I have in life is owed to them. Everything I've done, they've been right next to me, so I want to thank them as well. I take a lot of pride and ownership in this job, and get an award like this, it's very humbling to me. So thank you guys.
Congratulations. Congratulations and thank you for doing an incredible job and taking that pride. Because that's what makes a difference and sets us apart at every level, whether you're a firefighter, police officer, public works employee, general employee. At the end of the day, working for the city of Coral Gables is a true privilege. And we're grateful every single day for your hard work. And don't ever think that just because we may not say it enough, that we don't. But we're blessed to have every single one of you. Every single individual that's here today, that the city employee, we're blessed to have you here working in our city because it's a truly a collective effort that makes the city of Coral Gables what it is today. So thank you, God bless you, and congratulations to your parents. You raised an amazing son, and we're blessed to have him here on the force with us. Thank you, sir. We want to take a picture? No, you're the boss. Go ahead. Go, let's go. Next one.
All right, we're going to go to A9. AA couldn't be with us.
Yes.
By the way, he's related to our city attorney. Sean is.
There you go.
So along the same lines, Mayor and Commission, firefighter Jonathan Correa is a SWAT medic. He participates with great success in our rapid intervention team. His participation in that brings back knowledge and training that he volunteers to pass on to our folks. And recently, he took it upon himself to revamp all of our probationary modules that our firefighters are evaluated. That insight was incredible for the organization in the sense that he sees it from an end user. He himself being a firefighter and hired not too many years ago, he gave us a completely different perspective on how to evaluate and make sure that we're evaluating them and validating it and that it is a fair, objective process. So for that, for the RIT team, for SWAT, for his dedication and ownership to the department, as I stated earlier, is a common theme today. He is our firefighter of the month as well. Congratulations to him.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the men and women behind me as well. First, I just want to start off by thanking the City of Coral Gables Fire Department for allowing me the opportunity to work on this project. And my goal is to keep upholding the standards that is expected for us to give to the community. I'm grateful to God for guiding me through this process and to my wife for her constant support. And I just want to thank all my coworkers and individuals behind me and the men and women who are working here today that can't be here. They honestly keep setting the standards, and it just motivates me more to keep holding that up. So thank you very much.
Congratulations, well done. Quick question, Chief. How many years have these individuals been on the force?
7 years in total, 5 years in Gables.
And you, sir?
Year and a half here in the city of Coral Gables.
Again, that's a testament to the executive team, the leadership, teaching these young men and women what are the standards. Both of them mentioned standards, and that's key here in the city of Coral Gables. Everybody wants to be a city of Coral Gables employee. Everybody wants to be at the same level of the city of Coral Gables. And the reason why is because of what you do every single day. The little bit of extra effort that you take, that person that you look in the face, you open the door, you say hi, it's a different standard here. We expect that type of level of courteousness, respect, going out of your way. The same thing like the police officers. I tell the officers all the time, it's that extra loop before you go home. You go on the block, and just take an extra loop, you catch a criminal. It's an extra effort of, speaking with somebody who may be not feeling well, and you catch the fact that they may be going into cardiac arrest. So those extra few seconds that you spend with somebody that make potentially a lifetime of difference. So I want to congratulate you both. It's really impressive to see two young men so early in their careers receiving these awards, and it's a testament to, again, all of you in the back here, your hard work, your mentorship. So thank you to everybody here. God bless. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir.
Photo?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Chief, before you go, Chief, did he already walk out? Oh, there you go. I just wanted to say our fire department was the pride of Coral Gables this weekend. Many events, but I think the ride along with Santa going through our city is one of the key events that many people look forward to in Coral Gables, and it was a huge success once again. The time and dedication that your staff puts into it is incredible. And I also have to thank Raimundo and the IT staff. The tracker app that we started using last year was a million times better this year, updating every 3 seconds so people knew where Santa was, if he had passed their house already. And we're looking forward to making it better for next year. But thank you to the men and women of your department for the dedication. I know it's not an easy process, but we visit every block in the city, and it is thanks to you and your team.
Thank you. I think planning for a hurricane is easier than that, but I appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Moving on to item A10. Congratulations to Officer Alexander Rodriguez, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month for the month of August 2025. Chief, we got A10 and A11.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Today is my honor as the Chief to present the Officer of the Month for August 2025. On August 22nd, 2025, at approximately 8 o'clock in the morning, the officer was on patrol when the dispatch was advised of a stolen vehicle that just occurred in the 6000 block of Mall Street. The resident described the car as a gray Cadillac, which was taken by 2 suspects. It was and as Officer Rodriguez, who we're honoring today, was going down eastbound on US 1, he observed the Cadillac accelerating at a high rate of speed before going eastbound on the westbound lanes near Riviera Drive. The vehicle then re-entered, corrected eastbound lanes, weaving in and out. He then noticed that it was being followed or being directed by a white BMW that was in front of the Cadillac, being driven by additional subjects. As the 2 vehicles approached Lejeune Road, they rammed several civilian vehicles before driving over the center median and again eastbound onto the westbound lanes, before the BMW peeled off into the mobile gas station at Lejeune and US 1. As Officer Rodriguez lost temporary sight of the vehicle, he became aware to give clear descriptions and the vehicle direction of travel. Other officers were able to pick up and continue to advise the dispatch until the vehicle, the Cadillac, came to a stop. The driver and passenger then ran. Officer Rodriguez, while in pursuit of on foot, was able to jump a fence as the other units quickly arrived to set up a perimeter. SWAT, K-9, Aviation, and several other agencies, including the City of Miami, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Miami-Dade School Board Police, were both used in the perimeter and were able to apprehend the suspects without incident. Because of his attention to detail, because of his cool, calm demeanor during this highly volatile situation, Officer Rodriguez set the controlled tone during the initial crucial moments of this call, which led to the successful apprehension of these subjects here in the city of Coral Gables. For his actions on this date, he was awarded Officer of the Month for August of 2025.
Congratulations.
Mayor, thank you. Obviously, the leaders, Chief, thank you, command staff, fellow officers that are present as well. Thank you for the opportunity and for the recognition. There's a lot that went into it. It's not just me. I understand I had a crucial part, but we all had a big part to play that ended up in the apprehension of the criminals at the end of the day. We'll continue to do a good job. It truly is an honor to be a police officer in the city where you're appreciated by all the community. So thank you very much again, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your hard work, my friend, especially during Christmas. We can't thank you enough during the holidays. Having you guys on the street, is a real presence. We see it, everyone's saying it, how many police officers you see throughout Coral Gables, and again, it makes a difference. That's why everybody wants to be here. If you look at, for example, the video that we showed before about the tree lighting, you have people from all over Miami-Dade County coming here. Why? Because there's a sense of calmness, and that's provided by your leadership. So I want to thank all of you for here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this point, Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to bring up the Officer of the Month for September of 2025. Officer Falco, please join me. Officer Falco, who is a member of our Traffic Homicide Unit, displayed extraordinary determination and professionalism in leading a complex investigation into an accident, a hit-and-run accident on May 21st, 2025. Now, 2 of our residents here suffered serious injuries when a suspect hit them and left the area in a Mercedes-Benz, leaving no immediate leads. After responding to the scene, Officer Falco interviewed witnesses and described the driver. He then initialized the ALPR system and intelligence systems both in our city and others to match witness description on the video, identifying the suspect vehicle and its occupants through a diligent follow-up with a registered owner and associates. He uncovered connections leading to the eventual suspect arrested, a Mr. Wilbert Valdez. Officer Falco secured cell phone site warrants, placed the suspect in the crash area at the time of the incident, coordinated with the BOLOs, with the Miami-Dade Sheriffs and Broward County agencies to track the vehicle's movement. This initiative, using the SunPass ALPR, commercial ALPR dash bases, he revealed the subject of frequently apartment complex in Sunny Isles Beach, Florida. Partnering with Sunny Isles Beach Police, he confirmed the suspect's location and the damage consistent with the hit and run here in our city. After he continued to coordinate and post Miranda and statements from people that were involved, he actually had set up a meeting incident to a search warrant and revealed that the individual who was in fact in the car was taken into custody. While incident to arrest, narcotics and paraphernalia were also in the subject's possession. Officer Falco demonstrated extraordinary tenacity, dedication, and professionalism as his investigative and interrogation skills, along with his collaborative work among multiple jurisdictions, led to the identification, location, and arrest of a suspect involved in a serious hit-and-run crash in our city, as well as the recovery of the vehicle used in the crime, as for his new Sergeant Ignacio Rivero stated in his nomination. Because of his actions in this, he was awarded Officer of the Month for September 2025.
Officer, congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you, Chief, Commission. I want to thank God first. Without him, I wouldn't be here. My wife, my family, everyone who's here, the whole AIU unit represented by Sergeant Rivera, and everyone that actually worked with us in this case. It's me standing here because I was the one assigned the investigation, but without their help, nothing would have been done. So thank you, everyone.
Listen, we're blessed to have you on the force. Thank you for your hard work. It's a lot more than just being assigned a case. I know you humbly say that, but at the end of the day, it's hard work. It's following through the leads. It's making that extra call before you go home. It's listening to your gut instinct. It's talking to the command staff. Again, it's not as easy as you make it seem, and I appreciate your humility. But at the end of the day, we're a city of law and order. We're a city that is, again, requires that the police go out there and work incredibly hard for us to live the life that we live. So I want you to understand that we are beyond grateful for your hard work.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Through the mayor, just briefly. So, Chief, thank you for recounting what these 2 brave officers have done, and they're so very deserving of recognition, as are the rest of the force and the teams, all who protect us every single day. But hearing you recount these 2 incidents, and in particular this one, I'm listening to you describe what occurred. In my mind, I'm thinking, this is a hopeless. How on earth can you find somebody? You said nothing was left behind. They left to the scene, and yet as the mayor said, you humbly said, I was just assigned it, but you were incredibly diligent, super professional, relentless, you know, in the most positive sense, right? Until you caught the wrongdoer, making our streets safer. So I'm impressed every single day. I look forward to these presentations, and I thank you very much, each and every one of you, for what you do every single day for all of us. We support you.
And Commissioner, to your point, and I can't thank you all enough through the manager, that, you know, we have, and through our partnership with IT, we have state-of-the-art, and we continue to evolve in a state-of-the-art technology that allows these detectives, these officers, to help keep us safer, but also to keep the residents safer. And that's through your all's approval, through the manager, of us being able to partner with IT and get those cameras that we talked about for years. The drone program, I mean, it's because of the support that we have, as the officer said, not from our residents, but from our elected officials as well in our administration. So I do thank you on all our behalves.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Through the mayor. I just wanted to point out, you know, during this last legislative trip, because property tax relief is front and center in trimming budgets, you know, but preserving the police budget, I did point out to Lieutenant Governor and every representative that we had the opportunity to speak with that just preserving the police budget doesn't preserve what police needs. You need that IT department. You need the motor pool, you know, to support your cars. We also need other things for police that help you do your jobs better, because if we don't have, you know, the necessary tools, roads clear after hurricanes, et cetera, that you can't respond effectively. So just something to keep in mind for our budgetary discussions, and to let you all know that, you know, we're doing our best to support what it is that you need for the future, because I know the importance of IT to your job, but a lot of people just think it's, you know, fun stuff, unnecessary stuff.
I tell my colleague chiefs around the state, the best partnership you can have is obviously with your elected officials and your boss, the manager. But the way policing is going, there's a reason why IT is only steps away from my door. And Raymundo may not like that sometimes, but at least I can get there, and not just to fix my computer. But we are blessed in the police department, and I won't speak for the fire department, to have the IT people that we have, because it is amazing, and they are amazing.
I did invite the Lieutenant Governor to come tour, so it's up to you to give him, roll out the red carpet at that point.
Consider it done. Okay, not to be confused, Officer Rodriguez, you interrupt, can step out so we don't touch that. I tried to, but I know. I can't handle domestic disputes in my department.
Mr. Clerk, B1, approval of minutes, regular city commission meeting, October 28, 2025.
I'll move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning, Maria Cruz.
Good morning, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. In December, we have several holidays. And in this era of transparency and inclusivity, I thought that maybe it would be appropriate for me to remind you all that from December 26th to January 1st, there's a holiday that is important for some of the people, and I'm very pleased that we have a menorah. I'm very happy that we have a nativity scene, but I haven't heard anything about Kwanzaa. And I have to remind you, and I looked it up, that this is a tradition that celebrates African heritage, community, and culture, and each day focuses on the 7 principles. First day is unity, second day is self-determination, third is collective work and responsibility, fourth is cooperative economics, fifth is purpose, sixth is creativity, and seventh is faith. And I was wondering, since it goes from December 26th through January 1st, and this commission will not meet before that perhaps we could be creative and maybe have the lights that cover City Hall to show that it means something and that we appreciate the fact that some of our people will be celebrating like we celebrate other holidays. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. We'll be closing that item. Public comment. We have a time certain for 11 o'clock, but first I want to hear quickly item E12.
E12 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting to Florida Power and Light Company, its successors and assigns, an electric franchise imposing provisions and conditions relating thereto, providing for monthly payments to the City of Coral Gables, and providing for an effective date.
Before we hear this, Mr. Manager, I want to thank FP&L for their hard work, Addis and your entire team, and also the manager's team. I know that you've been working together on this, and it's been some time, and I want to congratulate you on both coming to the table. Nobody was in the commission except for myself. Our relationship was, it wasn't as smooth sailing as it is right now, okay? I'll put it mildly. And I think a testament of that is to your hard work, Addis, your team. I'm not going to be mentioning all the people in FP&L, along with the manager's efforts, the DCM, the ACM, our public works, our legal team, our clerk. We've really come together, and this is just a testament again of our hard work, and I think there's a lot of great things happening. I worked with you hand in hand for almost 10 years to bring forward the undergrounding, and I'm very proud to say that now we're about a year and change in, and it's going very well. Like I tell a lot of the residents who are upset about swales and different things that are happening, you know, we're managing things. I said, you got to break a few eggs to make a cake, right? And in the long run, this is going to pay huge dividends. But I just want to thank you because I know you have a lot on your plate, especially here with the City of Coral Gables. And I want to send back a clear message to FP&L. We're blessed to have them as a team member, and we're looking forward to again transforming our grid, increasing redundancy, and really pushing us as one of the most, if not the most, technologically advanced city, not in South Florida, but in the state. And I want to thank you for that. Please join us. Mr. Manager?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. This is a really standard franchise agreement based at the maximum statutory rate. We have a few, maybe some minor issues to discuss. And by the way, we, FP&L and the city have gotten along quite well on this undergrounding effort. As a matter of fact, we have a upcoming meeting on poles, lighting, and undergrounding, and we look forward to continuing working with FPNL on all these important issues for our residents.
Addis, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. Manager, and all here. Thank you so much for bringing forward this agreement before you. So this is our franchise agreement. It will allow us to continue doing business with the city of Coral Gables for the next 30 years. We've been working with the manager on this, and he was gracious enough to put it before the end of the year, which was so we can get the ball rolling. So I appreciate it. I don't know if you have any questions, but this is the agreement that allows us to continue to do great things in the city. So
Just grateful for the partnership.
I just want to say, undergrounding is starting in my neighborhood, and I have to say, your team and your subcontractors team have been extremely informative. They visited the neighborhood at least 3 times, making sure that any questions that residents have are answered before the process begins, explaining what the timetable is, what to expect. So I appreciate the fact that you've all invested the time to ensure that the community has all its questions answered before the actual process begins, so that there's no questions, there's no doubts, and everybody knows what's going to be taking place. So I appreciate that.
thank you for that. I appreciate it because we really try to do an effort in outreach a year before we start the process, just to make sure everybody's comfortable, we get the easements that we need, and all the documents in order so that we can design and move forward with the construction of the project. So, and if there's any questions, you know where to find me, so.
So if I may add something to what the commissioner said, that occurred in my neighborhood also. Again, it's not an easy process. We selected ourselves as the individuals that would put the infrastructure on our property in an effort to accommodate the neighbors.
That's great.
We did it. Not everybody's happy about it, but you know what? When you think about the long-term opportunities and what we're doing, you got to look beyond a simple box. You got to really think about how we're going to transform this city. Property values, redundancy. You got to think about people who are in this community who are disabled. You've been dealing with it, and you and I have been talking about this with the manager. We have probably about 5 or 6 residents in different neighborhoods that they have constant issues with their power lines. Is it FPNL's fault? I'm going to go on a limb here. No pun intended. It's not FPNL's fault. Because I don't have that issue in my neighborhood, even though I know my house has solar and that kicks on when there's an outage. But my neighbors would have told me, and I've had conversations with them. The issues that we have here is you have a beautiful canopy. And we have neighborhoods that are overrun with exceptional trees, and you have to find a balancing act. And some of these areas are gonna have real relief once this undergrounding is completed over the next few years, because we have certain areas in our city that have outages on a weekly basis or every 2 weeks, and it's an issue more based on the trees and the environment. So these are things that, again, we're going through a lot right now in the process, and FPNL is doing a great job in maintaining the swales and making sure they go back. If something doesn't get addressed, we address it. We're working together. So, and I also want to thank our staff, our public works team, which is not here. They're not here. They deserve all the credit. So, Mr. DCM, make sure you please tell them they deserve all the credit, because they have to now collaborate with FPNL, where in the past they didn't.
No.
It was more FPNL addressing the tree trimming. Now it's a collaboration effort. Now it's code enforcement coming out and saying, hey, my swale. We're working collaboratively across multiple different departments in an effort to accomplish a almost $300 million project that was going to cost the city, and at the end of the day, it's not costing the residents. FPNL is addressing it. So I just want to say thank you for that, and you can't say thank you enough. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I also wanted to thank you for, it's not easy. It's not easy managing such a massive project. For some of us who have just had some renovations done in our homes or improvements or new windows, there's always something that happens. And when that something has happened, you've always been available.
Thank you.
You've always dealt with it. You responded to the city manager. You responded to me. We dealt with some issues in Commissioner Fernandez's neighborhood where, people don't want the box, and I understand, especially on these 50-foot lots. It's a difficult thing to fit in, along with your drainage fields, your septic tank, your driveways. where do you put it all? Thank you very much for all your responsiveness. When things go wrong, and everything will go wrong, nothing about the construction is pretty. Okay?
True.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hermes, thank you. I was
I think we need
praising your staff and your team and your hard work and working hand in hand with FPNL. Again, this is a hard job right now, and you have your plate full with a ridiculous amount of infrastructure work that we're doing, and then this is just another massive project. I mean, I think we're the only ones in Miami-Dade County that are currently doing this, correct? Addis, that the entire city is being undergrounded?
We're doing other cities as well, so.
But we were like the first, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, no,
We're
thanks.
all over the place.
Yeah, I know you're undergrounding in different areas, but you're not doing it to this magnitude. We're an entire city. So thank you for that.
So I'll move
Hermie
it.
has to be on speed dial, so.
Yeah. Madam Vice Mayor?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment? We don't have any public comment, right? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes?
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving now to time certain G1.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the University of Miami's 2025 Campus Art Master Plan Report in accordance with the requirements of the Art and Public Places Ordinance Zoning Code Article 9. And Cultural Development Board recommendation was 6-0 approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator with the city, Lorraine Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So this is, the campus comes every 3 years per our code. They give an update on their campus art master plan. So we have Alicia Corral here, who is the Director of Campus and Planning, to talk about the updates.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Corral. I am Director of Campus Planning at the University of Miami. The University of Miami is home to a public art collection that serves to attract, delight, and engage both students and visitors. Currently, the collection includes 33 sculptures by respected local, national, and international artists, of which 30 are on display against the beautiful backdrop of the Coral Gables campus. In the past 3 years, the university has expanded their collection with the installation of Lady, a monumental sculpture by John Henry that greets visitors on Stanford Drive in front of Lakeside Village. It's the big red one if you've been by campus. Chaos, a monumental sculpture by Jed Novat, will be installed in January near the Merrick Building. Outdoor sculptures require significant maintenance due to our climate. This year, Big Diamond by Joel Perlman was removed and replaced by a new identical sculpture due to significant deterioration of the metal structure. The artist was involved in the entire process and was here for the installation. Every sculpture receives maintenance by an art conservation company at least once a year. Fostering public engagement is one of the cornerstones of the collection. Information on the sculptures is found on the university website. In addition, Art Outdoors, a digital tour of the collection on the Bloomberg Connects app, engages the users through a rich multimedia experience. The university is committed to a public world-class sculpture collection that will continue to enrich the campus experience for our students and visitors. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions about our report.
Thank you very much. I have the privilege of living across the street from the campus, so I enjoy this collection extensively.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I walk by the University of Miami, not only the Arboretum, but also your collection, and it's amazing to see it ever evolving. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's calming.
Our students actually enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's
really beautiful, and it's something exceptional. And I was at the Low last week, again, you can really spend the day on the campus and go to the museum. You can visit all the sculptures. It's a great afternoon with a family if it's something that you like to enjoy.
It's one of those things that if you put it in front of the students, they might not search for it if it's not there, but you put it in front of them and it's actually something that they truly enrich their life and they enjoy it very much.
So I also want to thank Catherine and her team for doing an amazing job this weekend on, I think it was Sunday, correct? We had the 8:30 morning brunch for our Basel. It went off without a hit. It was incredibly well attended. We had the artist who installed the 5 works, which I highly recommend that over the next month you go and visit them and you get to see them. They're located through the city of Coral Gables. They're pop-up artworks that are beautiful, incredibly talented artists. The food was amazing. I want to thank the Plaza. I want to thank Donna Spain for donating the champagne, all of staff that was involved. It was truly a memorable morning, and it was a great way to put a bow on our Basel after having so many people here in the community. So I want to thank you for your hard work. Thank you for pulling it off and doing an amazing job. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on to item E2, ordinances on second reading. Madam Vice Mayor.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City Code to create Chapter 62, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 7, Special Events and Parades, Division 1, generally, Section 62-265, Prohibition on Use of Plastic-Related or Metallized Decorations and Release of Balloons, to amend the City Code to add a prohibition on the use of certain plastic-related or metallized decorative material and prohibit the release of balloons by special event permittees in the city, providing for severability, repeat, or codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This item is sponsored by the Vice Mayor. There have been a few small changes since first reading. The definition of prohibited items has been expanded to clarify that those plasticized or metallized decorations that are capable of being used repeatedly without fragmenting or scattering are not prohibited decoration items, and that the city may for special event permittees with the express written permission of the city and payment of an associated fee allowed for the use of those prohibited decoration items in certain situations. Again, the balloon item, just to clarify, is incorporating the state law prohibition on organized balloon releases, and the prohibition is intended to address the litter issues that the Vice Mayor has previously addressed.
Right, so just as a reminder, when we were doing the International Coastal Cleanup, the impetus for this particular change came up because we were dealing with massive amounts of this glitter, and it wasn't paper. It was a shiny thing that gets released in a piñata or something when you're doing a reveal, etc. And it was impossible to clean up entirely unless you just did complete removal of the dirt, etc. So this was brought in. There's certainly more work to be done to be able to control this, but this is an important first step for our city parks and our green spaces to be not littered with these types of materials. And the exceptions were made for, we have these balloon columns and things like that that are not the source of the problem. Staff supervises them and makes sure that they get picked up and cleaned up. And, for items such as this that are inside of a building where it's easy to sweep it up and so forth, and then there are exemptions there too, to not be too onerous on things. So if we don't have any public comment, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to staff. Moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 5, Architecture, Section 5-309, Trellises, Section 5-310, Wood Decks, and Section 5-311, Pavers and Walkways, to incorporate composite recycled materials as an approved material for trellises, decks, and walkways, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning. Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. There's been some slight clarification since first reading. So right now, in today's zoning code, the city architect can have the flexibility to approve wood that's similar to the types of wood that are listed in the zoning code. That's being clarified as proposed today to only mean solid wood. So in other words, if you do composite wood, it has to be 60% recycled materials.
Mm-hmm.
This was discussed with the Board of Architects as well as the Planning and Zoning Board, recommend approval 7-0.
Right, so I know we discussed this before, but I think this is an important step for resiliency. Instead of having the wood that rots, now we have something that can last. We didn't have these type of innovations in the past. And so now we can have something that's both beautiful and resilient going forward. And some areas that are very difficult to prevent rotting and damage and termite damage. So if there's no public comment, I'll just move it and we can.
Do you have a motion?
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to item E4.
E4 is an ordinance to the City Commission providing for text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Appendix A, site-specific zoning regulations, Section A-67, Mahi Canal, requiring additional review and approval for all mooring piles, docks, wharves, davits, boat lifts, and similar structures located in MF and MX districts that abut the Mahi Canal, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
So this has not been changed since first reading. It was recommended approval by the the Planning and Zoning Board, 7-0.
Okay. Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I have a motion for consent agenda?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
Nope.
No? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is item E8 time certain or no?
I don't think the applicant is here, Mayor, so that's.
Okay, we'll go to item E9.
E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code, amending Section 14-204, transfer of development rights, and Article 16, definitions of the city's zoning code to establish a conservation TDR program and appraisal framework, providing for definitions, procedures, appraisal standards, and conservation easement requirements, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. After review by the Planning and Zoning Board for this item, it was clarified a little bit further to clarify that any property that would take advantage of the TDR conservation program would be voluntary, for one, and it would only apply to that open area, not to the entire building site, because there may be some houses that have a large, very, very large side yard, and whatever is going to remain needs to comply with zoning. So you can't give a tree from your front yard. It has to comply with actual zoning.
All right. So I'll just follow up. I mean, the intent of this is pretty clear, that this is meant to preserve endangered lands. People's front yards and side yards are generally not endangered lands. I don't think the amendment does any violence to the intent and purpose here. And this was always a voluntary process. This is not a taking of land from anybody, but it does offer the city an amazing opportunity to be able to save these gems without having to expend city funds and not have regrets later on saying, oh my God, why didn't the city acquire that piece of land? This is an opportunity that provides that for our community forevermore. So I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item E10, ordinance on first reading.
E10 is an ordinance to the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 7, Sustainability and Resilience Standards, Section 7-102, Green Building Requirements, to provide National Green Building Standard Silver certification as an acceptable option for compliance, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So this is a very simple text amendment to our zoning code. Right now require LEED and NGBS. Oh, FGBS. And there's some little ambiguity as far as comparable. So right now we're being very clear. We're adding in NGBS silver certification as a qualifying.
Plus Energy Star certification.
There.
So before the language said or equivalent,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of green building certifications that pop up. We want to ensure that what we've accepted as an equivalent is now put into the code and taking that out.
So I wrote this original piece of legislation to ensure that buildings over 20,000 square feet, where again, LEED or equivalent. We made a little bit of an error or a miscalculation in regards to the word or equivalent, and we're having issues in regards to people presenting qualifications that were not truly in line with our standards here in the city of Coral Gables. So this legislation, with the intent is to clean that up and just, again, continue to elevate the quality that we expect. Most people were good actors. They wanted to obviously abide and follow the rules. But, you know, sometimes you have individuals that try to find loopholes and in an effort to save money or expedite. And again, this just tightens up the restrictions and ensures that the quality that most of individuals are following when they abide by lead guidelines, that, again, we adhere to that. So I want to thank staff for doing a great job. And again, just continuing to push environmental stewardship, resiliency, and everything that we're trying to do here.
And I'll also mention, Mayor, it's not only for private facilities, we've been doing it at our own facilities. Our public safety building, the trolley maintenance facility, Fire Station 4 is going through certification. We also have the parking garage in Menorca. We're going through Park Smart certification for that. So we're continuing to lead by example.
Are we still the city that has the highest bar in regards
I would say
to-
us and Miami Beach have the highest standards, yes.
Yeah. So I'm very proud of having written this legislation. I think it's important, and it's important to really understand that this legislation changes and it's just transformational. Because if you look at all the buildings that were built since this legislation was written, you can see a significant reduction in consumption of electricity, in consumption of water, and also as a lead professional, you know, you can also, the experience that an employee has, in a lead building is significantly better than in a regular building. Why is that? Just air quality, light, you know, the placement of certain things in a room. In my opinion, in the opinion of, again, people who are, you know, the instructors in this course, people who came up with this certification, they're the ones that have spoken very adamantly that this is something that, again, if a building receives this type of, I don't want to use the wrong word, certification, but this type of, not certification, what is the exact word? It's
Standard certification.
Standard, there's benefits that are beyond just financial benefits and environmental benefits. It's really benefits that the employees really feel.
And to that point, Mayor, I'll also add, especially coming out of COVID, there has been that renewed focus on the health and wellness inside of the building as well. So this encumbers that as well. So that has been a renewed focus within these certifications, is looking at those types of the employees, the folks that live in those buildings, making sure that the buildings are built to the highest standards.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it, and great work. Thank you for all you do, both of you.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. Great work, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Matt. Okay. E11.
E11 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code by amending Section 3-200, Principal Uses, amending Section 3-201, Group Homes, Assisted Living Facilities, and Childcare Facilities, to clarify statutory capacity and licensing requirements, adding Section 3-202, Certified Recovery Residences, to establish procedures for review and approval consistent with state and federal law, amending Article 16, Definitions, to add definitions for adult daycare center, certified recovery residence, dwelling unit, and group residential home, providing for repealer provision, severability clause codification, and providing for an effective date.
So Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. The state enacted state statutes requiring counties and municipalities in the state of Florida to amend our code and to put in approval and standards for the certified recovery residences in our city. So what you have here is pretty much what we're required to add into our code, to be able to review these, to be able to issue these license for the certified recovery residences, as well as tweaking some of the definitions of our zoning code to make sure that they comply with state statutes.
Any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Any comment from the commission? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item E15, correct? E14 is related to E8. Madam City Attorney, is E14 also time certain?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
E15.
E15 is a resolution of the City Commission pursuant to Zoning Code Article 1, General Provisions, Section 1-104, Jurisdiction and Applicability, granting approval of the restoration and renovation plan for the City Hall complex located at 405 Biltmore Way, legally described as Tracks B and C, Coral Gables, Biltmore, Section Revised, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so I would ask the clerk to please swear in any witnesses who will be testifying today.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. I have no one.
Are we having a presentation?
Mayor, this is just to move forward.
Yep.
With the project, the City Hall project. We already had the presentation forward to the commission. We did the same presentation to the historical board. They were very happy with what we're doing to the chamber, to the courtyard, and overall restoration of the building. So the presentations have already been done. This is just to move forward with the project.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E16.
A16 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2024-107, which approved the mixed-use site plan for the project referred as Ponds Park Residences on the property legally described as lots 8 through 21, less the west of half of Lot 8, Block 29, Craft Section, together with that portion of the 20-foot platted alley lying east of lots 11 and 19 of said Block 29, Coral Gables, Florida, to amend the required conditions regarding the timing of the completions of the Ponds Circle Park project. Mayor and Commissioner, I have copies of a slightly updated version of the resolution that was posted.
Okay.
But essentially, it's a request to allow the TCO and CO for the project to issue if the Pond Circle Park project has not been completed, provided that the applicant or the property owner provides a cash bond and assigns the construction contract so that the city could undertake the work if it wasn't completed.
So this is not the first or the last time this will happen. I mean, this is a common occurrence in the industry. We'd like to hear from the attorney representing the applicant, but to me, this is pretty standard protocol. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment.
Mr.
Councilor, good
Mayor,
morning.
Good morning. For the record, Javier Fernandez, law office at 201 Alhambra Circle, Suite 1205. Thank you to your staff, the manager, city attorney, for your work on this. This is a byproduct of trying to close on our construction lending with a lender. They were concerned about having their collateral limited by an offsite improvement. So we've tried to provide the city with assurances in the form of a cash bond, an assignment, collateral assignment of the contract. So while we will continue to have performance obligations should we fail, you can step into our shoes with all the requisite dollars and a contract to deliver the improvement that we all hope to accomplish together here for the park. So with that, if you have any comments, I'm happy to address them.
I have no issues, no concerns. Madam Vice Mayor?
No, I have no concerns. When are you guys going to break ground?
God willing, the beginning of next year.
Yes.
So yes, yeah, we
Exciting.
yeah, we are very excited as well. Sales have gone well, and this is the second project we'll be closing on financing with before the end of the year. So it's a big year for the company, and we're grateful to all of you for your support.
Right.
Thank you.
May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
A second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on, is there any items that Mr. Clerk, that I missed that are not time certain before I get into commission items? Want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
No, sir. Only the time certain, sir. Wait.
Okay, we'll do H1, city manager items.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Innovation and Technology Officer to increase the spending authority on the Alterna Tech contract 20124 technology contract for the purchase of various software and equipment brands along with the associated services in the estimated amount of $600,000.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion if there's no further comment from the commission.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, Raimundo, don't look disappointed. The fact is that every time you're involved with something, we trust it so much that there's no need to even have. But if you'd like to come up and explain a little bit what we're doing without confusing us all, because again,
I like that caveat.
because I can barely turn my phone on, so.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. This is the contract that we use to buy servers and storage equipment for the data center. So it's a contract.
Okay.
All right.
Raimundo, just a second. What happened to that tin of butter cookies? I saw you the other day walking through the courtyard. Next time, bring some for us.
All right. So H2,
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation to waive the competitive bid process of the procurement code and contract with Lee Construction for the construction of temporary offices for various city departments at 2020 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Units 102 and 1200, in an estimated amount of $519,700 or not to exceed the available budget pursuant to Section 2-691 of the Procurement Code titled Special Procurements Bid Waiver.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any comments from the commission? Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is for our move out of City Hall. The commission's offices will be at the Menorca Garage. We will be across the street. And this is for the first floor for finance and the 12th floor for the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and budget. And that way we can move out, start any exploratory demo, turn this building into a construction site. And we've already selected our CMR, which is Thornton, and we would like to start construction at the end of the third quarter. So this is just a move to remove ourselves from City Hall.
Perfect. Entertain a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second. Just have a question. Timetable, what are we looking at?
We're looking at
For the move-out, I mean.
probably late February.
Okay.
It depends how fast we can get these contracts done.
If I may, Mr. Manager, the earlier the better. If we can do it in January, I know it's going to take time to build and do the construction. You know, I want to see how quickly we can get the job started. It's been a long time coming. I'm very excited about, and so are many people, about getting this going.
Mayor, time is of the essence for me, and we're moving. We need to really move on this project, so we're going to be moving as fast as possible.
And the second reason why I tell you that is because I'm looking forward to seeing a construction schedule in regards to this City Hall, because like we discussed when we started Burger Bob's, once we skinned the walls after a building that had not been touched for 60 years, we noticed significant structural issues. For example, the parapet, the lack of connectivity, the significant structural issues that were there that basically resulted in us having to go back to the drawing board. Structural engineer had to do plans, had to get those plans permitted, had to get it priced out, and then had to do a bunch of additional work that resulted in a change order. What I really want to see, and I'm very concerned about, as we've discussed with the contractor, with the engineer, with the architect, is the fact that once we skin this building, what we're going to find. I'm considering potentially the worst in the sense of just electrical, plumbing, cast iron pipes. All these things are going to have to be replaced. And then things that you never know, you may find. Again, it's been, how long has it been since this drywall's been up? It's been a long time. It's been a long time. So the faster that we can do this, hopefully we can shave some time off the construction schedule, which I think is going to be, no matter what they give us, it's still going to be, obviously, we're not going to, very difficult in a building of this magnitude that requires this type of TLC, that you're going to be able to meet that construction schedule.
Mayor, we've already shaved a number of years actually off the schedule, and we will continue to do so.
Okay. So we have a motion?
I'll move it. I think we
second?
already did, didn't we?
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to city clerk items, J1.
We didn't do H3 though, Mayor. I don't know
All right,
if
we'll
you-
come back to that.
Okay.
I completely missed it, but we'll get it right
Okay. J1 is a resolution of the City Commission in accordance with Section 2-30 of the City Code entitled Regular Meetings, Special Meetings, setting forth the City Commission meeting days through December 2026.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, just really quick, this sets forth the dates for commission meetings for next year. A couple of things to note is, depending on the outcome of the April special election, there's going to be a change to the meeting schedule for November and December of next year.
Okay.
And also for the special meeting in September that we normally have for the special taxing districts, we might need to change that as
That's
we get
fine.
closer to those.
Okay.
All right.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
H3.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission approving an agreement to provide parking management between the City of Coral Gables and Asta Parking, Inc. for two city-owned surface parking lots located on the 300 block of Aragon Avenue and adjacent to two privately owned lots for the purpose of consolidating the parcels to be managed and maintained by Asta Parking, Inc. and waiving the competitive process of procurement code pursuant to Section 2-691 Special Procurement Bid Waiver of the city's procurement code.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Paige Perez, Asset Manager. Asta Parking Inc., the lessee, together with the City of Coral Gables, seek approval to enter into a lease agreement that would allow for the consolidation and management of 2 city-owned surface parking lots located at 330 and 350 Aragon Avenue, along with 2 privately owned lots at 340 Aragon Avenue and the adjoining property bordering South Lejeune Road, for the purpose of integrating all of them into a single, efficiently managed operation that supports the current and future parking needs of the city's central business district. The proposed term is 5 years, with the option for an additional 5-year renewal. The work required for the consolidation will be split into 2 phases. Phase 1 will require Asta Parking, Inc. to restripe the parking lots, install parking stops, signage, and utilize the existing curb cuts to restore the configuration to one similar to how the lot previously operated. Upon completion of this phase, the tenant will begin remitting monthly payments to the city with a total annual amount of $300,000. Phase 2 will involve coordinated efforts with the city to unify the initial 3 parcels to the remaining property bordering South Lejeune Road. Following the successful completion of this phase, the tenant's monthly rental payments will increase with a total annual amount of $360,000. We have a few slides to share with you that highlight the current deficiencies and limited capacity of the city's parcels. Thank you. So here we see the city's east parking lot. It provides for only 10 parking spaces. Here's the privately middle-owned lot, which, as you can see, is currently blocked by concrete planters and not in use. This is the present condition of the city's west parking lot, which offers limited parking for only 14 vehicles. This is a drawing of phase 1, and this drawing illustrates how the site will appear after the proposed improvements, resulting in approximately 86 parking stalls. And lastly, our last slide depicts a complete cohesive site with approximately 119 parking spaces, and 5 of those are ADA accessible. Thank you.
May I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
What is the revenue generation on this project?
It will be initially be 300,000. Once the LaSalle property is done, it'll be go up to 360,000. This is basically a lease, so we don't have any maintenance or any other cost as far as the facility is concerned.
Mr. Manager, I just want to thank you and your team for putting this together. This was an absolute debacle that occurred while you weren't here. I spoke to the owners of the properties adjacent to the city. Communication with the previous city manager, just from one day to the next, just basically halted. That's why there was no other choice but to basically just cut up the 4 parcels. I've spoken to all the business owners on that street, from one day to the next. Their parking scenario became dire. People were very upset about it. I tried to set up meetings with the previous city manager, Mr. Amos Rojas, and no meetings were set up. This was a catastrophe of epic proportion. I want to thank you. And I spoke to the owner, which is the same owner of the parcels. He thanked staff, he thanked you and the city attorney for coming to a negotiation and using common sense and business terms and being able to put something together that is a triple benefit, in my opinion. Number 1, benefits the property owner, the gentleman who owns those 2 lots. Benefits the city of Coral Gables, which owns the other 2 lots. And more importantly, benefits the community. You know how many businesses on Miracle Mile called me and told me, Vince, this is a disaster for my business. We even had restaurants that have closed as a result of it, all because of a lack of leadership and an inability to understand simple business sense by our previous city manager. This is going to make us possibly about $400,000 a year. Right now, what was it making the city? Not much. What were we making, would you say?
It was making about $300,000 because the parking was working at 40% increase because there was no parking.
Yep.
As soon as new parking comes in, it will drop down to about $240,000, and we're making $360,000 without any maintenance.
Yep. So I just want to thank you and thank the manager for finally getting this done. This was a heavy lift. To our director, thank you for getting this done. I commend you for your hard work, and I know that the business owners are going to be incredibly relieved. Both the shop owners, the restaurants, the people who come, people at Abrachi. Everybody here, everybody in this commission received phone calls in regards to, Abrachi having, losing basically all their parking. So thank you for this, Madam Vice Mayor.
Right. I'm just going to mirror some of what you said because I also got the same calls, same calls from business owners, and it was evident from the lack of foot traffic also in that block, the true impact that it had on the business community. And I too tried to have that conversation with the prior administration, but by the time we were brought into the know, it was too late. The ship had sailed. The contracts had been, there was no bringing it back. The parties had parted ways. So I appreciate your leadership on this and working so hard to undo a very complex situation and bring it back so our business community can thrive again. Thank you. I'll move it.
Mr. Manager?
For the mayor, yes, Mayor, thank you. It is also very important because when we start the mobility hub, this will bring back 119 cars. We'll be taking about 270 cars offline because of parking garage 1. So this provides an additional 120 cars and a very efficient parking layout to really carry us through and help carry us through the construction of the mobility hub.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mr. Manager, regarding the LaSalle Cleaners lot, I know there's a process. What are we looking at as far as time frame for them to actually do the process of, I guess they have to do cleanup before they can actually set it up?
Commissioner, they don't have to do cleanup anymore because we can drain it on our side. So they will dry pipe it to our side, and it should go through Durham very, very quickly. Whereas right now it's deep well injection, which is a long-term process.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, second.
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate for staff. Thank you, Mr. Manager. You deserve all the credit for this. Very complicated issue that you resolved. Very complicated issue. Moving on to item E7, correct? Is E7 time certain also? Yes, it is.
E7
E8.
is the time certain. E8, yes.
E8, excuse me. E8.
So E8 and E14 are related. E8 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2022-14, which approved a planned area development for the property legally described as lots 5 through 27, Block 28, Coral Gables Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to allow for certain work to be completed after the issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy subject to the terms of a performance bond. And then E14 is a resolution of the City Commission amending resolution number 2022-81, which approved a mixed-use site plan for the property legally described as lots 5 through 27, Block 28, Coral Gables Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to allow for certain work to be completed after the issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy subject to the terms of a performance bond.
Thank you. Good
Sir?
morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this item is related to a project we're currently working on where the majority of the off-site work has been completed. There's some utility work that's still pending, which we're waiting for the utilities to finalize. We're asking to put a bond in order to complete those improvements. We expect to have them completed within the next 90 days, depending on when the utilities could get their work done. So it's just here to ask for us to be able to put a bond in place so we could TCO this building.
Okay. Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Want to entertain a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. In regards to item E14, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any further comments from the commission?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. I think everything else is time certain except for city commission items. Mr. Clerk, can you please verify?
That is correct, sir.
All right, moving on to item F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to design all-new parks that will be conveyed to the city, with the majority of the park to be of landscaped areas and minimal areas for hardscape.
So this is an item that I'm sponsoring that I would appreciate your support on, and it's a very common sense item. When I got elected a few years ago, we only had one park in the downtown. We've negotiated with developers and we've bought lots. And what I think is important is to make sure that these projects, I see them come to me when the developer is discussing adding a park and we're requiring it. They put all this hardscape, which is, again, is great for less maintenance. But at the end of the day, what I want is more green space. I want more grass. I want more shrubbery. I want more shade. So this piece of legislation. I think there was a friendly amendment from the vice mayor that required a little bit more, taking it to bumping it up. I am more than interested in that amendment. I'd like to add that amendment. I don't know how much higher we can go because you do need a little bit of hardscape. For example, let me give you an example. The little park in front of Nordstrom's is going to require a podium for a work of art. It's going to provide a little sidewalk. Same thing with Publix. Same thing with adjacent to the plaza, where you're going to have a beautiful green space and 2 tennis courts. I think it's a 15,000 square foot lot. You also have the Codina site, which is a corner lot, which is about 12,000 square feet. I think it's about 12 or 11,000 square feet.
10,000.
Has 2 beautiful oak trees in the back that are currently existing. I want to see more green space. I want to see more shade. I don't want a concrete jungle. I know I talk about plazas and parks as being, again, redefining our downtown, redefining our quality of life. But if we can have more green space, I think codifying it is important for the future.
So I do have one question for staff because I haven't reread this this morning. We have times where people want to put in parks with green space, with grass, but underneath it, there's, a parking garage. Do we address that in the language here?
So typically, open space has to be at the ground level. The garage would be elevated. But I think I know what you're thinking about as far as different projects.
Underground garages.
Yes.
I'm referring to, because it eliminates the ability to put in that shade tree.
Right.
So do we address that in this language?
In this resolution, we do not. We can.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor, I don't think we would agree to have a park conveyed to us that had a parking garage below.
Right, no, I agree.
I think
I
that,
just mentioned it for that
yes, I don't
purpose.
think that would be something that we would address here, that we would approve or condone, and I don't think the commission would either. So this deals with just plain old parks.
Okay. So the only reason I bring it up is I'm not going to live forever. You're not going to live forever. And Mayor, what do you think?
You tell me.
No parking garages under green space.
I don't have an issue with that at all.
If you put the pavers above it, because that's your percentage.
I don't have an issue with it.
Can we? Okay. With that amendment, I'll move
And
it.
these are all good things
Oh, it's
that make our
great.
downtown even better. Yes,
So explain the amendment.
The amendment is that in the green areas, you can't have parking garage underneath.
Right, but there was also a percentage component that we were discussing last time. We were trying to change.
That's already addressed.
So what percentage did we finally go with?
Yeah, right now, proposed is 30% hardscape and 70% green space. I think what the vice mayor is proposing is that 70% green space cannot have a parking garage underneath of it, because that wouldn't be permeable land.
I'll second that.
We can't plant a tree there. So,
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
We would like to add then that the resolution be that if there's a parking garage below, that is not conveyed green space,
Yes, sir.
just to be clear.
There you go.
Thank you. That's
So
an
they don't
excellent
get the
amendment.
benefits. They don't get the benefits of saying, "Give me an additional floor."
Right.
Again, to me, there's a benefit to that. There's a benefit.
Yeah.
So
For mental
me-
health.
to me, what I'm excited about, is over the next 2 to 3 years, seeing how our downtown transforms, and literally within a 3-block radius, being able to see 3 or 4 parks. That to me is a game changer for our downtown. That to me is what is going to set us apart, which we already set apart, but I mean, it's going to take it to another level. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I seconded.
We have a second. Thank you, Madam Zoning Director.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F2, I'd like to see if the police chief can join us. Come on. And also Matt Anderson, please join us. I received multiple phone calls and emails from individuals in our community that continue to be concerned about this e-bikes versus e-dirt bikes. We could be here for hours talking about this, okay? And I don't want to waste everyone's time, but I got a visit the other day during office hours by Mayor Valdez-Fowley, who brought a gentleman here to visit me, who has a business here in our downtown, and who an individual who was walking in front of their business was run over by an e-bike. And I think that we have the police report, and I don't know how much we want to share. I think there's actual video and everything of that. It's pretty terrible. Just like we had the gentleman the other day, Ziri Zapata, who was here. His son is blessed to be alive. He shouldn't be alive. He had a very gruesome accident. You see a lot more young kids riding it, and they're aggressive. They're all over traffic, and confrontations are starting to happen between drivers and a lot of these young children as a result of their inability to conduct themselves in a manner that I think is appropriate when you're driving these e-bikes. So I kind of want to understand, what can we do? What are our limitations? And I also want to be honest with ourselves with our police. Our police have more than enough things to do every single day. And to now say they're going to be enforcing, if they see something, for example, they're obviously going to tell that person, hey, don't ride your bike in the middle of Miracle Mile. Hey, don't do this. That's their job. That's the job of everyone in this community, to police us and to try to be as thoughtful and kind in an effort to keep our standards at a certain level. But I also can't expect them to be focused on this every day, because they've got big fish to fry. Not saying this is not important, but we got limitations. Yes, sir.
So the interesting conundrum for us as far as the enforcement from the state statute standpoint is, for e-bikes, there's 3 separate classifications that the statute looks at for e-bikes. First one's a pedal assist that can go up to 20 miles an hour, which would be allowed on sidewalks by statute, with the exception of Miracle Mile and 3 blocks north, 3 blocks south of Miracle Mile on Ponce and Galliano. Class 2 is a throttle that can go up to 20 miles an hour, so they don't really have to pedal, they can just use the throttle. And the third class is up to 28 miles an hour and must display a classification label. Modified e-bikes above 28 miles an hour are illegal. So the challenge for us is, what kind of bike are you seeing and who is riding it? Because there is a limitation on how old you can be and what you have to wear to go to that 28 mile an hour bike. And again, it's not as easy as just, hey, that car is speeding, regardless of what kind of car it is. So it becomes a challenge for us to do that. A bike has its right. A bike rider has its rights. It has to obey the traffic laws of every car, and the car has to yield a lane to them on the street. The scooters gives us a different dynamic, because they can go up onto the sidewalk and back down off onto the street. And we see this primarily around the University of Miami, where it is forbidden on campus to ride scooters on the interior, but they will drive along Santa Amaro, to the point I think we had about 7 this calendar year, 7 scooter accidents along Santa Amaro. And then our enforcement was increased. We try to increase also the pedestrian crosswalks. So our biggest targeted area for us outside of that area has been Miracle Mile. Walking down it, I'm sure all of you have seen it, just like I've seen it, dressed like this, where people, whether it be scooters, and we're talking about pedaled bicycles, or the one that you sit on, the bird scooters. The other motorized scooters where there's no pedals, the delivery people, they have to be handled on the streets only. They are not allowed on sidewalks, period, end of story. Those are easiest because they're registered. The bikes are not registered, so to speak, where they need a license and an inspection, things like that. So it's a different citation. And if that child or that operator is under 15, 16 years old, they do not need to have a license. So the enforcement side of that is a whole new dilemma that we're still trying to get out from the ordinances versus the state statute side. I will tell you, from my position with the Florida police chiefs, this is going to come up again this session as well. They did bring something up to start, and like anything else, here's the first version. We have weighed in about how are we going to be able to enforce these statutes? So that is the conundrum. The first focal point for the police department, not through the holidays, but with the downtown unit and the creation of the downtown unit, that's something that we actually have to enforce it stationary. We have to be stationary, in other words, our safest way to do that. Now, the unfortunate thing is trying to stop them can be difficult at times. I mean, absent a clothesline, and I'm not saying that we clothesline people, but trying to grab somebody who's driving down the sidewalk too, which is where I know the vice mayor and I have had these conversations. The mayor, I did obviously saw this video. You know, whether we come up with a bike left side and not on Miracle Mile, but outside of that area, that bikes have to stay to the outside or the inside, because the biggest issue we saw in this video, and I love the fire department. Chief De La Rosa knows I'm talking. You know, I think, and we haven't really dove into this, but the clearance of doors is usually what the biggest horrific accidents that we see on the sidewalks outside Miracle Mile, outside of those 3 blocks of Ponce. And whether we create a citywide ordinance that you have to ride so far away from a business side, that's something that at least we can write, but our citations would have to be through the city charter code, which is difficult for the police officers to enforce as well. So there are some things I think we can work on outside of that area. The biggest issue that we have is our hands are kind of tied with state statutes and writing tickets. Similarly now, and I know the mayor, the vice mayor, and some of you have gotten complaints about the pedestrian crossings on Miracle Mile, jaywalking. We've been down this road before. I spoke with the manager briefly about it. We're supposed to meet again. That is another issue coming up during the holidays, that when we start writing tickets for jaywalking and not listening to the signs, that becomes another problem for all of us. Our phones, our emails start to ring because they think we have better time to do. But that is, you know, trying to increase safety awareness of pedestrians, which is also causing the traffic jam. So that's, in a nutshell, Mayor, that's what we're looking at. That's the one suggestion we have to try to address the issue that we saw and that you and I had talked about on email.
Thank you, sir. Matt?
So just adding, I mean, I have a presentation that shows everything that the chief covered, but we can skip over that. But just a reminder to,
Present it.
Okay. So real quick, and again, the chief covered a lot of this, just the definition of an e-bike. It could be pedal assisted or throttled. The motor's usually less than 750 watts, may be operated on roadways and some sidewalks, does not require a driver's license, registration, or insurance. Helmet is required for ages 16 and below. It's recommended for all. And then the chief already went over the different classifications for e-bikes, so I'll skip that. This is a really good graphic that FDOT put out that kind of talks about everything that the chief was talking about, from segways to motorized scooters to class 1, class 2, and class 3 e-bikes. So that could be something that, you know, if you all provide that direction, we can share that with communications and potentially put that out as an educational piece and put it on our website to be able to share. But you could see the different speeds, different classifications, where they're allowed to ride, where they're not, helmet, no helmet type thing. Again, required for all ages 16 and below. Next, this is just the kind of local rules and common courtesy when you're riding these, about to be courteous to others, always yield to pedestrians. I think that's a constant reminder we need to do. Be visible, always recommended to use light colored clothes, slow down at corners, use safe speeds, stay to the right, give an audible warning when you're passing somebody that may be a pedestrian. Again, just things we should be all thinking about. If you're utilizing these devices, follow all the rules and be predictable, I think was a really good recommendation. This is just, I found this, City of Weston put out some excellent outreach materials. Again, just kind of reemphasizing everything that was covered in the previous one. Again, making sure they're following all traffic laws. They're required to come to a complete stop when you come to a stop sign, just like anyone else. And then always yield to traffic when entering an intersection or passing in a driveway. Electric dirt bikes, off-road. Off-road electric motorcycles, no pedal, often over 2,000 watts. It's not classified as a bicycle under Florida law. had the state statute recommended there. It's not street legal. Know before you ride, it's not a bike. And again, not street legal. Want to reemphasize that over and over. This is just covering a lot of what we talked about. This is a video, we can share it, that Broward Sheriff's Office put out that really talks about, you really have your electric bicycles, you have your dirt bikes, and then you have electric motorcycles that are out on the road as well. So kind of talking about all that difference there. What our current regulations are, the chief did an excellent job covering that. We have these signs posted on Miracle Mile. We have them posted on Ponce, 3 blocks north and south. Also on Giralda Plaza. Just a reminder for the bird scooters that we have as a pilot program here in the city, those are geofenced, so if anyone enters the areas where they're not supposed to be on the sidewalks, the throttle will not work. They will receive an audible warning that they need to return. So we've had really good success with that, and safety is a top priority, I know, with Bird and with our city. So if you are seeing scooters that are entering on the sidewalks there, more than likely those are private scooters, because again, this geofence has been in place since probably the last 3 or 4 years. And we've seen great success with that. And we also have our parking garages geofenced, so nobody can enter our parking garages, because we've heard in other cities where people enter the parking garages and ride around on the scooters. Those are geofenced as well, so trying to cover all the areas. The University of Miami's campus is also geofenced, because they do not allow bird scooters on campus as well. So trying to look and identify the areas where there could be potential issues. Current state regulations, and I know Chelsea's here and keeping a very close eye on this as well, but these are the state statutes. So electric bikes are governed by state statute, by 316. No, again, covering all we said, no license or registration is required. What I really wanted to cover is what local governments are able to do based on that state statute. One is set a minimum age requirement to operate an electric bicycle. You may require an operator of an electric bicycle to possess a government-issued photo ID while operating the electric bicycle, and municipalities can provide trainings as well for safety. Parental responsibility. This is another one. No parent or minor or guardian of a child may ward or authorize knowingly permit any such minor, child, or ward to violate any of these provisions of this section. So again, reminding parents, it's also a parental responsibility when it comes to the state regulation and making sure that that everyone is abiding by that. And then there's this new bill, I don't know if Chelsea wants to come up and join us, but we have House Bill 243 that is outlining all these different things here that they're discussing as far as what requiring crash reports, requiring state maintain certain statistics, prohibits persons from operating a Class 3 electric bicycle without a certain license, so on and so forth. You can see the rest. And on the bottom, you see the current status of where the bill is currently at, and it's been going through subcommittees, and I believe Chelsea provided an update that it's still in that process right now. So, no, I ran through that, but the chief did an excellent job covering that.
In closing, because I know we have a bunch of agenda items that I want to go over before we got to go to lunch. If you get a chance, it's a public record, and I don't know if
We can put that out.
The chief wants to share. I want to be careful about it. When you look at the report of the way this individual was struck,
right?
It's on the sidewalk. It's an older individual. I don't want to say exactly who it was. Someone's going to get killed that year.
Right.
On this. You're seeing it happen more and more and more. The other day on TV, there was an incident between 2 young individuals and the 2 ladies who were driving their car. There was an exchange of words between the young individuals. I don't know the full story, but this is becoming more and more prevalent in our society. People are not following the rules. Before it was just bikes. Now you add the e-bikes into the mix, and it becomes a recipe for disaster. So I want to try to make this a priority. I want to try to figure out a way that we can address it without putting more of a burden on the police, because you have your plate full enough, and you're not here to start regulating e-bikes or e-dirt bikes or any of that kind of stuff. So I just don't, to me, when we talk about, we'll just put up a sign. Signs already exist. Don't drive on sidewalks. Don't drive on Miracle Mile. And these things continue to happen. They continue to happen.
So through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
It was at least 6 months ago, I brought up the fact that we have IT, and we can detect speeds of things that are moving. We have this all the time. I mean, I have the Strava app. It tracks how fast I'm going. We can have photo feed to the police department on any vehicle moving or any moving object moving faster than a certain number of miles per hour on these prohibited zones and a photograph, and you can have the sign that way. You can also have it flash the speed that you're going to make sure that someone who's driving and looking at where they're going actually sees the sign that's up here. In order for these signs to be effective, they have to be visible. In order for the signs to be effective, people need to understand that they are being recorded, that the feed is going to go to the police department. I've called in bicycles going 2 different directions to the police department. It's impossible to catch them.
Yeah.
Impossible. It is. The only way you're going to do it is to have a direct feed, and then you know who the perpetrator is, and by the time they get off a Miracle Mile, you now have a photograph that you can enforce with, because this is a critical safety issue. And by the way, you didn't cover the issue on, or I should say, the model of the electric bike that I gave you all.
Well, I wasn't going to say that I've been on that electric bike and I know how fast they can go because
It goes way in excess of 28 miles per hour.
yes, it does.
And
Yes,
it's
it
not
does.
a dirt bike. It's a beach cruiser.
Yeah.
Right.
And it looks like an electric motorcycle.
Yes.
And it drives like an electric motorcycle, which is why I also said to the state reps when I visited, and I've been saying here before, you need a motorcycle license to drive those.
So,
Through the mayor.
yeah.
Is there a way to maybe add to the signs that we have on bicycles on Miracle Mile, photo enforced to that sign as well? Because that may motivate people. I know on highways, that's a deterrent for people going
Right.
faster.
The only right now, currently in the state of Florida, the only photo enforcement for speed is the school zone cameras, which we are in the process of construction now. To what the vice mayor brought up, for us to have those citations issued would be a state statute referendum that would have to come out from Tallahassee because we don't have the ability to enforce speed except in speed loans on cameras. To that point, we have had operations where we've come in with motorcycle units from other ones, and I think we towed 76 citations with motorcycle officers tracking them down. So it can be done. We are doing that. I do believe that we'd have to have further conversations with the city attorney on how officers on the street can enforce the code ordinances, because that's a whole nother dynamic that we have to do.
I know it's long, and I don't want to beat the dead horse, but I want to make clear that what I was talking about was not issuing a citation by a photograph, but having IT have something like the speed detection signs flash to get the attention of those who are on these sidewalks and be able to have a video feed for the police department so they know who they're going after.
So I bring it up again. I think it's the third time we bring it up because I want staff. I need staff's guidance. I need my colleagues to engage in this. Someone's going to get killed.
Correct.
I don't have answers for this, and I don't have a problem admitting I don't have an answer, and I need guidance. So please help me on this, Mr. Manager. I don't know what the solutions are. Let's work with other cities. Let's work with the county and see what we can do. Because if parents are not going to police their children and they're going to give them these type of vehicles, then we're going to have to step in. We're going to have to step in. Okay.
Mayor, in the meantime, would you like us to work with communications to do some sort of outreach similar to what we've had and why we try to figure out the long-term solution on reminding folks what the laws and regulations are?
I want to include this in our government relations for the state. I want to make sure that we do this because, again, I'm telling you, you can see it already. Look at this report. When you read this report, it talks about the person was on a sidewalk minding her own business. And she gets literally taken down on this front. Okay? All right, so we're moving on to the next item.
Excuse
sorry,
me,
go ahead.
really
No,
quick,
no.
Mr. Mayor. So just to remind the commission that this is on our legislative priorities, micromobility and e-bike safety. One of the items that were talked about when we did go to Tallahassee, and it was several different legislators did bring it up, that this was an item of importance to them. As the chief said, we should be hearing more updates at the state level this coming session, which starts January 13th.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you to both of you. Thank you to Mr. Manager. Moving on to item F3. Update on election education campaign. Madam Panting, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon. This is possibly one of the most important items, I believe, on the agenda today. And I'd like to see what we're planning on doing in regards to outreach, which I think is critically important, and see how we can put our heads together to make sure that we get as many people to engage. And I'm going to tell you one thing that I did already, and I spoke to the manager about this, and we're in a public setting, I can speak about it. I think the DCM was there also. At the Centennial concert, I had a great conversation with Alina Garcia, our election supervisor. And I thought of the idea of having her produce a video, which obviously does not talk about the actual ballot items. What it talks about, and that goes without saying, what it talks about is how to properly fill out this ballot so that you can be effective and not make a mistake in regards to not having your vote count. I think if somebody goes through the effort of filling out a ballot and mailing it back, we want to make it count, right? And we don't want a simple technicality like a signature or missing your address. For example, if you don't put your address in the back, it doesn't count. So she said that she was more than willing to produce a video that we could use to send out to residents, a few times through the course before the elections, saying you're going to be receiving this ballot and an educational, 30-minute campaign explaining on how to properly cast your vote.
Yes, and I've already reached out to her communications person, Mr. Mendieta, to meet for us to be able to work.
Hey, you don't waste any time. We talked about this and you're already on it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So we were requested by the commission to create an education campaign. It's the referendum will be voting by mail-in only ballots and moving the election forward. But there are other items that will also be on the agenda. The only information that the city can put out, and we've been working with the city clerk's office and the city attorney's office, is information about the voting process. We cannot talk about the items at all. The critical dates here: ballots will be mailed by March 21st. Voter registration deadline. People need to know that they will receive a ballot if they are registered to vote. They do not need to register to vote by mail. And that registration deadline is March 23rd. The ballot submission deadline is April 21st by 7 p.m. The only way that people can send in their ballot is they can either mail it or they can take it physically to the elections headquarters. There is no drop-off boxes, there's no library location, etc.
Excuse me, Martha, if we go back to the previous screen. Okay, so this voter registration deadline is March 23. The ballots are mailed by March 21. Is a little confusing to me. Does that mean that if you register to vote after March 21, you'll still be able to get?
Yes.
So the mailing is going to continue after March 21?
They're trying to mail it so that it gets there like 2 weeks before the election, but those are the dates that we were given by elections. City webpage, again, this has all been, we've gone through the city clerk's office and the city attorney's office. This webpage is live as of yesterday or today, and it just has the key information. It will have more information once the items come for ballot language to the commission in January. So as we get information, we will make sure to update. It is in the city clerk's page of our website, and once in January, we will also have it on the news page, which is the landing page for our website. What are our outreach strategies? As I said, they will all be educational. We finalize the information for the webpage. We're finalizing information for printed materials. We're updating, just like we've done in the past, to encourage people to vote. We are planning to advertise. For the past couple of elections, we create a letter. The city clerk sends it out to key organizations to make sure that they let their members know that this is happening. And we'll have flyers and banners, for example, the Ikes, etc. I think the key part of the education here is that people will need to make sure that they fill out the ballot correctly, because there's no remediation. If your ballot is not correct, it will not be counted. That's it.
So just one, sorry, Mr. Mayor, one key distinction on this one is, on a normal election, if your signature does not match the signature that the supervisor of election has on file, there's a cure period for that signature. In this election, if your signature doesn't match, you can still cure the signature. However, if you did not write the zip code on your mailing address, there's no curing for that. If you forgot to write your address, if you forgot to write your name on the ballot, there's no cure for that. So therefore, your ballot will not be counted.
So that's my point. So that's why we have to be very thoughtful and be very careful about how the education campaign that we put forth. It has to be about process. I want to be very careful because I know how the blogs work, and Vince Lago has an agenda. Obviously, everybody knows where I stand on all 8 referendums. But what we're putting forth as a city has to be about process, and we cannot get away from that. And I want to make sure that's on the record, even though I know the blogs won't publish it. I think what's incredibly important is that we, number one, make sure, like you said, that there's at a minimum of 2 mailers that go to all the residents' homes explaining what they're going to be getting before the ballot comes in. I think these mailers have to explain the issues, be very concise, be very thoughtful, be very clear that they have to explain the issues. Okay? I believe that we should also have a phone operator here in the city that has a dedicated line, if that's an interest of the city, where that person can answer any questions or can, push the items towards the manager's office so that those items are addressed. I don't think it should just be the city number. I think it should be a dedicated line that addresses the referendums that are being proffered before the city. I have no issues with, I think that if this should be on CGTV, we can explain forthcoming referendum elections. These are the 8 referendums. Maybe put the video of our supervisor of election explaining exactly what's happening. I think it's important. We're advertising. We're telling people to come out and vote. This is the amount of time they have to submit their vote. Process-oriented delivery of the message. Do not get away from that. I want to be clear again before we get the 2 blogs stating that, Vince Lago's using city funds to run his agenda. We all know how this is going to end up, okay? At the end of the day, I think it's key. We're not breaking ground. We're doing the same thing other cities have done. I've spoken to other cities that have run referendums very similar to this, and they've been able to deliver on the same agenda. And the agenda is simple. It's process-driven to have our residents come out and vote, whichever way they want to vote. But at the end of the day, we want participation. This is why we're putting these referendums out there. So do my colleagues have any objection to my requests? Do you think that it's appropriate? Do you have any ideas to get more voter turnout to ensure process-driven aspects of this referendum are adhered to?
Yeah, I have a question. When you say explain the issues, in what sense do you want to explain the issues?
Commissioner, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's explain the issues. You're
I mean-
gonna.
Sorry.
You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you. If you allow me to answer you, then I can complete my sentence. It's very simple. I'll give you an example. Elections are being proposed to be moved from April to November. Explain when that would happen, what would be the result of elected officials' terms, and how would we occur? It's occurring through a referendum vote. Very simple. If you're another referendum, we are moving forward with the prospect of presenting you with a referendum where if an elected official or the commission wants to raise their salaries, it has to be ratified by the members of this community through a referendum vote that you will be able to cast your ballot and approve. Simple. It's not one side or another. It's explaining the issue so that people understand what is before them and why they should come out and vote, whether they're on one side of the issue or the other. Process driven.
Yeah. So what I'm going to ask is that we stay in the middle, very neutral, and we don't lean to having the voter vote a certain way because we want that outcome, just to make it very neutral language.
So if I may. So first off, this is not the Amos Rojas days anymore. we have professionals here, okay? We have professionals here who take this seriously, okay? So we are dealing with individuals here, and that's a disrespect to all the employees that are here. No one is going to drive an agenda. The agenda that I'm going to drive personally is going to be an agenda that I'm going to spend a lot of personal money to ensure that I educate people to vote in a way that I think is in the best interest of the city, not of the commission. But this city will deliver on a process-driven campaign to get the vote out, so that people understand why they're receiving a ballot in the mail and they don't confuse it with junk mail. How many times do you go to your mailbox and you see that you have all these items and you throw them out and maybe you don't see what it is? So at the end of the day, the agenda is simple. It's process-driven, and it's explaining the referendum and the items that individuals are voting on. It is not driven by an agenda.
To the mayor.
Commissioner.
So I've heard nothing either in the presentation by Martha or any commentary on the dais that would lead anybody to think that we need a caution on being neutral. Like, there's absolutely nothing said other than educating the voters that there's an election and that it's going to be done by mail. If we don't say what the issues are that are going to be teed up for the mail, what are we doing? Just sending out a mystery ballot? Open it and you'll see what the issues are? That would make no sense to me or to anyone, I think, on the dais.
So I can give you a perfect example of something that happened here. I heard a few gasps when one gasp when I mentioned Amos Rojas' name. When we had annexation here, which I am 110% in favor of annexation. I think it's a wonderful opportunity here for the city. Just look at Eric Spolstra as home recently, which took over 10 minutes and the house burned to a crisp. If we would have been there, if our fire department would have been there, I promise you that house would be standing today. My point is this. When annexation was being discussed and the voters were considering it, this city, through the leadership of Amos Rojas, and I had a conversation with him, did not do any outreach to the voters of that area, did not send any mail, did not do anything. It came and it went in an effort to kill the process. I had people who called me and said, Vince, I didn't even know what was going on. I had no clue. That was the effort. It's very clear. It's undeniable. It was an effort to kill it by not educating and by not telling people that there's a vote. If people vote against the referendums, they voted against it. It's okay. This is our democracy. But at the end of the day, let's at least get people out to the votes to make sure that they are able to make that decision. Unlike what occurred with the annexation effort, which was zero effort was made to get people to come out and vote or to even really understand the process. And that's the facts. And that's what happened. And that's the truth of the matter. Madam Vice Mayor.
Well, for someone that's been registered to vote since you possibly could,
of course.
I know that the elections department does do exactly that as well. Yeah. And they're not telling you how to vote. It's process driven. Yeah. It's telling you who's on the ballot, what issues are on the ballot, so you can study them ahead of time and make sure that you vote. Or just like the signs that we put up, the lit signs, to make sure that people know there's an election. Look in your mailbox. Make sure you pull that envelope out. And if you didn't get it, where you can call to get one. Because we do need more people participating in our elections in this city. It's critical and it's important for our future for the next 100 years.
So I'd like to put an item before my colleagues in the commission. I want a resolution vote, possible support, to make sure this happens. I would like the two mailers at a minimum, to homes. Madam City Attorney, they're looking at you to make sure that this is completely legal. We're good, right? We're in good standing?
So it depends, Mayor. We can certainly work with communications.
What depends?
So we can send out, we cannot send out information. We cannot spend money sending out communications about the issues that are going to go before.
We're not issuing. We're telling you about a referendum to vote that's coming to your house.
That we can do.
We're not telling issues. We're saying there's a referendum that's coming to vote, and this is the proper way to do it, okay? So your vote counts. Minimum 2, if my colleagues are fine with that. Let's write this down to make sure we get this done, okay? Minimum 2, if not 3, okay? Let's go with 3. How about that? The mailers will have a QR code on them where people can click on the QR code, and it will take you to the video where the supervisor elections will be speaking. Not Vince Lago, not the manager, none of the members of the commission, the supervisor of elections will be speaking, explaining why did they receive this in the mail? What is happening? What is the referendum? How to properly fill out your ballot. Number 3, I would like to have a dedicated phone number here on those mailers so that someone picks up here and can answer questions, and that person can be in the manager's office, but a dedicated line where someone can answer the questions and say what's happening in regards to the referendum. Ma'am, I'm not able to answer your question in regards to whether you should vote in favor of moving elections to November, but I'm willing to give you information on this. Clearly delineated responses in regards to questions. Number 3, the website. We should have a website, like you said, Martha, which again encompasses the referendum, explains how to properly vote, when are the deadlines, what you'll be receiving, and just states the 8 referendums that you will be facing. It's not explaining whether you should be voting one form or another. Again, it is process driven. I think I've said it 30 times in hopes that the 2 blogs that will be writing about this tomorrow will get it correct. What else am I missing? Dedicated phone line. Oh, yes. Dedicated TV ad on Coral Gables channel, which has on loop discussion on the referendums in regards to when are the referendums, how many are there, what are they, how do you submit your ballot, and also showcasing our elections supervisor who will give a 30, 45-second ad explaining the forthcoming vote and how to properly vote to make sure that your vote counts. These are things that I would like to do, and I'd like to make a motion in an effort to make sure that this is encompassed in our targeted ad campaign to get the vote out in a process-driven manner. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'd like to do a friendly amendment on that to include a mail-by date.
Yes,
And
very good.
And what's your alternative if you didn't get it mailed by that date, which is driving it out to the supervisor of elections? I've done that trip.
So, and I mentioned these
I'll
things.
second your motion.
I love it. And I'll mention this. Let me tell you why it's important. Because I've been voting my whole life. I didn't vote the first time when I ran for office. I've been voting since I was 18. This is a sacred gift that is given to us in this country. To not vote is a travesty. And sometimes, especially elderly people like my grandparents, because this happened to them, where when they were alive, they submitted their absentee ballot and they forgot to sign the back of it. And their vote didn't count. But that to me is a travesty. Because I know there has to be a process, but they went out of their way. They wanted to give their God-given right as American citizens to be able to vote. And they weren't able to because, they didn't put an address or they didn't do a signature. And that happens to thousands of votes here in this community. So if we can do a reminder through a process-driven, fact-based, process-driven campaign, I think that people will appreciate it, and at the end of the day, they'll be grateful that we educated them, and at the end of the day, their vote counted.
And I think we always hear it, regardless of how much information goes out there. I didn't find out.
Yeah.
We always hear it. And Martha, your team, every election puts out information and make sure it's in the e-news on loop. The information's getting out there. You do the YouTube stuff. I think Supervisor Garcia has done a phenomenal job in her office to increase the information that's coming out of that office, to inform residents of when ballots are going out, timetables, early voting dates, everything that comes out of that office. She has done a phenomenal job in improving the communication that's coming out from elections to make sure people are aware. And Madam Vice Mayor, I think timetable is very important. Right. We have a major issue with the return mail. We had folks last runoff who submitted their ballots to the mail a week and a half before. That was me. Mm-hmm. Didn't arrive until election day.
And you were checking
it took
every
a year
online.
And I was checking online.
But you're savvy. You're savvy, and you know.
Right, but my point is, the earlier we set that timetable, return it the day you get it, because if you wait, there could be issues with the mail. We also have the issues, and I know the police chief has tried to address it with the post office here on Ponce. That mailbox gets broken into all the time. Yeah. They have refused to take any action to address it. They've refused to move the mailbox across the street. I've had residents who complained about checks that have disappeared, ballots that disappear all the time. The ballots just don't make it in when they're dropped off at that box. So your best bet is either take it to the elections department or put it in your mailbox or hand it to your mailman.
Okay, but how about we do this? First and foremost, I agree with everything you said. Look at the city of Miami. They're in the middle of an election right now. Their voter turnout is abysmal, with all due respect to the city of Miami. It's abysmal. It's abysmal. Who doesn't know there's an election today in the city of Miami? Okay? And they can't get people to vote. And they can't get people to vote. That's number one. Number two, in reference to the mail issue that Commissioner Fernandez just brought up, perfect. Through the leadership of our city manager and our police chief, let's put one of those mobile cameras there in that area to ensure that there's transparency over those 2 or 3 week period. It's a mobile vehicle that can be installed there, and it can ensure that, you know, if anybody even thinks about doing that during this time period of an election, you know, they'll be caught on camera.
Is there a way, and actually, Mr. Clerk, you would probably be the best person to ask, to have a drop box for this election? I know it's usually done during early voting, but is there a way to talk to the election supervisor to see if a drop box can be placed for people to go to a safe place to drop the ballot off?
It has been asked, and the answer is no. The only place to drop off the ballot is at their office in the route.
Okay. Okay. All right. So are we clear on my request, my reso, correct? My motion, excuse me, my motion.
I guess you passed the gavel.
Yes, I did. I passed the gavel. I just want to be clear.
It was a virtual gavel.
I passed the gavel.
Gavel was
Passed the
passed.
gavel.
So I understand the motion.
Okay,
But through the mayor, just a possible further friendly amendment. I don't know if it's overkill, but so many of our residents speak Spanish, Creole, consistent with the way that the supervisor of elections would normally send out. But I want to ensure that when we send out these informational, educational campaign outreaches, that we ensure that it's also at a minimum bilingual.
So in reference to friendly amendments, there's been 2 today. There's one by the vice mayor in regards to my parks ordinance, and now we have one here by the Commissioner Lara. I completely agree. I welcome friendly amendments as long as it's in the best interest of the city. So I made a motion.
And I seconded.
And we have a second.
And we have a friendly amendment.
Yes, we have a friendly amendment on it.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
You had a question?
You need
I was just saying if I don't know if the manager or communications director need any clarification or we're good. I just wanted to make sure. We're good? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Well, just a quick question. Do we require any public comment on this since it's been amended?
No, there's no public comment.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Okay. Now, I want to thank you because I know you've been working hard at this with the manager, and this is something that's been important to my office. I can't thank you enough for really engaging on this. I know that you have a long road ahead of you. Okay, it looks simple, right? The work is done today. We finished the work. No, not for us. The work is not done. The work just starts for her, okay? And for the manager and for the clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is not gonna be easy. It's gonna take a lot of work, and there's gonna be a lot of people calling. That's why I said the phone line is important. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be confused. After having that conversation with the election supervisor, Ms. Alina Garcia, she told me, look, we've done this. This has already been done before, and there's been a lot of returns, negative returns in regards to people not following the proper signatures, adding the addresses. That's why I'm so intent on doing a campaign that really explains to people. And I like the friendly amendment to have it both in Spanish and in Creole so people understand.
Okay, Creole as well?
Yes, that's what he said. What do you think?
I understood bilingual.
Yeah, bilingual.
At a minimum, bilingual.
Bilingual's fine. Let's go. Okay. Bilingual's fine. So I just want to thank you. Thank you. Great work.
Okay.
All right. Item F4, we'll do F4 and F5, and then we will head out to lunch before, because I know we have a 1 o'clock time certain.
We'll eat quickly.
Yes. Sir, how you doing?
Good afternoon, Doug Ramirez, Acting Development Service Director. A very short presentation.
Yes, the question is, how are we doing?
Yes.
On the suggestion that I had made, that along with the citation warning, we have a petway sign in hand to educate the residents, and they can put the petway signs up, which, by the way, from what I can see, is having a 90% success rate of reducing the pet waste in these trash pits, probably even more, because it's only like 1 or 2 bags occasionally I find now. All right, with that being said, rock and roll.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what the code actually says right now. The pet waste and removal of animal feces is regulated in section 10-4. Basically, it says that it must be immediately removed and placed in a sealed container, and it must be disposed of properly. You're prohibited to put bagged or unbagged pet waste or use cat litter in the swales or in the trash pits. The code is very specific about what the penalty should be. It's spelled out there for us, so there's not much for us to think about in code enforcement. It tells us exactly what to do. The exceptions being that the signs that you're talking about, if the owner requests one, we give it to them, they put it in their swale. If somebody else comes along and puts something in their swale trash pit, we would not cite that property owner. It's not their fault that somebody else came in the neighborhood and did that, right? There's also an exception for disability, people that have dogs. Those dogs are trained anyway not to do that there, but there is an exception. Okay. So what have we done? We did have a meeting with the city attorney's office for guidance on exactly what the code says and how we could approach this from a code enforcement perspective. We created an SOP for the officers that gives detailed guidance, a little bit more detailed than what the presentation here says, about how to handle things using the body cameras, what to do about issuance of IDs, requesting the IDs of anyone that we might observe doing this, and documenting the incidents. So we went into that. The officers, to answer your question, Vice Mayor, the officers have the signs in their cars now, so if there's somebody who requests it on the spot, we can give it to them and they can put it in their swale so that they have it already readily accessible from us. And then we would work together with the public safety aides to educate and enforce. In most cases, they can immediately comply. If we catch them in the act, they're just going to pick it up and, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it again. And we would still document what happened in case we get a repeat offender. And then if necessary, in cases where the individual refuses to provide ID, refuses to comply, then we always have police available to help us with those circumstances.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find many people with ID on them out walking their dogs. They're usually doing the round around the block to get the morning routine done, but a friendly encounter to educate. Hello, I'm so-and-so. Pleasure to meet you. I want to make you aware that, you know, the city has a code that prohibits this, et cetera, that you might be able to get the name that way, and document it, but just make it a friendly encounter. Because once people understand the why, they usually change their behavior. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Did we have any documented encounters where we've done enforcement?
We don't have any documented encounters yet. Now that we have the SOP, there's a good outline path for if and how. We have had occasions where officers have educated on the spot, but it's never been documented.
Okay, well, can we have documented encounters in a few months? You choose the date. What month do you want to do this again?
6 months, just to see. We have to catch them in the act. That's the issue.
No, it's not only that, but it's warning to the homeowner, here's a sign. That way you don't get cited. That's an encounter as well. Okay, so 6 months. I'm going to hold you to it.
If you please.
It'll be a summer topic. How much pet waste have we reduced in our trash pits? Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Moving on to the last item before we go to lunch, F5. Okay, so this is a discussion regarding contractors with expired permits and the requirement that all open permits be closed out before they are allowed to obtain new ones. Why am I bringing this forward? So this is once again me writing legislation to hurt my industry. I wrote the legislation that did not allow exterior construction on Saturdays. I received phone calls from every contractor in town, along with multiple different organizations, saying, Vince, this is terrible for business, but it's great for quality of life, and it's worked out well, even though it goes against my own personal interests. This is another one that goes against my own personal interests. We are the city that allows contractors to open new matters, new permitting matters, without closing out existing permits that could have been expired. Let me tell you why that's a problem. It's a problem, and I learned this from a gentleman who was a building official in the city of Miami named Peter Iglesias, who I went to see one day because I had an expired permit in the city of Miami. And I had just received a pretty significant contract in a hospital. And I went to pull this permit. And the individual on the counter told me, sir, you cannot pull this permit. You have an expired permit. And I said, well, I went to find out the information. It had been expired for 6 months. And the issue at hand was, an issue in regards to inspections. We hadn't called an inspection in 6 months. We were waiting for some material to come in. So my permit had lapsed. That's something that can be corrected by paying a fee. What I want to stop is residents who are selling their homes and think they have a CO, but they have an expired permit. The contractor has moved on, and there is no accountability. There's no accountability in my industry here in Coral Gables where a contractor can pull another permit while having an expired permit. So what I believe, it should be incumbent not on the employee like yourself, it should be incumbent on the contractor to clean up all their expired permits. What will that do? That will ensure accountability. That will also bring more money to the coffers because to reactivate these permits costs money. And at one point, when Surami Cabrera was here, before she was run off from the city, one of the most capable and competent people I've ever met in my life, and South Miami picked her up in a whim in 2 seconds when we ran her out of here. There was thousands of expired permits. And that was reduced and reduced and reduced and reduced to how many, Mr. Manager?
Very, very few, Mayor. Very few.
Very few. We're talking about less than 100, right?
Yes.
Okay. From like 6,000 or 7,000 expired permits, my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
There were about 7,000.
7,000. So while I know the facts may not be convenient for certain people, and that's fine, but this piece of legislation will bring accountability and will bring money to the city. And it's something that I will get heat from people who support me, but at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do. Every general contractor should be monitoring their permits. You need to monitor your permits. You need to see where you are. How far are they from expiring? Because if you don't call an inspection, they expire. You just can't have a permit open in perpetuity. That's not the way it works. So this is about compliance, and this is about protecting residents. So when you go to sell your house or your apartment or your commercial building, you don't get that unpleasant instance where you say, hey, by the way, I have an open permit and expired permit, and I can't do anything about it. At that point, you got to figure it out. You got to address an issue. Our city's not going to just allow you to reactivate that permit without addressing what is the scope and breadth of that permit. So, and who knows at that point where the actual process has gone and whether you're in compliance of the new standards in regards to the building code. Things change, things evolve. So this is why I put it on the agenda. This is why I wanted you to talk about it a little bit about with you in an effort to write legislation to be able to address this issue. Madam Vice Mayor.
To me, this is a no-brainer. And, I mean, do we need a vote on this? I'd be happy to move it.
I wanted to have a vote on it. Madam City Attorney?
So I think we can bring an item back, the appropriate legislation, next meeting.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the director if possible.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I think an item would be good, but we're going to implement that immediately because expired permits are, and they're notorious in roofing and pools and additions. As you mentioned, people find out when they sell their homes and they realize that they have open permits and they've been expired for years. So I think it's great to do this, and it really is a huge help for our residents.
I also want to commend you, Mr. Manager, because I think for a long time we had discussed permits, and a lot of permit applications were left blank. Permit entities were not putting their names. addresses were missing. There was a lot of weird things happening here with permits over the last few years. And I'm happy that over the last few weeks, Lisette Lopez and your team have done an incredible job to really clamp down on that, to ensure that you just can't, submit documents without the proper information. Other cities, when you go to the city of Miami, for example, by the way, that permit, the then building official, Mr. Iglesias, did not allow me to pull a permit. Took me almost 2 months to pull that permit because I had to reactivate that permit and address the situation, call the necessary inspections, close that permit out. Then I was able to open the next permit after I had reactivated that permit. We've also been noticing that, and I'm seeing this when you look at the documents and you look at the computers, that there's a lot of permits. The permit information is very ambiguous. A lot of the fields are left blank. There's a lot of things that are happening, addresses, general contractor numbers, owner numbers, architect names are missing. Those, when they're inputted into the system, it should not be accepted, and that has changed as of the last 2 weeks, unless the entire information has been provided. And I understand why that was happening before on certain cases, but again, we want to be as transparent as possible, especially when we're dealing with permits. Mr. Manager, you want to touch on that 1 second?
Yes, Mayor, we have taken care of that 2 weeks ago. When an application is in, once that application has been accepted, it can only be changed internally through the building department. We cannot have applications that don't have contractors, owners, and so forth. When you have an application, that you don't have an owner, that you don't have all that information, it's almost impossible to track. So that has been corrected, and those applications will be either voided or corrected by internal staff.
Commissioner?
I think this is a no-brainer. When we bought our first house in the city, when we got married, our closing was delayed 2 months because of an open permit that the property had on the driveway. And they thought that had been closed out when they had done the driveway, but the driveway company never requested the final inspection. And it took a few months because they had to come back with the drawings. They had to come back and make sure that what had been done, I think it had been 10 years. And it was done the way it was supposed to have been done. So I think this will save a lot of heartache for our residents and address an issue that continues to grow.
Okay. So I'll be presenting this legislation. I'll be working with the director and the manager on this front to present legislation at the next commission meeting. But again, I would like for the manager to adopt this principle now. I know we're going to codify it in the January, but I don't want to waste any time. Mr. Manager?
So, Mayor, we've already adopted it, but I think it would be good to have legislation so that it stays permanently.
Okay.
And not subject to any interpretation in the future.
Mr. Director, as I always tell you, thank you. I constantly send you residents and business owners. You never say no. You're always helping out. I'm grateful for that. Thank you for your hard work as always. You're a gentleman, and your staff is doing an amazing job. We're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes till 1:15. I know we have a 1 o'clock time certain. We're going to get a quick bite to eat, and then I'll see you here at 1:15 so we can commence with the 1 o'clock time certain. Thank you very much.
Hope the food's here.
Sir? Mr. Clerk, how we doing?
Recording in progress.
One sugar. Commissioner Chambers, thank you. With one sugar, one sugar, one sugar. Thanks. Let's see, Cruz almost pushed her over because she's below her class. Oh my God, thank God I didn't go farther. Thank God I pushed slowly. Then barge in. Man, 911 here.
Mr. Clerk, ready?
Ready.
We are ready, sir.
He wouldn't have found me. I was in the ladies' room.
Coming through the other door.
Like an I Love Lucy episode or something.
It is recorded.
All right, Mr. Clerk. We have a time, certain item for 1 p.m., agenda item E1. I apologize for being 20 minutes late, but thank you for allowing us the flexibility to just have a quick bite. Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, this is a continuation of the item that was first heard at the October 28th meeting. I'll just read the title again, but it's the commission decided to continue it for further deliberation. So it's an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Historic Preservation Board on September 18, 2025 to deny a claim of undue economic hardship and a certificate of appropriateness for demolition for the property located at 1258 Obispo Avenue, a contributing resource in the Obispo Avenue Historic District, legally described as lots 1 and 2, Block 3, Coral Gables, Section E, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 8 at page 13 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Sir, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Cesar Mestre, offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida, representing the applicant. I'm here because I'm the attorney of record.
Sorry, Mayor, as a reminder, we need to have everyone who will be testifying today to be sworn in by the clerk, since this is quasi-judicial.
Mr. Clerk.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
As I was saying, I am the attorney of record, and I have a responsibility to be here, but the entire presentation will be done by the applicant himself.
So I just want to let you guys know who my wife and I are. We've been residents here of this beautiful city for about 20 years now. I want to say we're positive contributors to the things that go on in the city. This is a very uncomfortable, this is like fighting with a family member, you know? It's an uncomfortable situation, but sometimes it has to be done. So I think that my attorney provided you guys with a simple presentation, right? Did you put the PowerPoint? You have it on you? You know what? I don't even want to do the presentation. I want to clean up some dirty laundry from the previous meeting, and this is going to be a very simple 5-minute presentation. And if you have any technical questions, I'll be happy to have my attorney answer them. I'd like to share some things with you guys, if I may. Let me find the right one. Can I provide each one of you a copy of this real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Is, just a question, is this information that was part of the record below at the Historic Preservation Board?
Yes, and this is just email communications, and I just want to clear up some facts.
I don't have an issue with it. If it's email communication with the city, it's already a public record. Thank you.
I think by now we all know the property, 1258 Obispo. It's the same lunchbox box that's there. It hasn't changed. But I want to clear some things up. In the last meeting, staff mentioned that I was misrepresenting the sale of the property as a 5,000 square foot home with approved set of plans. I printed out my Zillow listing, and if you see on there, I highlighted it for you. That is not the case. We offered a preliminary plans to expand a historic gem. No point in time were we stating that the property was already with approved plans, okay? Staff said that we didn't provide them with appraisals. If you will notice there, we provided 2 rounds of appraisals. One in 2023, 2 appraisals in 2023, and 2 appraisals in 2024.
So that's a total of 4 appraisals.
4 appraisals have been provided to staff, okay? Now, you may ask why, oh, by the way, we've provided 4 rounds of mailing lists for the staff as well. The mailing list that goes out to let everybody know that this meeting's being held. 4 times we've provided the list to staff. Now, you may ask, why have you had to do this 4 times, and why have you had to provide appraisals 2 times? Well, guess what? This is the reason. So the communication with staff has been, to say that it's been poor is maybe a severe understatement. If you notice the first email, keep in mind that the first set of appraisals were sent in 2023. In July of 2024, we got an email basically stating, "Good afternoon all. Thank you for the follow-up. I was able to track down the application. Unfortunately, it was in limbo assigned to Warren Adams, who left the city over a year ago." So my first round of appraisals that I submitted to the city, sat there, we calling, asking what's going on, a whole year, nothing. After that, sent an email on August 20th to staff. Submitted all the documents again, everything that they wanted. The only thing that they were asking for was the appraisals for the 2 years prior to purchase. Guys, I don't know, but to me, it's absurd. I can't force the guy that sold me the house to give me his appraisals, even if he had them for the 2 years prior to us purchasing the property. But I did provide him with my appraisals. Okay, this was August 20th. I don't get a response till September 25th regarding that, and talking about apologies for confusions and so on and so forth. There's a lot of emails like this, but I just narrowed it down to simplify it. Then again, on the following page, on December 6th, Stephanie sends an email to Anna, letting Anna know that the property is not an income-producing property, that we're able to continue moving forward with the filing. We send an email, "Hey, what's next, guys? Can we get going?" We get an email from staff on January, Get an email from staff on January 29th. Confused that I was under the impression we weren't pursuing, that the office has not received the mail. Hold on, sorry. After all the conversation, I was under the impression we were pursuing the sale of the property. I wasn't selling the property. We're just trying to confirm that it wasn't an income-producing property so that we can continue with the filing. Let's continue. The next one. Sent an email in March. Again, new appraisals, new labels, new everything. In March, okay, March. We go silent. Only in August, when staff finds out that I have a hearing with historic, do I get an email? Wait, no, hold on a second. We're not ready yet. I still haven't done this, and I still don't have the reviewer for the appraisals and all the documentation that you've had since 2023, but now you haven't had time to review. Okay. The bottom line is that this has been a disaster from day one. If you go to the next page, we're trying to get things done. We send a text message to staff. Hey, you can barely see the top one because there's a picture of my beautiful wife and I there, but it basically says we've been trying to email you, we've been trying to call you, we've been trying to get a hold of you. Can you please, give us something? And they say, please keep all correspondence on email. Well, we've been doing that, and that didn't work. So now let's just go to the nitty-gritty of this real quick. I hope I was able to clean up my dirty laundry. Let's go to the nitty-gritty. This is very simple, guys. This is an engineering report. The next page is the engineering report. This is the engineer that I selected. I don't know this guy. Just somebody that I was referred to. This is the engineering report that he gave. It lists here all the problems with the house: the structural, the trusses, the floor joist, the roofing, the windows. I mean, it lists every single problem, okay? Notice that I'm not even going to present you with an estimate for electrical or plumbing or paint or drywall, because the truth is that all of those estimates I probably would have had to do anyways no matter what. But this one, this estimate right here, of all these structural repairs, and $175,000, that one I was not expecting, okay? All four appraisals that I provided to the city show that 98% of the value of the property is on the land. It's not on the structure. The structure is listed at about $20,000, $15,000 to $20,000 in total. So I don't know how I cannot. When they're saying that I haven't met hardship, forget all the other estimates. I don't care about the paint. I don't care about the drywall. I don't care about anything. Just this one. This was $175,000 to fix a structure that's worth $20,000. And then to top it off, if you go to the last page, everybody's crying here about a property that your own independent surveyor, when they were doing the survey of the area, said, this building lacks sufficient architectural merit and historical import for individual local designation. So with that being said, that is literally my presentation. This is nothing complicated. I don't even think we should have been here a second round. I'm hoping that today is the last time and you guys vote in our favor. And I'm going to be honest with you, the ethical thing to do here right now is for both of you guys to stay sitting there and not even get up. Not even get up, not even say one word, because honestly, what staff has put us through is unethical and unprofessional. I love you guys because we work together, but on this one, it's been bad. And I think that the best thing to do is honestly is let them decide with the facts that I've provided and call it a day. I think I've met every single requirement that they've asked us for. And also in the emails, when they say that I didn't meet, the only thing that they kept asking for were in the email, nothing to do, it was the appraisals, we gave them that. So we gave them everything that they wanted. That's the end of my presentation, guys.
Okay, thank you. I think we should hear from staff. Mr. Manager? Who's going to be presenting in front of staff? Anybody coming forward? Yes.
Good afternoon again, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. I'll just reiterate the board's previous position that they found that there was no claim of undue economic hardship, and they voted to deny the issuance of the special certificate of appropriateness. As you all know, the appeal before you today is to make sure that the essential requirements of law were followed, due process was followed, and that there was substantial competent evidence for that decision. As counsel to the board, I represent that I believe that those requirements were met. If you have any specific questions, I'm happy to turn it over to Anna Pernas, the Historical Resources and Cultural Arts Director.
If I may. I'm going to be very brief. My position has only been further solidified in regards to, and I've been very clear on my position. I have not wavered. This has only strengthened my position here. Besides all of that, all the information, the appraisals, the emails, this is what strengthened my position. This building is not historic. We have to be thoughtful and methodical. I go back to the simple statement that I've made for years. The litmus test, the linchpin is simple. LaSalle Cleaners. LaSalle Cleaners was a site where, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have the background many of you may have in regards to historic preservation, even though I know a little bit about the city. That was where George Merrick dreamed about the future of this city and worked on this city. Those were his offices, correct? LaSalle Cleaners? The site was knocked down.
I'm not sure, Mayor.
Yeah, it was.
But I believe our historical director is here.
Yes. Yeah, Emmett, come on up. I want to put on the record. What was the purpose of the LaSalle Cleaners before it was LaSalle Cleaners?
I don't have the history on that case, unfortunately, in front of me, so it's not one that I was familiar with.
Remember when it came before?
I know when it came before you.
And I voted to preserve it when the Historic Preservation Board
at the time
voted under Donna Spain, which I love her to death. She's amazing. Again, thank you again for donating the champagne this weekend for the Art Basel event, as she always generously does. Said to knock this building down because it had been altered to a level that, again, took away the historic significance away from it. To me, a building of that, with that history, should have been preserved. And this is what my argument goes back to. You're telling me that a building which is not historic, where this is clear as day, is insufficient for even consideration for historic designation, but we're going to penalize a resident in this community, which, as we've seen, what happens when we're overreaching. We've seen what happens in trees in regards to preemption. We've seen what happened with historic homes, which, by the way, I think was a travesty, what happened to that home in Gables Estates. The fact that property was torn down. That is a world-renowned architect. A historic home was torn down as a result of preemption at the state level. And we're fighting over a property that, in my opinion, is not even in the same hemisphere, not even the same planet, solar system, as a property of that magnitude. Or the property that, again, was also torn down on Lejeune, which was Merrick's offices. So, to make a long story short, my position remains the same. I think these are longstanding residents here. I think that we need to focus in on preserving historic gems. Case in point, you bring before me the Fink Studio for sale, I bring it to the city to get purchased. You bring me the Whiteway lights, we take money from Art in Public Places, and we spend $2.5 million on the Whiteway lights. Look how beautiful they came out. When we bring the waterway, I know the vice mayor, myself, and the manager have been out there countless times. We're going to preserve the water tower. You bring the Biltmore. A few years ago, we spent millions of dollars a year that would have gone to our coffers. We gave it to the Biltmore to spend that money in the Biltmore. These are gems. These are jewels. These are reasons that are worthy that we save. This, in my opinion, is overreaching, and I think sets a dangerous precedent that could eventually hurt us. Madam Vice Mayor.
So, in the time period that we've had to study the transcript more and study the record more, I've also had thoughtful, introspective thoughts on, other historic properties that we have, such as 1021 Hardy, a historic gem, which the Historic Preservation Board allowed significant demolition of the interior, and the exterior walls are still standing. The amount of investment that you need to put into a building sometimes will be, what is its value? What does it contribute to our city? It's really what I'm trying to say. One on Hardy is a gem because of who the architect was, where it sits, the contribution that it makes to our city and the architecture and the history. I've also driven around this block on Obispo. And there's some beautiful architecturally significant buildings on that block, but this is not one of them. So the degree of investment that is warranted into a building many times, it has to be balanced with the value of the building itself and how it contributes to our architectural history. I also looked at the appraisal report that was done by the property appraiser, something that I've used as a conservative estimate many times, not only for this building, but for the buildings, not the land, the buildings on adjacent properties of similar size. And there's an astounding difference between them. 21,000 versus 300,000 versus 400 for the structure, not the land. The land is the land. The land is inevitably going to go up and down based upon how much space that we have to live. And then you have this estimate just for the structural. This doesn't mean you're going to preserve this building. It is 7 times the value of the existing structure. If anything points to the fact that you have a non-historic building. I know that some people will say it's historic because it's in a block and it contributes, but I fail to see where in the record it is clearly distinguished that this feature and that feature on this building makes it a contributing structure. It's because it's in the block itself. I've also been in newly constructed homes that I would have never, ever known were newly constructed. I thought they were built in the 1920s. They were drop dead gorgeous. The quality of the architecture, the finishes inside on the plaster, I would have never known that they were. I could envision a contributing structure on this site that's brand new, and you would not know that it didn't fit within the block because it doesn't have the conflicting, quite frankly, architecture that exists on this home versus the magnificent architecture and flavor and character that you have in the remainder of the block. And I looked at, the criteria, Penn Central, they talk about different factors on the notoriety of the architect, architectural features shared with other historic properties. This looks like a 1940s structure that could have been placed anywhere in Miami-Dade County. You would have not known it belonged to Coral Gables. So the fact that it does not qualify for historic preservation standing on its own is a big factor, and how much one should be required to invest into it to preserve it. And I don't see how preserving it contributes to the significant historical, cultural, architectural, or aesthetic value of the block. I don't think that the proposed building that you had meets that criteria either. I think that something can be tastefully done that will, but that's up to our Board of Architects in the future. But I don't find that the criteria satisfied the substantial competent evidence necessary to deny this application. And when you're requiring appraisal after appraisal after appraisal, you're really only getting the value of the land changing, and the value of the building continues to deteriorate and go down because it's not significant, it's not special, it's a box. That's really what it is. So I'm in favor of not affirming this appeal.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to make this a lot easier. I don't think there's going to be support here, but we'll see right now. I'm going to go ahead and move to affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board.
I'll second.
Would you like to make some comments before we vote? Anything else?
Well, I had comments.
Yeah, I know, but she wants to make a statement, so she doesn't want anybody else give some comments.
Okay, so appreciate, Mr. Avila, your presentation. Besides being passionate, I think it was competent. I believe that without rehashing all the things that you said and what was said at the last commission meeting on this issue. My review of the record below does not, in my view, support affirming the decision from below. So I believe that the correct thing to do under the circumstances, given these circumstances that we find ourselves in, a resident who has been so diligent in trying to get his property and your wife's property, of course, in a position to do the reasonable and the common sense thing, to tear it down without any competent record evidence below to support what I believe was the wrong decision. So my view and my vote will be to reverse.
Commissioner?
So I think you made a very compelling case. And this decision has, I think, troubled the entire commission last time and I think today. For me, I base my decision on whether the Historic Preservation Board did what they were supposed to do. And I believe they did. I understand there are things that we can do to improve, and we had that conversation last meeting about improving the process to make sure somebody doesn't go through what you're going through. But I do believe the designation exists, whether it was a designation specific to the property or whether it was a district. I believe the designation exists and it should stand. I think you have the support to move on with your process. I appreciate the fact that you have dedicated yourself to proving to us that you are correct, and you've presented very compelling evidence. I have to base it on whether I think the prior board, which I think is what we're supposed to do, made their decision. Others disagree with it. I believe they did what they had to do. Nothing against you. I think you followed what you needed to follow to get here. And I think it's something that as a city we need to review to make sure that somebody doesn't go through what you have gone through. There should not be emails that go unanswered. There should not be things going to the wrong staff person who hasn't been here for years. And, you know, I apologize on behalf of the city that you have fallen through the cracks and that here you are years later still trying to get a resolution to this issue. And I think that that's something that we need to make a commitment to moving forward, ensuring that we improve the system to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a public comment. However, I did receive an email from Ms. Joanne Marr. She said she was not going to be able to be here, and she requested that it be read into the record.
Okay, perfect. Please close the public comment.
It says, perhaps the Obispo home doesn't have the same panache as one of Merrick's 1920s homes of distinction. However, as Les Stafford's most recent book illustrates, Coral Gables history didn't stop with George Merrick. The Preservation Board followed the guidelines in determining that this house is a contributing structure within the historic district. As such, it is afforded the same protection as if it had been individually designated. At a previous commission meeting, the mayor stated that it did not have that protection. He was mistaken. The record should have been set straight at that time by HRCA Director Ana Pernas, who was present at the meeting. If contributing structures are not protected in a historic district, why have these districts at all? Please follow your own city codes and affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board.
Ms. Pernas, will you please stand? Your name was used in an email. Would you like to respond?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Anna Pernas, Preservation Officer, Historic Resources and Cultural Arts Director. The point that I think Ms. Mara was trying to make is that any contributing building within a historic district is considered a historically designated building when it's designated contributing. We have different opportunities and techniques of designating properties within the city. We do historic districts, individual designations, multiple property designations, or thematic designations. So we have like the Coral Cottages that is a thematic designation of multiple properties. We have the historic districts that are just as recognized as an individually designated property, and within those studies of historic districts, you have two categories of contributing and non-contributing. This structure was considered a contributing building, so it falls under our purview and has the same protections and importance as any other historically designated property. Thank you.
In response to Ms. Marr, I'm the one that asked her to be here for the Merrick Minute. I'm actually rather disappointed that you would say that I was incorrect. I was correct. This building is not historic. It's not a historically designated building. It may be contributing structure, but that doesn't mean it's historic. You can say what you want to say. Is it historic? Yes or no? Is it designated a historic building? Yes or no?
It is.
How? Tell
It's
me.
designated within the historic district. So the historic district has been adopted by the city on the Coral Gables Register of Historic.
So every single property in that entire neighborhood is now contributing possibly.
No, so that's when the studies are done that you have the two categories of contributing and non-contributing. So the non-contributing structures, they're within the districts and you're able to make more changes to them. There's more flexibility to them. Demolition of those structures is considered, and properties have come to the Historic Preservation Board and we approve those demolitions. But when we're going before a building that's contributing, we consider it as one of our historic properties and we move it through the process as this one did.
So let me ask you a question. When you go to a contributing property like this one, does it have the little sign that says historic property on it?
That's
No,
based off.
I'm asking, yes, I want to,
It can.
but does this,
This one specifically, no.
okay, but do all contributing properties have that little plaque that says historic property? Does it have that, yes or no?
If the property owner comes to pick it up, they do. They can. We
So
have
can,
them
but-
available in our office if they want one.
But this is a contributing property. And so you say that now all contributing properties are historic.
They are.
I completely and utterly disagree. Utterly disagree. And I think it's so overreaching that it's going to get us into trouble, like what happened with the beautiful home in Gables Estates that was torn down. There has to be limits. There has to be limits. And when you talk to residents and when you get emails from residents who watch this on TV, they say it's so far overreaching that it scares them about the potential future of, for example, ranch-style homes. Where do we go from here? What's the next thing? What do we start looking at homes that over 50 years old that could be contributing, that are interpreted as possibly being historic while they're not designated? So I think there has to be limits. Again, and I'm a big fan of historic preservation. My record speaks for it. But I think this is far overreaching, and I do wholeheartedly disagree with you and Joanne Mayer in regards to the facts that, this property is historic. You may say, it's historic because it's contributing. I think contributing is a term that's used by your department to be a little overreaching in my opinion, and I think at the end of the day, it hurts historically designated properties because people look at this scenario and they get freaked out about any property that is not deemed historic, that hasn't received that emblem, that doesn't have that plaque on their door. Well, should I buy this property? Should I not? Should I not move into Coral Gables? What if they deem my property historic? And that's where what I see is a little bit too much.
And we're working on that transparency. Right now, we had Jennifer work with us this past year to add us to the GIS map as a layer. So property owners can go search their address and it'll say if you need to come to us or not, if it's contributing, if it's in a district, if it's individually designated. So we want to make sure that people are aware at that first level of research rather than having to go through X amount of people to find out, who is my property going to be considered historic and how it will affect my, potential.
Ma'am?
So I failed to point out in my first round of comments the slippery slope that we're on, the thin ice. It is the desire of the Florida legislature to make sure that we provide housing. In this concept of having contributing properties, especially something such as this one, because this one specifically was used as an example of what our city is doing wrong, okay, is going to result in a much more tragic loss in the way of historic preservation for our city. So I caution you, I caution every single person out there that thinks that merely because you have a structure that's worth $21,000, according to the property appraiser, that it should be preserved to the tune of well over 7 times the value of that structure, just to bring the original structure up to grade so it's not dangerous, not even doing the rest of the restoration, is going to tip that scale. In a statement I heard earlier that the designation exists and should stand smacks of a taking. If that is going to be the criteria upon which we determine whether something can a demolition permit should be made for something that's a contributing structure, especially something as on thin ice such as this one, it's a taking. It's a balancing test that we have to do. Not a de facto, it's historic and it's always going to be historic because it was someone found that it was a contributing structure. But when you drive by the block, the average individual says, where are the architectural features that this building highlights from that block? There's none. It's a taking. It's a balancing test. It is not a de facto bright line, once historically designated as a contributing structure, that we cannot go through the Penn Central test and determine at what point it becomes so expensive to preserve something that is not an original Fink structure, is not a 1920 some on structure, that substantially adds to the architectural quality. At what point do we run the risk of losing it all? And we can and will lose it all if we continue down this road.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Fernandez? Commissioner Lara?
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No. I make a motion to overturn the historic preservation's determination.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item on the agenda. Item E5, time certain.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the future land use map of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-213 Comprehensive Plan, text and map amendments and small-scale amendment procedures from commercial low-rise intensity and single-family low density to multifamily low density for the western 36 feet of lots 1 and 13 through 17, and from single-family low density to commercial low-rise intensity for the remaining eastern portion of lots 1 and 15 through 17, and all of lots 2 through 4, Block 18, Coral Gables Flagler Street section, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. I'll read all the related items, Mayor. That's E5, E6, E7, and E13. I would ask that we consolidate them for purposes of the public hearing.
Yes.
So going on to E6, it's an ordinance of the City Commission making zoning district boundary changes pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-212, Zoning Code text and map amendments from mixed use 1 and single family residential to multifamily 3 for the western 36 feet of lots 1 and 13 through 17, and from single-family residential to mixed-use 1 for the remaining eastern portion of lots 1 and 15 through 17, and all of lots 2 through 4, Block 18, Coral Gables, Flagler Street section. Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting approval of a planned area development pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process Section 14-206, General Procedures for Planned Area Development for a Mixed-Use Project referred to as 760 Ponds on properties legally described as Block 18, Coral Gables, Flagler Street section. Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. And then we have E13, which is a resolution of the City Commission granting approval of the following conditional uses, special location site plan review pursuant to Zoning Code Article 5, Architecture Section 5-201, Coral Gables Mediterranean Style Design Standards for properties adjacent to or across public rights-of-way or waterways from an SFR district or MF1 district to allow Mediterranean architectural bonuses, and conditional use approval pursuant to Article 14 Process, Section 14-203 Conditional Uses for a proposed mixed-use project referred to as 760 Ponds on properties legally described as Block 18, Coral Gables, Flagler Street section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so I would ask that the city clerk please swear in anyone who will be testifying today. Mr. Clerk, we need to swear in everyone who will be testifying today. Please.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, if you could give us access on Zoom under Behar font.
Yes, sir.
Well, we put up the plan for you. Good afternoon, I think now. Good afternoon, George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. This commission directed us to meet with area residents in order to confirm and get and agree upon the scope of the off-site improvements that we're making in connection with this project, which includes traffic calming and street beautification on the adjacent streets. So just to give the commission an update, we met with the residents and city staff last Friday. We walked through the plans. We've agreed on the Hello? Hello? Okay. So we met with the neighbors.
Turn the audio off.
Let the pro in.
Testing? Okay, perfect. So we met with the neighbors last Friday and city staff. We've agreed on the scope of improvements. Those scope of the improvements are called out for in your staff recommendation report as conditions of approval. They've been updated. What we like to do is just take a few minutes to provide the commission with an update. I'm going to introduce Robert Behar so he could walk you through the scope of what has been agreed upon and what we have committed to provide. And also, I'd like to highlight that we understand the city is going to be in the process of also making some substantial corridor improvements upon Ponce. And we're committed to, as part of our project, work with the city to make sure that those improvements align with what the city has in place, and so they could be implemented in a similar fashion. So with that, I'll introduce Robert Behar to walk you through the scope of the offsite improvements.
Thank you, George. For the record, Robert Behar, Behar Fund and Partner, 4533 Ponce de Leon. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, thank you again. And hopefully we're going to show to you that we met with the neighbors. We met with them on Friday, as a matter of fact, and we got a couple of them here, which I welcome them to come and give their support. But what we've done is, in meeting with them and listening to them, what we have done with staff, and I commend staff because they were very good in making this whole process come together. We have incorporated a couple of the crosswalks on Ponce where we're going to put, there's going to be a trolley station. And then further down, oops. I didn't do that. I'm afraid to touch this. And we put another walkway in front of the playground that is on Ponce there. In addition to that, we have incorporated additional bump outs on Avila. The one on Bobadilla, we are coordinating with the residents to exactly locate them. There will be a speed table there that we have agreed to do. In addition to that, we are going to do the three-way stops on Bobadilla and Avila, on Cielo and Bobadilla. And I think that's all the comment. At the median on Ponce de Leon, we're going to work with the city to add additional the landscaping. Obviously, that's something that we need to deal with Miami-Dade County, but we intend to do that together jointly with the city to be able to achieve what the residents really want. Like George mentioned, we will work with the city in order to get that landscape being, once it's designed, because at this point there's nothing there, where we will come back, at some point to do that together. That's basically it. And again, we met with the residents, and on Friday morning, and we incorporated the comments that they gave us and suggestions for us to do. So that's it for the changes that we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Director, please.
Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So yes, we did meet with staff and the residents on Friday. And on page 2 of your memo, you list the bullet points of what was changed in the condition of approval. In addition to that, actually, the commission requested that we take a second look at missing sidewalks in the area. We did an examination of that area. There wasn't any missing sidewalks to connect to or to fulfill. Traffic calming, we are recommending that they do install the proposed speed cushion on Bobadilla. And then I think the commission also mentioned missing trees in the median. They will be coordinating with the CIP project for Ponce Leon. And like I said, those bullet points as far as speed cushions, bump outs, locations of crosswalks are all listed there on page 2 of your memo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Just a very simple comment. Remember the date. Remember what will happen here today, what happened last time. Helicopters will be needed to go in and out of their homes because just delivering inside, the trucks will not be able to get inside before they go by their homes. This is a big mistake. They agreed to it. Please remember what I told you.
Vicky Busso.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicky Busso. I live nearby. I live at 117 Boabadilla. We had, like, as I told you in the last meeting, we had several meetings with them, and we came to finally to an agreement. Nobody's happy about it, but we did come to an agreement. I do have some issues that I'm worried about. The number one issue that I'm worried about is the street improvements, that they only go up a block. They don't reach all of Boabadilla. And I know that the city was planning other stuff, and I leave that to the city to figure out, but I know that it's coming. That's one of the things, one of the issues that I'm worried about. The other issue that I'm worried about is the parking. Right now, the building is used as a parking lot for the building across the street. So one of the issues that I'm worried about, again, is when they start the construction, everybody's going to be parking in our neighborhood. So those are the two issues that I have, and then I know that we're doing, or the city's doing a comprehensive improvement of the entire area, in the future. So we just want to be kept up to date on that and what's going on with that. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Just to answer your 2 points. Number one, we're doing that comprehensive, and I promise you, you've seen there's been action taken this year on the budget. Your neighborhood is a priority. We will not leave your neighborhood a mishmash of completed and uncompleted aspirational projects. It will get accomplished. The manager understands that in my office, and I know that the vice mayor has talked about it, and so has Commissioner Lara. I'm in favor of dedicating serious resources to making sure that this area looks beautiful and it's acceptable. Right now, it is not acceptable. We've been very clear on that.
It is not acceptable.
And number two, in regards to the issue of code enforcement, parking enforcement, I give you my word that, again, if once this construction project does commence, they will have to adhere to the code. If they do not adhere to the code, they will pay the consequences of that financially. Mr. Manager? We will spend whatever resources necessary to ensure that there's compliance.
Yes, Mayor, we've already started on Ponce Phase 4 with the traffic study submitted to the county. Once that is underway, we will select a consultant. This project still has to go through permitting and CDs and construction documents, and then construction. So we will coordinate the work on Ponce with the work with this particular project.
Okay. If I just want to add a few things, if I may, would you mind standing up once again? I just want to put something on the record here because I want to be very clear. Okay. I can't remember how many times I've been in your neighborhood already in the last year.
Many times.
Okay. To talk about a litany of issues. Okay. I've met with all the residents. We haven't always agreed.
No?
Can you tell me, as the person who spoke today on behalf of the residents who are here, there's 4 residents here that I see from the neighborhood, can you tell me where does the community stand right now in regards to this project after much negotiations over the last few years?
Where the community stands, I think we're happy with the building. I mean, a good negotiation is when 2 sides are not happy, when both sides are unhappy, and I think we came to an agreement. We came to an agreement, there were issues, we worked them out. There's still some issues remaining, such as the traffic, et cetera, but I think we're on the way to to fix that.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up is because it's important to understand for the record, especially for the blogs. The residents are in favor of this deal. Okay? What you heard before from Miss Maria Cruz is that she doesn't live in the neighborhood, she lives in my neighborhood. That's just antagonistic fodder in an effort to continue to antagonize. The people who have a vested interest in this are the individuals who are here today, who I've met with them in my office countless times, who I've met with them in their neighborhood. You have to understand, and I want to be very clear because there's a lot of conversation on this dais about live local, okay? Across the street, directly across the street, Shoma Homes is proposing a live local project. I don't want to say that I'm incorrect. Where's our zoning director? She's got to be here. Madam Zoning Director, please come. You have looked at that project, the one that's being proposed?
At the DRC level, yes.
Yes. How tall is that project? Would you say?
I think it was 170 something.
Okay.
It's been a few months.
So using the live local legislation, they're going to build 170 plus height building.
Which they can today because it is high rise.
I understand, but it's also the qualifications that they can do there in regards to AMI and all the workforce housing and a lot of other things that they get benefits of through Live Local that they wouldn't get benefits if they dealt with through the city.
Especially more density, more units.
More units, which is something that I said before, and they fought me on that. I'm happy it came from your mouth and not mine. More density. So this is what's called a negotiation. Thank you, Madam Director. We're in a situation where we no longer have the decision. The final decision comes from the commission. We have to negotiate. If we don't negotiate, it's depending on the location, the RTZ or the Live Local. You have possibly the first Live Local project in Coral Gables, across the street from us. What is the height on this building, if I may add?
61, was it? 61 feet.
What does the code allow?
2 days.
Yes. What does the code allow?
Zone MX1.
Yeah.
It's 77 feet.
Okay. So we're 61 feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what we're arguing about. Okay.
Right.
So the code allows 77 feet. So if you look across the street and you build Live Local, 170 feet. Do I want a Live Local situation like on our hands here in this site? Under no circumstances. And I'll let the manager take over. But I want to put that on the record, even though I know it's not going to make it to the blogs. But at the end of the day, the truth is in front of us, and we have to deal with it. We can't deal with it politically. We have to deal with it realistically. And when you meet with the residents 50 times, like I've met with you, and we sit down and we negotiate with the architects and the developers to get to a situation where everybody's not happy, but we avoid a Live Local scenario, I think it's a win for everybody.
I agree.
Okay. Because I know that, the agenda, the political agenda for next elections is, I don't vote in favor of anything that goes against the code. Nothing is coming before us that is the code. Everything has, bonuses, setback requests, height requests, a litany of different things. Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mayor, just to be clear, the Live Local there would be 190.5?
Yeah. Unlimited
density and reduced parking.
I want to make sure
The
that
FAR 5.0.
I want to make sure because as people giggle in the back of the grandstands, these are the facts. The facts. You can lie using the Gazette and Politico Cortadito and all that stuff, and you can push an agenda which shames the commission. But the facts are, we want to do a good product and avoid that. which will never make it to the blocks. So this is why I want to make sure that the residents stand up and say, listen, it's not 100% in line with the code. It's not exactly what the code says, but we gotta get to a negotiation point.
Everyone compromised. Everyone
Well said.
compromised. And I just want to say, Mr. Navarro, I have to say this. We were kicked out of the public library. When we were negotiating. We were negotiating so loudly, we were kicked out of the library.
If I may.
Right, she's absolutely correct. We were going back and forth so loud that we were kicked out, and that has happened to me many years.
A couple of minutes ago, you were looking at me, I was laughing, because I was laughing at seeing all of you interacting in such a jovial way, because I was in some of those meetings, and I know,
We've had our
I know how we got to this point, and I know how much sweat equity came in from all sides. I mean,
sweat and tears.
Evelyn, Vicky, and the whole crew was out there knocking on doors, making sure everybody was on board, making sure that all the concerns the residents had were brought to the table, and you guys, how many times did you redesign and move things and shift things? And, you know, I even asked you, can you show them what is as of right for this property so that they can visualize what as of right you could have just built at 77 feet and how much better the options that were on the table were?
And you're absolutely right, and she has one of my exhibit that is the Live Local, which I autographed for her, so I think, keep that could be valuable in the future. But no, this was a compromise. And listen, honestly, it has been long, 3-year process, but it's been a great working with them because we have come to a point where through the compromise, we have come something that everybody feels good about.
So let me ask you a question, if I may, okay? We got consensus. Mr. Manager, I want to understand, they were talking about street improvements ending at a certain point. When do we see that we're going to commence the street improvements so that we can finish this off? I want to end this. We already got that. We already got the bookend on 37th Avenue, which is the park, which is going to be the entrance feature. I want to understand when this is done.
Mayor, we're now, as you know, working on phase 3 of Ponce. Phase 4 of Ponce will be from 8th Street to Flagler. We've already finished the traffic study. It's been submitted to Dade County. We will be selecting a consultant to start doing the actual design of Ponce de Leon, and we'll be working with the 760 design team to make sure that we incorporate everything. We incorporate the project with our design. We're looking at parking, traffic, medians, everything as far as Ponce de Leon and Ponce 4. That will complete the Ponce de Leon.
Can I see? You want to talk? Go ahead. But you can fill that out after. But I want to mention something. Maggie, come here. Come. Fill it out after. Just say your name. Say your name.
Julie Pardo, 49 Campina Court. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I think what Mrs. Busot is talking about is right now what the developer is going to do is just one block. Yep. So she would like to see, as would the rest of the residents, it's going to look odd to have just one block of Bobadilla with the beautiful bump outs and not the rest of Bobadilla.
So what I was going to do was, what I was trying to get at next was I was going to bring up the photo and I was going to ask Mr. George Navarro, who's a gentleman and who I've negotiated with him before on the dais, to help me out a little bit with some improvements. And I know that our city attorney cringes when I do this, just like I did it with the park across from Merrick Park. But I think it's a good idea to partner up after so many years with these residents and help us out with a little bit more of the street improvements. Talk to me, Mr. George. That's a nice suit, by the way. I just want to compliment you before I ask you for something.
Before we ask.
Before I ask you, I just want to tell you it's a nice suit.
Do you want the suit?
You want the suit?
Might be less expensive.
I want the street improvements. I want the street improvements.
I think it's a better deal.
So
George, come.
let me add to this a little bit. I've talked to you about this.
Should we do this?
I've talked to you about this. You have some trees that are good on this site that are wonderful city arborists and landscape architects can use.
But it's here too.
work with us.
Absolutely. If there's any, and I'll
It'll decrease your canopy loss payment.
if there's any trees on site that are in good shape that deserve and merit to relocate, we will commit to work with the city to do that.
Right. So now you have to go back to his
Now,
request.
to answer your point, okay? Listen, on Bobadilla, between Avila and Cebalo, there's two houses. Obviously, there's drives and all there. I'm not looking at the Google Earth shot, so I don't know what. We will, and this is probably without even talking to the client, but to put 2 additional bump outs on that street, at least to continue because I'm saying 2 because it's a short street, but at least you're not even gonna interfere with the drive and all. So we could extend the bump out all the way through to get to Cebalo, which at Cebalo, we're doing a 3-way stop in this amendment. So.
I want you to take a look at this, what he just mentioned right now.
Okay. And if we could put up in the screen again, the image that we have here, what we could do is bring 2 additional bump outs here. So instead of stopping here, that we have it already in the corner, we would do it here as well. So at least we could go through that block.
So you're throwing us a bone.
Thank you. So, as you know, if I may, yeah.
Please don't say like that.
Don't
Because
say-
I've been very nice and.
But wait.
No, if I may.
I take that as an insult.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
No,
We're before the commission, we're trying to negotiate a little bit.
Yeah, it's appreciated.
Because honestly, this is, he's putting in at 11 and a half hour.
No, and
This
it's
is not
totally
something that-
appreciated. So my point is, so you see, I don't know how I can point to this, but here, so you see here, Bobadilla goes all the way much farther. It's almost, so obviously the developer is going to do as much as they can. And so this right here is Cibao, right? This is Cibao. This is
Careful with the
where
clicking,
we're gonna have
'cause-
the 4-way stop. But Bobadilla extends even farther north. So aesthetically, it won't look great. I mean, I would love to have these bump outs on my street, but right now we're talking about Bobadilla. And as you know, Bobadilla is like an L, but at least the rest of the street, you know.
So let me tell you what I envision, and I want to thank Mr. Behar.
Thank you for bringing this
I wanna-
up, and Mr. Behar, thank you for going as much as you can. But I think you all understand my point.
Give me 1 second. So, Mr. Behar, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay.
Right.
I would like to see, if possible, you're halfway of the block, just finish to the little 3-way stop that you have there. Finish that off.
So we don't leave that block
So we don't leave that block,
untreated.
and then we take it from there.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I mean.
Were you okay with that?
Yeah, and we will commit to that. Obviously, in the past, just by example, the majority of the projects that I've seen have done offsite have been directly across from the project. We've gone over and above. We're
not even arguing
treating
on that.
ponds. We've gone a block over. I think that will complete that block so it's not mismatched.
Look, by the time this project and that infrastructure gets built, I'm gonna want to limb here, Mr. Manager, and I don't want to speak for you, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be literally going right behind the developer, because that infrastructure is the last thing you do. This project takes 2 years to build. So we should be done in 2 years with planning, funding, and the permitting, God willing, and we'll be able to come in right behind. They'll finish what they have to do, and then we'll literally start right behind them. That's the goal. Yes, ma'am.
So what we'd like to see as residents, obviously, every resident in every neighborhood is a comprehensive plan. So right now, and I'm sure Ms. Desayas can explain, the impact fees from this project will go for a 2023 resolution will go for our neighborhood.
Yes.
City impact fees. But we're planning the development, the improvements are for ponds. Remember, we had to split it.
I understand.
The residential streets and ponds. So it was decided that ponds was most important because that's where you have this great thoroughfare. But here, the Bobadilla is a residential street.
I agree with you.
That's what we would like to also see for the sake of these neighbors. It wouldn't be, it's gonna be, oh, wow, how beautiful, and, it goes halfway, and then the city wouldn't like maybe complete that area first.
Truly. Pardo, I give you my word. We're negotiating right now. We're gonna finish the block off.
Okay.
And we're gonna move on.
Just to make it clear,
Yes.
because maybe some of the commission members are not aware of this.
No,
that the vision plan was split between ponds and the residential streets.
And I promise you that we're working on the study now, and it's gonna literally be a seamless transition. I'm gonna work with the manager and some of my colleagues in an effort to, when this project gets started and gets completed and they start doing the infrastructure work, which is the final stuff that gets done, the lift of asphalt, all that kind of stuff, we literally take advantage of it. And potentially even, Mr. Manager, are able to even use similar contractors to try to piggyback and save money. So let us get there. I think today's a win. I think it's a win. We have a 61-foot project, which could be 170 plus if they wouldn't live local. And now we have additional infrastructure that's been promised by the manager. Madam City Attorney, can we make sure that we incorporate that in our request?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Unless there's any further comment, I'd like to move on.
So I just have
go ahead.
a couple additional comments.
Yes.
And just so there's a good historical perspective. I mean, the zoning on this particular property was an asphalt parking lot in the back. The zoning required the entrance and exits for the building to go in front of the residential homes and not on ponds. That was a clear line of delineation that the residents didn't want. The zoning on the property would have allowed the removal of a specimen oak. This developer designed around that tree and kept this very interesting specimen oak. You should go look at it if you haven't. So there were major substantial concessions, through the many, many, many meetings that we had between the residents. I have those as the live local drawings as well, and it would have been a horrific building. It would have been very, very ugly, and you would have been looking at a surface parking lot. It would have been an ugly situation where this commission wouldn't have had any real negotiating power at all. So regarding the MOT, because I'm within a few blocks of an active construction site, I can share with you that our code enforcement officers took the parking very, very seriously and become even more serious about it. And at some point, the developer ended up with a fine in excess of $25,000 for not following the MOT plan and having their people park all over the neighborhood and making a mess out of things. So the MOT is my ask from the city manager's office, because some of this was during the prior administration when the MOT might not have been quite to the level of expertise that we're getting now, clearly provides that these construction workers are not going to be parked in front of all these residential homes and, getting dressed and undressed and everything else, the trash that goes. It's very hard to manage construction workers. We've seen that nightmare happen on other sites.
Very true.
Very, very true. So, just that's the ask, and not allow the construction workers to use the freebie to get to and from wherever off-site parking location that you're going to be at, because it leaves the freebies a mess. I think there was a monetary penalty for each time that they violated, that requirement. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about somebody else, in order to make sure that, there was compliance with that requirement, because it was just costing us a lot of money. And lastly, the contrast between live local has been pointed out regarding height and density. The other impact that we have is there's no contribution financially. I shouldn't say no, but there is some contribution financially, but they pay fewer taxes. Their taxes are less. So therefore, the monetary contribution towards upkeep of roads and upkeep of trolleys and upkeep of all the infrastructure that the city wants to have maintained is decreased. And that's why Live Local does not always work in every community. It hurts financially, I know it's an ongoing topic in Tallahassee because there's a lot of cities that are complaining about live local projects because of the tax base decrease that it brings with it, but the increased burdens that are not being filled elsewhere. Thank you for your very hard work doing this. I hope to continue the conversation with you all about saving a few of those trees and
Definitely.
relocating throughout the neighborhood.
We're committed to that.
All right. I need a motion.
I'll move. Second.
If, when the commission is ready to take up the conditions of approval, which I believe are on the site plan approval, there was two cleanup items. One is to clarify the additional scope of improvements that we committed to, and one is just a clarification on the EVS parking, which if I could address both now, or if you rather when you get to that item, happy to do it at any time.
You can address it now.
So regarding condition, and Jennifer, tell me if I get this wrong in any way, 1B6, that would be the additional offsite improvements that we just committed to. I would propose modifying that section to provide street beautification on both sides of Boabadilla, adding the language from Ponce to Chibao Court. That would take us up to the corner of that intersection. And then regarding the EVS spaces, we've committed to provide EVS. I know the state has done away with that requirement. We voluntarily committed to provide it. This project's a little different than other mixed-use projects that you see. We have over 500 parking spaces. We provided additional parking spaces to address some of the neighbors' prior concerns with not having enough parking. We've committed to provide 5% of the spaces with EV charging stations at the time that we finish the project. That'll be a total of 25. And an additional 15% are going to be EV capable. So that's a total of 100 spaces within the garage. There is, I think, a line at the end that was left in when we were working on this, which says the remaining parking spaces shall have sleeving to allow for future installation of EV charging infrastructure. We like to remove that. Obviously, with 500 spaces, it would be probably impractical and not able to be achieved from an energy capacity standpoint to have all those spaces EV. So we would ask for a deletion of that last line.
We're gonna have to deal with another issue that's gonna come up because the fire department do not wanna have the spaces located within the structure. And that's something that, I know that if which fire was here, I just went yesterday, I was up in Coral Springs, and the fire department make sure that the spaces, the EV spaces we had inside the garage had to come out. Because of fire, they cannot control the fire. That's something that is happening. We're gonna commit to do it, but just keep that in mind.
Yeah, we can look at that item for the future. I understand where you're at. I've had similar conversations with fire because there are other parking garages here that are much more challenging to handle that issue on. But I'm supportive of your request.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Thank you very much for meeting with all my colleagues regarding this development. But quick question, how many times did you meet with me regarding this development?
I don't believe we met with you. We met really with the residents on this project.
Okay, yes. Well, we never got together. I know all my colleagues here say that they've been working with you or with the developer. I would have appreciated maybe a little more intel, but that's okay. However, I did have residents at close proximity in condominiums close to this address that have approached me for a while, and they're not happy with it. That's why I'm going to go ahead and stand with my same vote as a no vote.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
A question, Commissioner Castro, because I'm not sure I caught the last part of your voice, kind of like, for me at least, it kind of tapered away. You're stating that the reason you're going to be voting no, again, so I can hear, is what?
The residents that have reached out to me repeatedly in close proximity, condominiums of close proximity, are not in agreement with this.
Okay, and they're not in agreement with this?
Correct.
Okay, so may I ask, if they've articulated any of these reasons, can you share them with us? Because, as you know, this has all been unanimously approved by the P&Z. you have vocal, present residents who have fought hard over years to reach something short of what they desired, certainly something short than what the developer desired, to reach a consensus. Can you share any reasons why you're going to be voting no, specifically relayed to you by any particular resident?
Residents are not okay with more buildings coming up and us upzoning because it's in our hands, right? You people are going to vote on this. Yes, it's a beautiful development. It is. Okay? I'm not the one that lives there. But they're not okay with it. Now, if you're trying to ask for an excuse or feel good about approving this upzoning, I mean, that's on you.
Well, no, I certainly don't need excuses. I would just be in this instant with the overwhelming majority of interested parties on all points on the compass, right? So much so that that's why I'm asking you. All I heard, they don't want more buildings. I'm not sure I understand that statement. Or are we going to, just a moment, take that to mean that they prefer to demolition the building to make it a surface parking lot? I'm not sure I know what you mean by they don't want more buildings.
They want us to respect our zoning code.
Okay. And in respecting the zoning code, you heard from the P&Z, and you're going to be hearing from the commissioners. And if we all vote in favor of this, that is respecting the zoning code. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree.
That would be in violation or in contradiction of the zoning code, is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that, I mean, I'm not going to go back and forth with you right now. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lara. I mean, we're getting nowhere. You already know where my vote stands.
I know what your vote is, so asking you what your vote is would be sort of repetitive, right? I'm asking why your vote is what it is.
I just answered it.
Well, if it's all you're going to say is some residents don't want buildings and you want to respect the code, anything else you want to add?
We should stick with our zoning code, okay? We should not be approving upzonings like it's spreading out candy.
Is that what you
my
think we're
answer.
doing here, spreading out candy?
I'm going to refrain from the rest of my comments just to be respectful to you, okay?
Well, don't worry about that because I've only been respectful towards you.
Okay,
Would
so
you
then
say?
I'm done. I'm done. Thank you very much.
So then the answer to my question is you have nothing else to add to your no vote, right?
If that is your perception of my answers, because I answered you, then go ahead and take it.
Okay.
But this is on the record, and what I answered is what I answered. Let's not rephrase what I answered.
I'm only repeating what you said, not rephrasing it. But I just think I got the answer as best as I could ever hope to get from you. So thank you.
Through the mayor. I just want to just note for the record, aside from the fact that I've visited the area extensively, and there are no condominiums across the street.
You
They're
took the words from me.
single-family homes.
You took the words from me.
Single
There is.
family, excuse me, Commissioner. There are single-family homes. On the other side of 8th Street, they're going to be enjoying a nice little local project that these people will not have to be looking at. The choices are very few. These residents have chose that live across the street from this not to have a live local project, not to have a surface parking lot in front of their homes, not to have the entrance and exit to a live local project in front of their homes, and to have something beautiful in front of their homes that preserves an existing specimen oak and improves the neighborhood significantly, but bumps out and traffic calming. That was their choice, and I will follow their choice. I think we can call the vote.
I just want to, there is one building on that street. I think it's a 3-story building on Ponce next to the, or 2-story building. It's a little 2-story building there. That's all that's there. 1926 is a 2-story building. Yeah, and I've walked that neighborhood with you. I don't even remember how many times. My point is this: look, the politics is clear. It's right here in front of you. We have to make decisions. Some of us are here for a paycheck. Some of us are here to do good for the city. At the end of the day, we have tough decisions to make. When you say vote for the zoning code, vote for the zoning code, it's embarrassing because I popped up and the clerk has the list of how we voted in the last 2 years. We voted lockstep over 85% of the times, and they're all zoning changes. As a zoning attorney and an architect will tell you, things require setback changes, variances, certain, a little bit of squeezing here, a little bit moving back so you can get parks, so you can get some infrastructure improvements. Nothing is by the code. The code to me is a starting point, which helps us keep ourselves to a certain scale. But now, when you talk about live local and the RTZ, the game is not in our favor. So we have to negotiate. And I believe that a 61-foot building versus 170, which is going to be built across the street potentially if it gets approved, is a much better product than just saying, I'm not voting for it because it's against the code. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. And it's an embarrassment to being an elected official. So I think we can do much better, and we can disagree on everything, but that's not going to get people reelected here. People put you in office to make the tough decisions. The tough decisions. And you can't make everybody happy. And that's the bottom line about being a public servant. So we have a lot of issues today on the agenda. I'm very happy that all the residents, Miss Maria Cruz is not a resident in this neighborhood, okay? The residents who are here with us, who have been part of this roller coaster for the last 4 years, and have held on tight and have negotiated with a developer, are in favor of this compromise. And we've been able to get additional infrastructure, and we're going to produce all the infrastructure, the rest of the infrastructure as per the city. We're going to find a way to deliver it because this neighborhood deserves it. So, Mr. Manager.
If I could just put one thing on the record I think is important,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor, is that we've had 3 neighborhood meetings that have been noticed to all the residents and owners, whether you're a tenant or an owner in the area. These last 3 meetings have all been advertised, and there hasn't been one person come or submit a letter of objection.
And I want to put something on the record, okay? It doesn't matter if it's Gables Insider, or it's the Gables Gazette, or it's Politico Cortadito, or it's Maria Cruz, or it's Sue, or Felix, or Robert Ruano, whoever it is. At the end of the day, the residents in this community are not stupid. They know the agenda, and it was proven at the last election. They're smart. They know what they want. They know what the city deserves. They saw the fiasco that was created here under Amos Rojas, and the 101% salary increases, and the Maseratis, and all the kind of crazy things that were happening here. So at the end of the day, we can keep barking and saying all the ridiculous things we want so that it can be included in some Instagram posts and all kinds of things like that. But the reality is that this project is a compromise. It's a much better situation than what could possibly go there under Live Local, which is going, Mr. Manager, I don't want to misspeak, 100 feet away, across the street. So, give or take.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay. So, my point is that I think this is a healthy compromise, and it's time to give the neighborhood the infrastructure that they deserve, the trees, the traffic calming, the bulb outs, the sidewalks. Okay? Mr. Clerk, do we have a motion and a second here, or we do not?
We do, Mr. Mayor. It'll be for agenda item E5.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara, Mayor Lago.
Yes. Next item, E6.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara, Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Next item.
E8, I think is it.
It's E7.
E7?
So on this item, I think this is the one where we're asking for the modifications of condition 1B6 and 3M for the offsite improvements and the EVS changes.
So I'll move it with the amendments.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara, Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
E13.
E13.
This one has the same changes as E7.
Yes, but I want to make sure, I don't want to just give these things away. I want to make sure that it's a requirement and that we can get it done by the fire department. Okay, I want to make sure. that we can, because the Vice Mayor and I have worked very hard to make sure that we upgrade our infrastructure in regards to charging.
We're
We good?
committed to provide it. Yeah, that's why we want it in the conditions.
That'd be
and
clear.
Unless we're told otherwise.
Okay.
Commissioner Lara? Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. So we have a 3 o'clock time certain. Let's see if we can do item F6. Madam City Attorney, this is an item which I'm putting on the agenda, an update and potential direction to authorize legal action regarding requests for documents and information from the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center Association. Madam City Attorney, will you please provide us with an update?
Yes, Mayor. As I mentioned to each of you during our briefings, we did have a meeting scheduled with counsel for the association. The meeting unfortunately had to be rescheduled due to a conflict that came up for our special counsel, and we did reschedule it. But then unfortunately, counsel for the association was called into trial, and so we are going to work on rescheduling that. But I know that she's in trial at least through the end of this week, and so we have not been able to have the meeting.
So let me tell you my intentions, and I hope that my colleagues will support me on this. I will not be kicking the can down the curb. I will be making a motion and passing the gavel to the Vice Mayor. I want to take action. I want to provide 10 days from today for there to be a meeting, for our requests to be met. And when I mean request, the letter that was provided by our counsel to Kirk Menendez and the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center Association, that all the requested information be provided. As you're aware, if you read that letter, there's been a lot more commingling and more collaboration between the city and the youth center and the War Memorial Youth Center than we thought before. And when I say collaboration, I'm talking about the city has been involved financially with this organization, which, as you're aware, let their 501c3 designation lapse for 5 years and is not being transparent as a partner for the city. So I think it is incumbent of us as individuals who want transparency to make sure that any association that has any power over something as important as our jewel at the youth center be in compliance. So if we do not get this information within 10 days, I ask that my colleagues that we give direction to the city attorney to move forward with a lawsuit. Why do I say that? Because our next commission meeting is in January. So I think that I'm not in the position that I want to waste any time, because it's simple. I've been involved in litigation. Recently, I won a big case. And I think that a little added pressure goes a long way, especially with something as simple as just providing the documents. There shouldn't be an issue with providing these documents. We're partners. We should want to provide these documents.
Mr. Mayor, I understand the concept very well.
I know you do. You know it better than I do. Trust me.
Of adding a little more pressure, I suppose, right, to resort to litigation. I had hoped that former Commissioner Kirk Menendez would actually be here, since this agenda item has been noticed with plenty of time, for him to offer up an explanation or to answer questions coming from the dais. But from my perspective, I think it's shared by the majority here on the commission as well. We have a former elected official, a former commissioner, Kirk Menendez, who sits in a position overseeing the War Memorial Youth Center, who's being asked to provide documents to answer questions, not to raise more questions. Whether or not it is a legal obligation, we're not talking about a fight between IBM and Microsoft. We're talking about former colleagues of his, of the commission, on behalf of the residents, asking for him to show documents that provide clarity as it pertains to a reverter clause that amounts to really a cloud on the title as it affects the city, with respect to the millions in capital improvement that are invested in the youth center to a potentially uncertain future, given this, this cloud on the title. Documents that should be, I will assume, kept in a normal course of business records, not difficult to put your hands on. And this all could have been provided and cleared up months and months and months ago when there was the first whisper of a concern rather than what it's devolved into, which is embarrassing, which I think is shameful, which I still implore my friend Kirk Menendez to please do the right thing and just produce the documents. These are not personal records. These are not matters of family or things of that nature, but rather it's business records. These are exchanged regularly all the time, but more so under this scenario where questions and material questions need answers and need them right away. So to avoid what might be the institution of a lawsuit to seek these documents, Mr. Menendez has the keys to his own cell. Just produce the documents. Produce them now. Certainly before the next commission meeting.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
You forgot you passed.
Oh,
it
sorry,
out.
Madam Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Through the chair.
I know, it's knee-jerk.
Yes.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Yes. I think we're setting a terrible precedent going after a civic organization with a long history in service in our community. Billy, can you go ahead and put what I shared with you on the screen?
Can cable TV share the?
And I think we need to be very mindful because if we're going to go down this path, I guess every other private civic organization in Coral Gables should be aware. From the Coral Gables Community Foundation to the Garden Club to the Women's Club, Knights of Columbus, Rotary Club, Friends of Gables High, and so on should be on notice for the long reach our city government may target you for fabricated post-election political reasons. The association isn't a newcomer to Coral Gables. This is a private civic organization with an 80-year history of service and an impressive list of civic leaders who have served on the association's board. Now, if you can go ahead and read, I'm not going to read them. They're right there on the screen. This is not even all of them. This is just a list of them for the past 80 years. And let's just face it, this isn't about producing documents. This is about carrying out vendettas. Mayor, this is your part, and this is your vendetta against Commissioner Kirk Menendez for standing up to you. Something you can't stand even from me. Because you know very well, Mayor, when people stop fearing you, they'll see that the emperor wears no clothes. Thank you.
Okay. Now that was, if I may, one quick question. I gotta respond to Tom Wells or whoever wrote that for you. So let me.
Yes, Mayor, speak.
Sorry,
Speak.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may. Madam Vice Mayor, if I may. Madam Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. So. You stood up here along with Kirk Menendez and my colleague Ariel Fernandez and said that there was a cesspool of corruption. I asked you to bring an IG here. I made the motion. The vice mayor was the one that supported me. I said we will root out corruption by bringing an IG here. I asked to bring the Miami-Dade County IG here. You voted against it because you said we couldn't afford it while you raised your salary to the tune of 101%. You know, it has been constant attacks against me, my family, my business for the last 2 years, over and over and over and over again. The last elections spoke volumes. People do not want your style of leadership. They don't. They're tired of the continued behavior. You have no resume in this city. I'm proud of what I have accomplished in this city. I'm proud of my dedication of service here in this community. Like Commissioner Alana said it very eloquently and very clearly. This is easy. Just provide the documents. All those individuals on that list, of the ones that are alive, none of them have come to me and said a word. They've only told me that he should just hand the documents over. For the ones that are still with us. So at the end of the day, you can conflate the issues as you always do and use your proxies. But at the end of the day, just provide the documents. You are a partner with the city. You have a 501c3 that has been defunct for over 5 years. And if you provide the information, you're perfectly fine. How about I give you another option? You don't want to provide the information? It's perfectly fine. We will sign a covenant. Just release the reverter clause. We will sign a covenant that the youth center will never be developed, that's the fear of Kirk Menendez, the same person who sat with the manager and said, upzone my properties or I'll fire you. A few weeks later, he fired him. The same guy who came here and said that in front of the Miami Herald that's here, that said, I was bribed or about to be bribed, or I don't know what happened. And when the Herald reporter who's here with us today called him, he said, well, I don't want to talk about it because it never happened. The constant smearing, the constant attacks, nothing has come out of it. It has gotten you nowhere. And that's why Kirk Menendez lost. And that's why the same thing that happened to him is going to happen to both of you in November. Because people clearly see that this is a charade that you've been playing here for the last 2 years to enrich yourself, and everyone can unsee it. So you can say whatever you like, and you can attack me as many times as you want, but I continue to do the people's will. And the people are looking for transparency, and this is a simple way to address the issues. If you want to see the way things are supposed to be dealt with, you should have no issues with providing the documentation. What is it that you're hiding of why you don't want to provide the documents? Every person that's on that list that I have a relationship that is still alive has said, Vince, just provide the documents. We are an organization that is a partner with the city of Coral Gables. We shouldn't have any issues whatsoever with providing this documentation. If your first and only interest is the youth center. But if you have your own personal interest and you don't want to provide those documents, because you don't want to provide them because you're afraid of what's in those documents, then that's a different story. So.
Through the chair.
Go ahead. You recognize.
It is extremely disappointing that I don't even call it disappointing anymore. You know, I had a resident ask me this weekend, Vince has a lot of hatred towards you. What do you feel towards him? And I told them, pity. I really pity you because the man that I helped get into office was a man that everybody looked up to. But you've gotten yourself to the point where you don't move past things. You hold grudges, you pledge to destroy people. I mean, the show you made at St. Teresa this weekend, it didn't make the city look good, where the mayor of Miami had to calm you down. You need to move past things. This is a clear, and we've heard it here. The Youth Center Foundation name has been used 3 times. Kirk Menendez's name has been used how many times? This is about Kirk Menendez. This isn't about the foundation. If it was about the foundation, nobody would have mentioned Kirk Menendez because he's just one of the members of the organization, which has a full board. So we're now using taxpayer dollars to go after political enemies. And I asked staff, I think I've been as cooperative as I've been able to be since April, working, taking the assaults, the false attacks from you. I mean, the only person up here who stood by you on the Israeli flag was me, and you went on the radio and said that it was because of me and Melissa Castro politicizing it that it never happened. Yet I was the only one who stood next to you and said, I'd be out there putting up the flag with you. I mean, you can't look past things because of the hatred that's consuming you. And I pray for you every day at Mass because it really saddens me. You were somebody who, my son tells me all the time, Vince was our friend. He was your best friend. And now he treats you like a bully. And it's a really sad state of affairs. We have and we live in the best city. And this has become all about political interfighting, political vendettas, and attacking people, attacking their families. You talk about your family and your business being attacked. My family and my business has been attacked for 4 years. Ever since I stood up against the Mobility Hub against you. And I told you I would not support the Mobility Hub. And from that point, everything went downhill. We need to move past things. That's the message that people sent in the election. And a lot of people have come up to me and said, we voted for whatever nickname you said you guys had all whatever it was, because we thought they were about civility. But we've noticed that's not the case. We need to move past that. I won't support this because this is supporting using taxpayer dollars for political vendettas. The only reason that reverter clause is in there is to ensure that your youth center as residents remains a youth center so that the city can't change it into something else and give it to somebody else for whatever use they want. So if we're talking now about removing that reverter clause, my biggest question is, what's the end goal? What do you want to change the youth center for? Because that's the only reason that you would want to remove the reverter clause. If your gripe is with the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center Association because of their agreement with the city, we can have a conversation. But if this is all about going after Kirk Menendez because he had the audacity to run against you, then I'm sorry, I'm not supportive.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may respond, please. First and foremost, I think it's embarrassing, and I would love to have the mayor of Miami here because I don't have any clue what you're talking about. And it's hilarious because it's the typical Ariel Fernandez play, like you've been known so well to do with all the employees here, with Gables Insider and now the Coral Gables Gazette, in an effort to smear people. Remember, don't forget, you were that close friend who was on the radio who initiated the statements about me being under investigation, which at the end of the day, I won very clearly. But my point is this, we were never best friends. We have a very different opinion professionally and in regards to the way the city should be run. The bottom line is this, for 2 years, when you had the upper hand, you wrote zero legislation, you brought in Amos Rojas, you indebted the city. The things that you did here, for example, to tarnish a good man's name like Peter Iglesias, by getting $500,000 worth of scaffolding put up on the city that was unnecessary. And thank God that the DCM had the courage to stand up here and say it on the record that it was unnecessary. It was just in an effort to tarnish and destroy people. You are known at the FDLE, you are known at the Ethics Commission as a person who for years has turned people in. Both at Ileana's, when you were working at Ileana's as a gopher, and when you were also involved with David Rivera. So to come out here and say that you are like this come holier than now, you've seen the light, Ariel, you will never change. You're a person who is one of the most destructive individuals, and everybody says it. So we can agree to disagree on the simple facts. I heard you out. We don't have to like each other at the end of the day, but we have to serve this community. But by the way, everybody knows you pulled that phishing stunt off. Everybody's well aware of it, and you can keep hiding from it. And you were part of the recall against me. So to say that you're my friend and you tried to recall me and you did the phishing scam and the whole things that have been brought to light is an embarrassment, not to me, but to you. Every single time, just like when Amos Rojas was in my office and says, hey, I was assaulted by the mayor. What happens? You ran to the Miami Herald. You got him to publish an article about saying that I was assaulted. I assaulted the manager. 6 months later, FDLE cleared my name. Just like in everything that's happened. You have put a intensive social media campaign and effort to try to do everything in your power to get me under some sort of scrutiny, and nothing has ever happened.
So
you suffer from what is the worst thing you could suffer from, and that is envy. You're envious on every single front. So you can be holier than thou and talk about Jesus Christ and God and the whole thing, and I accept that.
Don't go after my faith.
I actually value that.
Don't go after my faith.
I actually value that. But at the end of the day, everyone knows who the real Ariel Fernandez is, okay? So, Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'd
There's
like
a God
to,
up there, and he's watching you. I know. And he knows you better than I do.
I know, Ariel. It's okay. Don't worry.
so let's see if we can set aside
Agreed.
By the way, Madam
personality.
Vice Mayor, if I may say one last thing, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is not about Kirk Menendez. This is about getting the facts. This is about getting the information. So if it were Kirk Menendez or anybody else, I would want to make sure that there isn't anything that is holding the city hostage. And I believe that this entity is holding the city hostage. So,
I want to see if we can just focus on the issues, not this tit for tat on politics and personalities. By the way, I was out at St. Teresa. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
Can you say that again, Madam Vice Mayor? You were there in St. Teresa. Did you see something in St. Teresa? Because it's a typical Ariel Fernandez technique. What did you see at St. Teresa?
I didn't see any what was described. So I saw a lot of love. I saw a lot of good feelings that were expressed there, and a lot of happiness that evening, and what we were there for at St. Teresa. And everybody was thankful that we were present. I also opposed the first version of the mobility hub, and I'm not going to reiterate why. It was an aesthetic issue for our city. We need the parking now. When we first discussed this issue about the records from the War Memorial Youth Center, I emphasized that we need to have a good historical record. It's part of the fabric of our community, and I would think that someone would be proud, and the organization should be proud, to have well established their contribution to our city. I also emphasize the fact that we have a number of parks in our city. We're only growing the number of parks in our city, and there's no intention whatsoever to develop these things. In fact, we want to protect them from development. That is why we've created them. We passed something today about green spaces and so forth, again, to protect from development. There are many parcels out there that I wish we could have obtained. Hindsight's always 20/20. But I do have concerns that the history of the organization has not always been alive and well. It's been dissolved, it's renewed itself, and if we truly want to protect a parcel of land from development, there's a better way to do it than rely upon something that may not be here tomorrow. So I do feel kicking the can down the road is not an effective way to do it. For our historical record, we do need to have things in place, and the existing asks haven't worked for something that should be something you should be proud of providing to the city so that we can have a complete historical record and sit down and talk about, for the future, the best way to make sure that this property is preserved. Okay. Now we have a commission meeting coming up in early January. Having dealt with countless cases in my, or at least countless now in my career, dealing with something where there is not a date marked, I know what will happen. The can will continue to be kicked down the road forever until a date is set by something to be done by, or the city has to take the necessary actions to move forward and get the records that they need. And I think it will help encourage the parties to get around a table. And that's, I think, the ultimate goal. Let's find the best solution to make sure that the youth center is here today, tomorrow, for the next 100 years, for the next 200 years, and it doesn't turn into a live local project. It doesn't turn into a housing project. I mean, this city has a history of preservation. I mean, look at what the history was for the Biltmore Hotel. Developers wanted to tear it down and make it into a development. City didn't allow it. The residents spoke up. So really, the reverter itself doesn't have that effect. But if we're going to invest money into this youth center to increase and expand the quality of the experience that our children have there, we need to make sure that we don't have a situation where you have an organization that's alive today, it's not alive 20 years from now, trying to protect something that is a precious gem in our community, Or worse yet, someone buys an interest in that, it is a developer, and now we're talking about serious litigation. It's like any contract, the language can be interpreted. I think it's better that we preserve this property, so I'm in favor.
May I ask something? May I say something? You know what I think is also the typical assault that's done by my colleagues is the continued, like what happened here with Kirk Menendez the other day. You know, the I was going to be bribed. You know, when the Herald calls, cowards doesn't want to say anything. You say that you're afraid that the youth center could be redeveloped and that the reverter is required. Name me one elected official on this dais or in this past dais that has bought more private land and has contributed more pieces of property in the downtown. And right now the manager will tell you that we're working on a 6-acre parcel of land that we are weeks away from bringing to the commission to take it from private hands and to bring it into the city to make the largest park in the city's history. There's never been in this commission a person that has found more pieces of property to conserve and to put into public trust to make sure that they don't get developed and that we have more green space here in this city than myself. So the problem is the idea of scaring residents, they see past that. They see past that, and there's no need for a reverter because no one would be insane enough to redevelop the youth center. The intent of the youth center is to serve the residents of this community. And it's so simple when you look at it. You just provide the information, just like you provide audited financials when you have to get a bank loan. When you get a bank loan, you have to provide audited financials. They ask you for audited financials. It's not a big deal. Everybody provides them. I have to provide my audited financials all the time. So when you don't want to provide the audited financials, it's because there's a problem. And because you don't want to show those documents and you don't want to show instability. You don't want to show that maybe the money's not there. So again, when you tell people that, no, because the mayor wants to redevelop the youth center, you're the one that looks ridiculous because everybody here knows that I would never even dare do that. And it's just, and that's what people tell me on the street, and it's evidently clear when you look at the last elections. There was a clear choice between two individuals and two polar opposite views. And at the end of the day, like you said, hey, everybody says, a week ago you were saying that everybody's talking around town that I'm Vince Lago 2.0. You were the one that said that. It didn't come from my mouth.
I know, it saddens me.
Oh, okay. Well,
But just to answer his point, Madam Vice Mayor, you asked about me saying that I was afraid. I said, no, I was wondering if that was the intent because the organization, from my understanding, is there for the eventuality if the city decides to move in a different direction. And I think the Vice Mayor phrased it perfectly in the last discussion item where she said, we're here now, we're not going to be here forever, and we need to make sure that it preserves. And I think that was the initial intent of the creation of the foundation to protect the youth center and ensure that the youth center remained. Now, Madam Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, Madam City Attorney, there was a meeting scheduled. Our attorney canceled, and then when the next one was scheduled, their attorney was called to court, to trial.
Correct.
So there is an intent to have a meeting after this trial period ends, which is supposed to be when?
My understanding is that she's in trial through the end of the week. I don't know, at least through the end of the week. I don't know how long.
Got it.
so that's why, Madam Vice Mayor, through the chair, I said, from today, you have 10 days to meet and provide the documentation that was requested by our attorney in a good faith effort by the association. If not, we give direction to the city attorney to move forward with engaging in litigation. It's pretty simple and standard stuff. It's nothing, Madam Vice Mayor, am I correct? Pretty simple, pretty standard in the legal world?
So I do have to correct you on one thing. Audited financial statements were not necessarily required. What was required was under penalty of perjury type statements. It's something I routinely do for a lot of my small clients to decrease costs. I do have a question, though, for the clerk. When is our first meeting? In
January 13th.
13.
Over 1
So-
month from now.
I know, we do have the holidays, and hence my respectful request that we ask them to meet And I think a meeting is going to be fruitful by a week ahead of time, by January 6th. Because I think there's more in common than there is not in common in wanting to preserve this gem for the future. And if people could sit down around a table, they'll find out that 95% of it is in common. And I think they would understand from the historical perspective why it's so incredibly important to honor the legacy of the work of all those individuals you had up on the screen, Commissioner, and be able to provide the complete history of the contribution not only from the War Memorial Youth Center, but the contribution that the City of Coral Gables made to the foundation as it then existed. It's not the same foundation anymore, but there was this cohesive relationship. And for the legacy to continue, we need to make sure it's perpetual, because the foundation has lapsed in the past. And to have to maintain a board, there's a better way to do this than having this reverter clause to an organization that can be gone tomorrow. We owe it to our community. We owe it to our children. We owe it to the future generations for the city of Coral Gables. So that's my modification. I guess I can't pass the gavel back. I don't know.
Listen, if I may, Madam Chair, my intent was simple. 10 days. You want to make it 2 weeks to meet. If not, if the city attorney has the right to proceed to litigation. It's more than enough time for them to have a conversation, for them to meet, and for them to share the documents. You know, and I think it's very interesting when we talk about this, because what if we found out that this organization was defunct, or the money that they had been misappropriated?
Don't know, but we'll never know if we don't sit down.
But I think that that's my point. But my point is that why wouldn't a partner of the city want to have a transparent conversation with the city? It doesn't make sense. And the reason why I use the issue of audited financials, when you have a credit line or an equity line, or you do business with a bank, you have to provide audited financials every year. So they're asking you for that level of transparency for you to conduct business with that bank. So.
Through the Vice Mayor. Question for you, City Attorney. So has a position been taken by counsel for the War Memorial Youth Center that the reason they're not turning it over is because of some concern that they've expressed?
The position has been that they're not obligated to turn them over.
Okay, so put differently, they've stated no reason why they are not turning them over, but just stating, I don't have an obligation to turn them over. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. So.
And just because, to be fair, they did give some documents, as you know, the publicly available documents, and yeah.
Okay, that's exactly right. And I was going to go to that point. So it's a little confounding, because if they said that they're not going to turn over some documents because they're not obligated to do so, they nevertheless sent over some documents, even though they're not obligated to do so. So that leaves me kind of wondering, what was the methodology or the thought pattern, behind it? You said to me in answering my question, they've offered none, correct? Other than, I don't have to turn them over, right?
Yes, they've also said that some of the documents we're asking for, the city should already have. And so they did give us some samples of what that might be, but it's email communications that their position is the city should already have these.
So then, open question, I guess, to the commission. So if there's anyone on the commission that believes that the position taken by the War Memorial Youth Center board is that they're concerned about potential development of the youth center, that has never been a stated position from the War Memorial Youth Center, right?
Commissioner, I'd have to go back there. They did send one comprehensive letter that I think they did mention something about a concern of development, but it's not the reason, I think, for holding back the documents.
Right, because the only issue I understand is that we're trying to get our hands on these documents as it connects and relates to our concerns regarding the reverter clause. However, that's never, as far as we know at this point, been the basis for withholding the documents that we've requested, right? So if there's a suggestion from this dais that they are holding the documents back that we've requested because of a concern of development, that has never been the position taken by the War Memorial Youth Center, correct?
I don't believe so.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, through the chair, my request is 10 days to 2 weeks to provide the documentation to meet. If not, provide the city attorney the legal checks and balances so she can move forward with litigation to attain the requested documentation.
Okay. Understood. I think it's a reasonable request. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
We'll call the item.
Madam Vice Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, and it is Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. If this wasn't so sad, it would be so funny. I think if we played the tape, some people would be laughing at the silliness of what's being discussed here. But thinking, all the time that I've been sitting here today, I wonder, we have several organizations that we partner with. I didn't see one in the list that Ms. Castro proposed, but I know there's one that we somehow raise money through a mayor's ball that we gave thousands of dollars to, and nobody has ever questioned what happens with the money or whether that money is really given to them. Maybe we should ask for their financials to see, and since it's a 501(c), they would have to provide it because that's public record. But then we have somebody who was my friend. Not only was my friend, but I thought it was one of my best friends. And because I didn't do what he wanted me to do, support somebody, I became his enemy. I was not Mrs. Mayor anymore. I was Miss Cruz. But let me move on from that because that's silly. He raised the point that, we need to trust him because, there's no intention, there's no veiled intention. Well, how can we trust someone who for years told his selected group for 10 years or so, sitting at his house, that he did not have any business within the city borders, no business conducted within our borders. And then it was a lie because there was business conducted within the city. So how can you trust somebody that says one thing today, another tomorrow? He had at one point 90 employees in his business. Well, it doesn't seem that it was his business. Then it was 40, 30. The number has changed back and forth. Now we find out that it was, after all, not his business. And some people have checked some financial records already that it was never his business because it was a different entity that he had some interest in. Let me tell you, it is very sad that we are in a position that instead of doing what we promised the day that the new commission was installed to take care of the fences, to bring back civility, and now we're fighting like cats and dogs over something that makes no sense whatsoever. So, I don't know, some of you have to go back and watch that video and see what you promised the people.
Madam Vice Mayor, may I respond, please? I think it's important. Coming from a person who was thrown out of the school board and is well documented, and a person who is currently involved in a massive lawsuit with her brother because she stole her brother's inheritance, is not one to come up here and speak. Number one, in regards to my gala, which is next week, and we raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for charity, both the community foundation and both La Liga Contra Cancer, which none of the individuals to my left or my right are willing to do that. And I'm more than willing to ask them to help me to do it. Okay? I've been doing it for years. Knowing that this would happen one day, you know how I've always run that gala? That the checks for the donations are made straight to La Liga. I don't have any 501c3. It goes straight to La Liga, and they're the ones that deal with the money. But again, this is your typical effort on the record to try to smear, defame, hit somebody over the head that's trying to do something good, because they're not doing anything good. All they do is spread rumors and lies and continue, but nobody raises money. I was going to mention it before, but I'll mention it now. Last week, our wine auction was an incredible success for those that attended. Thank you. We raised over $100,000 for scholarships for young children in the Coral Gables Community Foundation. Every donation was paid directly to the foundation. If you'd like to audit the Liga and you'd like to audit the foundation, please call them. They'll give you all the documentation. They know how to run a real 501c3, and they've never been defunct. Number two, in regards to my employment where I was a partner, I'm no longer there after 16 years. It's a big step in a different direction for me, but it's something that I'm proud of, having given 16 years of my life to a company that we took from barely a handful of employees to over 60, 70 employees at one point. And it's something that I worked on very, very hard in my life, and I'm very proud of, extremely proud of. And I look forward to building that back up again. And I wish my ex-partners only the best of luck. The constant statements, the constant mentioning, the Gazette, the political cortadito, the trying to tear me down. It's the complete insanity that you have here, which both to my left and to my right take advantage of it every day. Because I do things differently, my friend, very differently. My name is on everything. It's called Coral Gables First. That's what I do. And I'm very clear that when I write something and I say something, I have facts and I put the facts out there. So, again, envy is a very dangerous feeling, emotion that people deal with. And at the end of the day, I can't help you deal with your envy. I can only be who I am and continue to do what I can on behalf of the city. So while you sit in the back and you giggle and you laugh and you say horrific things, like in front of my family members and my children, when you were very clearly in front of St. Augustine Church, and you said that, I hope that Vince Lago shoots himself like Sergio Pino, and multiple people heard it in front of my family. It only comes out that you're an individual who has tried everything in your power to destroy me. And I'll pray for you just like I pray for my friend Ariel Fernandez and Melissa Castro.
Thank you.
Vince Lago 2.0. Madam Vice Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, is there any more public comment?
No, ma'am.
Can we call the item?
Yes, ma'am. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
I almost forgot what the item was at this point. No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you. Moving on. We'll address one more item, and then we will hear our time certain 3 o'clock. We'll take a 5-minute break if you don't mind to go to the bathroom. I apologize. F7, this is something that I would love to take credit for, but it was brought to me by J.C. Padron. And I'd like to give credit where credit is due.
Diaz Padron. He gets upset about being called Padron.
See, Vince Lago 2.0 coming in the clutch.
Wait, I didn't hear that. My hearing's going.
Diaz Padron.
Yeah.
Diaz Padron.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Juan Carlos Diaz Padron, not Jose Padron, as he's been called before.
All right. Well, now that we got that out of the way, we'll deal with the legislation. I think it's important. I own a Moke. I don't use it enough. I should. But I think it's important that we have a real discussion and move forward about following the necessary protocols so that we could be a real golf cart community. And I know that you have some information that you've been working on with my staff to really see, how to get the proper credentials, the proper insurance, so that we can promote a golf cart community, but also be as safe as possible, because I don't want to see somebody get hurt out there. And I also have requirements in regards to, I don't want to see golf carts full of advertisement. I don't think that's appropriate. and I think it takes away from our brand. We don't allow that here in cars. We're very careful in regards to advertisement, in regards to cars, and I think we should have the same tasteful expectations out of the golf carts. Mr. City Attorney, thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. So I was asked to discuss basically the differences between currently LSVs and golf carts. So as most of you, I believe, know, a lot of times you'll see golf carts on the road and you can't tell the difference between whether it's a golf cart or an LSV. And the only way you'll be able to tell is if you look in the back, they'll have a license plate. If it has a license plate, it is registered with the state of Florida, it has proper insurance, it's gone through the proper DOT inspections, that is a different item. That is controlled by the state. That vehicle can drive on any road in the state of Florida that has a speed limit of 35 miles an hour or lower. So that is currently allowed in the city. I drive mine almost exclusively to work. Today I didn't because it looks like it's going to rain this afternoon, and I'd rather not get wet. So the alternative that a lot of other municipalities have taken on, Cutler Bay, Miami Lakes, West Miami, Palmetto Bay, they have created a program the state allows under Florida Statute 316-212, specifically allows the city to designate certain roads that will allow a golf cart to be driven on those roads. Now, the golf carts do have certain minimum requirements. For the most part, you need to have functioning brakes, you need to have reflectors on the front and the back, you need to have a rear view mirror. We can put additional standards beyond that as part of our registration. And what other cities have done is you apply, you basically fill out an affidavit, you fill out a document. Some cities do inspections, some cities do not. And as long as you meet the criteria for that item, you would get basically a sticker from your municipality. So pros and cons to that. Typically, those types of golf carts, in terms of insurance, are much more economical, but they don't have full coverage like you would an LSV or a car. Additionally, they're not as regulated. They are supposed to be limited to only 20 miles an hour. A golf cart that is approved by municipality can only go between 15 and 20. An LSV is designed to go between 20 and 25 miles an hour. So if the city would like to consider doing that, we can definitely look in preparing some sort of an ordinance, and we can set out certain requirements and the registration process and how you'd get your decal and what that would look like. We cannot we would be limited to city streets, so we cannot designate county roads or state roads. So once again, if it was a golf cart process that we create, you cannot drive on those roads. If a person wants to do an LSV, they can still do that, but the process goes through the state and you have to follow the requirements of the DOT.
So I was corrected. I don't have a golf cart. I have an LSV. So yeah, thank you for that. This is what you're stating right now is what I would like to do at the next commission meeting if possible. Okay. But I would also like to put very clearly in the legislation that, again, remain the same, have the same standards as a car in regards to aesthetics.
Okay.
I think that we should be very tasteful in regards to the vehicles and wraps and all kinds of things that I think that are all over the top. We have that legislation already in place for cars, and I think it's important that we, make sure that we hold true to our standards here in the city.
Mayor, we can work with you on bringing the ordinance back. Do you want it at the first meeting in January?
That would be
or-
nice. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I have a request. If you have a chart, height of the vehicles, I just, for
A comparison is what you're.
comparison, I want to make sure that they're visible by truck drivers. I want to make sure that they're visible, period. We already talked about not going on bike lanes because it presents a problem for the bicyclists.
So this would strictly be on residential roads or roads designated by the city of Coral Gables. You can allow them on sidewalks, but that's a different process, and you have to do an analysis, and you have to submit that to DOT. I don't think that's something we want to do.
No.
But so for the most part, if you're just creating a registration process, it's basically any roads that we designate in the city that are not county roads and not state roads, and under 35 mile an hour.
So I'll make my position clear. I'm a hard no on putting them on sidewalks, and this are the little kitty ones that, they're driving around the block. But, but I'd like to look at more of the the devil's in the details, as some people say. I'd like to look at that and then brainstorm it some more. But thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up.
Are we able to put in regulations like they should have seatbelts?
Yes.
Reflectors?
There's minimum requirements. The minimums, I think, are what I stated. If you look at the state statute, when a city is passing an ordinance to allow this on their residential streets, it's very limited. It's not like the LSV process that is very thorough. It literally says functioning brakes. It does say reflectors on the front and the back, and it says a rear view mirror. I mean, that's the extent of it. I suspect that we'll probably want to mirror more of the LSV with side mirrors, running lights, things of that nature, the triangle stop in the back.
Wipers?
Yeah. Wipers. Wipers is also one of the, is interesting because it's actually not in the state statute, but for some reason at the local level, when you go to get it, they require a wiper. I'm not sure how functional they are.
But I'll tell you, it does make a difference. I've driven golf carts without a wiper, and you have to look out sometimes because you can't really see. So the wiper does make a difference in the rain.
No, it would. I wish I had wipers on my glasses when I'm riding in the rain, but
Okay, so thank you very much. So we'll bring this back on the next commission meeting?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, you ready?
Recording in progress.
Yes, sir, we're ready.
All right. Welcome back. We have 2 items left on the agenda. One is a time certain item for 3 p.m. I apologize we're so late. Item I1, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item I1 is a hearing pursuant to the alternative dispute resolution mechanism set forth in the class action settlement agreement regarding the determination by the retirement board that class members in Permuy versus City of Coral Gables, case number 13-20731CA13, Florida 11th Circuit Court, GAP members and opt-out members should receive a cost of living increase to retirement benefits. Mayor, if you allow me, I'd like to kind of explain the process here.
Yes.
The alternative dispute resolution mechanism was established pursuant to the class action settlement agreement and was ultimately codified in the city code pursuant to ordinances 2018-11, 2018-25, and 2018-35. The mayor has issued a procedural order to govern the conduct of this hearing that has been shared with interested parties and is included in the record for this agenda item. The procedural order provides as follows. Any person wishing to speak must be sworn in by the city clerk. The finance director or her designee will have 3 minutes to present her professional recommendation based on the memorandum provided to the city commission. Any individual wishing to address the city commission will be afforded 3 minutes each. After the conclusion of the presentations, the city commission may ask questions of any party or individual. Pursuant to the terms of the settlement agreement, the city commission in its sole discretion may, by a 4/5 vote, reject the retirement board's determination or reduce the amount of the proposed COLA, considering the following factors. A, whether the present value of the proposed COLA exceeds the net actuarial experience of the retirement system accumulated from all sources of gains and losses since July 1st, 1994. B, the amount of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability and whether it has been declining or increasing and the amount of such decline or increase. C, the amount of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability and the amount by which it will increase if the proposed COLA is granted. D, the number of years since the last COLA was granted. E, the percentage increase of the last COLA that was granted. F, the single year actuarial experience of the retirement system for each of the 7 years preceding the proposed COLA and the net actuarial experience of the preceding 7 years. And G, the increase or decrease of the Consumer Price Index issued by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. If the commission takes no action today, or there is not a 4/5 vote to reject or reduce the retirement board's determination, the retirement board's determination to grant a COLA of 1.45% will stand. If the commission votes to eliminate or reduce the COLA by a 4/5 vote, the city commission's decision will not be overturned unless arbitrary and capricious. Any decision of the commission to reject the retirement board's determination or reduce the amount of the proposed COLA based on factor A alone and regardless of the other factors specified will not be considered arbitrary or capricious. And so, Mayor, with your permission, I would ask the city clerk to please swear in everyone who will be speaking today, and then we can turn it over to the finance director.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
How are you? Good. Before we get started, there's going to be some rules, as you remember from the last time when we had this. We will allow everyone to speak, the allotted 3 minutes. There will be no shouting from the back. There will be no one running up to the podium like we had last time. Here, you will have one time to speak, which is what's allotted to everyone that comes here and speak. The last time that we had this, it was a rodeo. It was a circus in the public safety building. As Miss Maria Cruz knows in the back, she's giggling away because she enjoys it more than anybody else. It will not happen today. No matter the outcome, we will respect the chambers and we will respect the city of Coral Gables. Many of you were here last time. Many of you understood exactly what happened. While many agreed or disagreed, it was an embarrassing moment for the city of Coral Gables. The way that things were conducted was not the way that we should conduct ourselves here in the city. So I ask you, like I do in every commission meeting, let's be respectful, let's be thoughtful, and let's abide by the rules that make this city so special. Madam Finance Director, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. At the Pension Board meeting of November 13, 2025, the board voted to approve the 2026 COLA of 1.45% to class members as required by the COLA lawsuit settlement. Additionally, the Pension Board voted to approve the same 2026 COLA to GAP and opt-out members. In accordance with the terms of the settlement agreement,
At this hearing, the City Commission, in its sole discretion, may, by a supermajority of 4/5 vote, reject the retirement board's determination or reduce the amount of the proposed COLA. As the Finance Director of the City of Coral Gables, it is my professional recommendation that the City Commission reject the board's proposed 2026 COLA for class members, GAP, and opt-out members. My recommendation considers the factors listed in the ordinance that are to be considered by the City Commission in making this determination. Specifically, A, the present value of the proposed COLA will exceed the net actuarial experience of the retirement system. The current cumulative experience loss as of September 30th, 2024 is $194.9 million as of the 2024 actuarial valuation report. B, the unfunded liability is $169.8 million as of the last valuation. The unfunded liability has increased from the previous year by $12.8 million. C, providing for the 2026 COLA of 1.45% would increase the unfunded liability by $5.25 million. D, the last COLA was paid on January 1st, 2025. E, the last COLA provided 4% COLA for 2025. F, the single-year actuarial experience of the retirement system for each of the 7 preceding years preceding the proposed COLA is provided in my memo to the Commission, but the sum of those net actuarial experience over the preceding 7 years is a gain of $8.165 million. G, the increase of the Consumer Price Index since the last COLA paid in January 2025 is 2.9%. For the factors support, the above factors support rejection of the 2026 COLA, as the costs associated with granting the COLA would adversely impact the pension system. It's my professional recommendation that the City Commission does not grant a COLA of any amount until the pension fund is in a positive actuarial position. A COLA granted before then would cause additional increase to the unfunded liability, which would adversely impact the pension system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk,
Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to hear from the individuals that like to be heard.
Understood. First speaker, Mr. Mayor, Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz. It is Mrs. Maria Cruz. 1447 Miller Road. Today, during A6, item A6, we heard a proclamation that was read about how wonderful our police and fire departments employees are. We heard marvelous things about our police. And some of you may think, or may have thought at that time, that this commission loves the police and the firemen. The only problem is that actions speak louder than words. The reality is bigger than smoke and mirrors. We have elected officials that are here, present, that forget when it comes time to negotiating contracts and discussing COLA benefits, that they love the police and the wonderful job that the fire department does. They forget that we have young police officers and young firemen that leave this city because of the salaries. And now, that's not the only point. Now we also see that once they retire, we forget about them. We don't care about them anymore. You already served, you already did your job, forget about you. If you can't make it, too bad. So here we are. Once before, not long ago, last month, when we were all distraught about the 2 officers that were killed, and some of us really meant it. Some of us were really upset about that, but some put on a very good show. We were so sad because, you know, we love the police. And then we know the reality. The reality is we love the police and the fire, except when it comes down to compensation. We are here today to talk about COLA. I think you need to look at the people that are here, the retired people that need you to show how much you support them, and forget about the hypocritical comments that you all make and make it happen. This is not a charade. This is reality. These are people that work for you, that work for me, that work for our city, and now because they're retired, you don't care about them. And I'm sorry, I don't mean all of you. I mean those of you that do not think that they deserve what most human beings would deserve. And yes, the time ended, Lago.
Mr.
It
Clerk.
ended.
Next person, please.
Charles Davis.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Charles Davis. I'm a retired Gables firefighter. My mother actually worked for the city and had to quit because she was pregnant with me back in 60-something years ago. I came to work for the city and I kind of made a deal. If I did this, if I worked these many years, then my retirement would be this. And it was pretty well set in stone for the 25 years that I was here. After I left and it was time to get a COLA, the deal changed. And this COLA isn't so that I can buy a new TV or, buy a new car or, get luxuries. It's a cost of living increase. At this point, we're talking about 1.5%. If I went to Publix and told them I only want to pay 1.5% more than groceries were last year, they'd laugh at me, okay? 1.5% is a drop in the bucket, but it's better than nothing. And it's sad that I should even have to come here every year and beg for 1.5%. But I'm just asking that you guys please do the right thing. Thank you. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to the other speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Dan Thornhill.
Thank you, Charlie. I believe he had almost 2 minutes left, or so if I could just run over a few over my 3 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Mayor, you said the word respect, and I surely hope that you'll reciprocate that respect when we talk about the importance of this issue here, the respect of these individuals that are dying, that have been retired 15, 20 years, that aren't able to attend here, and the lack of respect that they feel by having their agreement that they retired under taken away.
May I respond to you?
Please.
Because you invoked me.
Well, you looked at me when you said respect, and
No, I
we're
said
in a respectful
respect.
process, so I'm reciprocating it back to you as well. But please, go ahead.
I said respect. Mr. Clerk, will you do me a favor? Will you pull a public records request and make sure that everyone here gets a copy of last year's video of this exchange that happened here in the middle, just in case they forgot how it happened. I respect your work. I respect what you've done here in the city. But disagreeing with you doesn't mean that I don't respect you. And you know that very well.
Yeah, I was just using your word respect.
No, what I was talking about was the way that the meeting will be conducted. I know that last year under Amos Rojas, this was a circus, and it was enjoyable to see people screaming from the grandstands. You even had the Chief Hudak show up here. You had multiple people screaming and running up to it's not going to happen. Because at the end of the day, it's not appropriate. You can make your point without having to attack me or disrespect the city. So I just said, let's be respectful and thoughtful. And if you come to the meetings, if you happen to come to our commission meetings in the beginning, you will see that I read always a public comment statement. It says very clearly, I say, welcome. I'm going to ask everyone who comes up to state their name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. As a reminder, these comments are limited to those items on the agenda or within the scope of the city's commission jurisdiction. If you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda right now, please remember that you will not be given additional opportunity. Please be respectful and thoughtful. Thank you very much. So I'm treating you the same way I treat everyone else.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
But you have to admit, since we're talking about respect, that last year was a circus.
I'm not going to agree with that, but that's your opinion. That's fine.
Thank you very much.
As well.
Proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. Welcome back, Peter. Commissioner Laura, welcome. Happy to have you here. Dan Thornhill, retired firefighter, 31 years with the city of Coral Gables. 16 of that, I was a battalion chief. As dramatic as it sounds, I made decisions that determined if our firefighters went home. And I know it sounds dramatic, but that's the reality of it. And seeing the younger firefighters here today, it made me really reflect that the older firefighters, and that's really what we're talking about, even though this affects me as well, and it's my monies that I agreed to and did everything I was supposed to, but the older firefighters, they didn't have the training, the equipment, the response time, the building construction, the things that protect and insulate some of the newer, younger firefighters. He's out on disability. There's 4 other firefighters I spoke to today couldn't make the drive because of their illness, and they have cancer, they have different heart issues. And if you understand sleep deprivation, there's a plethora of information out there about what that does to the body. And firefighters working 24 on, off 48, and with mandatory overtime so we can keep all the units staffed 24 hours a day. Chief Cook was instrumental in making sure that we had that minimum staffing article so we would have here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we never close. That comes at a cost, not monetarily, but physically. You talk about numbers, and I respect numbers just as everybody does, but you have a goal that you would like to get to 90% funded and lower the assumption rate. Admirable, but that's a cost. Let's talk about some other numbers. Of that lawsuit, how many of these people have died? That brings the cost down. It doesn't bring it up. There's been over 200 people, I believe, that have died since this thing started. The 2 COLAs that were granted were cut in half. Cut in half. If somebody said to you, hey, you know what? Your parents are retired on Social Security, and they did a great job. They did everything they're supposed to, but we're going to cut their benefit in half. I'm sure you could raise your arm and say, wait a minute, what? It's no different here. We've averaged 0.55%, 0.55% in 13 years as far as the cost of living adjustment. 10 years went by, a decade, that nothing was done. We get the phone calls from our retired widows, from the older retirees. We have, I think, 12 different guys right now that don't qualify for Medicare. We don't get Social Security, and they're in our health trust. Our health trust has gone up 20%, 10% last year, 10% coming up in January. This 1.45% makes a huge difference. Even though it's only a prescription or whatever, I'm begging you, please, support this. It's not a major cost.
Thank you very much.
And I thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Rick Cook.
Chief, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, Vice Mayor, Attorney, and glad to be here today, but I'm not glad to be here. Again, I'm here representing the old guys. I am one of the old guys now at 70 plus years of age, trying to stay on my feet. But there's a lot of guys that I worked with I worked 34 years, and I was the fire chief. But these guys are hurting out there. I've worked side jobs. I taught in the university for 10 years after I retired because I had to. And I can tell you right now, but a lot of my friends that were firefighters, they can't work, and they can barely survive. So I just want to commend you, first of all, for doing the job you do, but I wanted you to go look in your heart, as Dan had said, for these people that signed a contract, had a deal with the city for a certain amount of money, and then things change. Now, I know things change in life, but I don't believe they deserve to be living under the circumstances that they are, and I know a lot of them. I still have the phone numbers and names of every person who worked on the fire department, and I talk with them often. And yeah, there's some guys that are doing great out there, but there's a lot that aren't, and they're living day to day. And I just ask that you would think about that as you vote. And I know you have a tough job to do, but I pray you'll do your best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Harry Pickering.
Good afternoon. My name is Harry Pickering, retired police major. I served from 1976 until 2007. Regarding COLAs, to prepare for the immediate future, Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson made a motion at last year's COLA hearing to create a line item in the city's annual budget, a line item or an account or a bucket, so to speak, for depositing funds in that bucket to help fund future COLAs or some sort of other retiree benefit. That motion did pass. I believe it passed unanimously. Retiree Martine Barros has been communicating in the past with Vice Mayor Anderson about about this going back several years prior to that meeting and since. Well, when we examined this year's budget estimate and then the final budget, there was no COLA line item. The commission either failed to follow its own direction, or the manager's office or whomever failed to follow up on the commission's direction from that day. You all were at the annual City Commission workshop just 39 days ago on October 24th. Each one of you is well aware that the Retirement Board actuary has documented in writing that if the pension fund continues to meet or exceed its assumption rate and earns the projected interest in the investment plan, they will be fully funded in 6 years. Here's a quote from that joint workshop. Assuming the total city contributions along with the extra payments being made every year, which increase 1.25% each year in the 15-year recovery plan, and if the investment return assumption remains at 7% and all assumptions are realized, and we earn 7% interest a year, then our retirement system should be fully funded in just 6 years on October 1st, 2031, end quote. On November 14th, Mayor Lago published his online mayor's newsletter criticizing Commissioners Castro and Fernandez for voting for a 4% COLA last year, while failing to mention that Commissioner Menendez and Vice Mayor Anderson also voted for it, a supermajority. Many retirees personally resented this article, but the bottom line in the mayor's article is true. The COLAs awarded between now and 6 years or so from now will increase the unfunded actuarial liability and could extend the time it takes to become fully funded. Forcing retirees to wait 6 years or more for a cost of living increase is unconscionable. Whatever terms you like or dislike, all retirees are suffering from financial distress, trying to make ends meet, today the catchphrase being affordability. So if you do not approve today the 1.45% COLA, then my suggestion is that we need to start thinking outside the box and instead award a one-time lump sum bonus or stimulus check to the retirees each year, not funded by monies from the pension fund, but funded from this new promised line item in the budget so it doesn't affect the unfunded actuarial liability of pension fund. So I'm asking you to please, just one more paragraph.
Go ahead, sir.
So I'm asking you to please find a source of the funds to grant a stimulus or a bonus check for our retirees without incurring any liability on the pension fund. And I further ask that you grant this stimulus or bonus check to all retirees, not just the retirees that were members of the lawsuit that was settled in 2018. Last year, the retirees who were members of the settlement agreement received the COLA, but those retirees that have retired since 2018 and retirees in the next 6 years or so did not and will not receive a COLA. Last year, some 756 retirees who were members of the settlement agreement received the COLA, but some 237 other retirees did not receive a COLA, and we have approximately 993 retirees. So I'm asking you to also please include those retirees that are not a part of the settlement agreement.
Thank you very
that
much.
have retired since that time and henceforth. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Joe McNichol.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe McNichol. I served with the police department for 30 years, from 1982 until 2012, and along with my other retirees, thank you for the opportunity to address you on this item. This is the third consecutive year me and my fellow retirees have come to speak on this agenda item, and we do so in the true spirit of the alternate dispute resolution mechanism called for in the cost of living adjustment litigation with the city. Last year, you listened to your retired employees and granted a 4% cost of living adjustment. Your listening and your vote to grant that adjustment is acknowledged and appreciated. The other aspect of this issue that is also acknowledged by retirees is the challenge of the retirement system's unfunded liability that you have maintained your commitment to addressing with the city's annual contributions to the retirement system. As we do appreciate the city's commitment to the long-term sustainability of the retirement system, we must also continue to remind you of what the long-term financial challenges are for your retirees. Those being the estimated cumulative increases in the consumer price index. The finance director's November 30th memo only cites the 2025 CPI of 2.9%. To appreciate the full scope of retirees' financial challenges, you can look to the CPI inflation calculator provided by the Bureau of Labor Statistics It is found easily online by searching for BLS CPI inflation calculator. Using the BLS calculator, you can see that from January of 2000 to September 2025, an amount of goods and services that cost $1,000 in the year 2000 is now estimated to cost $1,924. That's a compounded cumulative increase of 90% in a 25-year period. Using the history of cost of living adjustments provided by GRS, the actuary, in their 2026 COLA determination letter, the COLAs granted to retirees in the same 25-year period amount to 20.275%. While retirees do not expect the percentage of cumulative adjustments to match the inflation calculator, we do remind you that our only ability to get a little closer than we are rests in this process of addressing you. To echo Harry Pickering's remarks, in each of the previous 2 years, Vice Mayor Anderson has expressed at length her desire to see funds allocated as part of an annual budget process until the net actuarial experience approves in 6 or 7 years. Funds that would not be a percentage adjustment, but a fixed amount of retirement to retirement system beneficiaries. But as far as any of us have heard, that proposal has not resulted in much, if any, follow-up in the annual budget estimate process. So again, in the true spirit of the alternative dispute resolution mechanism process, if you cannot grant the proposed 1.45% adjustment, which we desperately need you to do, then please resolve to follow up with Vice Mayor Anderson's proposal during the annual budget estimate process.
Thank you very much.
You are retirees' only allies in our battle with compounded long-term inflation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk,
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
please close the public comment. What is the will of the commission? Madam Vice Mayor?
So this past week, had the opportunity to go and speak to our state leaders. And as most of you are aware, there are a number of proposals out there for elimination of property taxes. The reality is, this is the way we pay bills in our city. But before I reach some of my reflections on that visit, I'm going to share with you, because you brought up a number of times that I asked for the line item. That was because in the budgeting process, to come after the budget is done and now ask for monies that have already been budgeted elsewhere is really not a good way to run a budget. But there was a substantial COLA increase last year. Not a line item type of increase, but a substantial increase that required monies to be taken out of other budgeted areas and put in to take care of the COLA increase. In the future, a line item may be warranted for doing lump sum checks. Lump sum checks are much more predictable, less volatile, much easier to make sure that we take care of the rank and file that are currently serving our city. And that's not to denigrate the years of service that you all have, but really the budgetary realities. Because the budgetary realities this year are dramatically different than last year. We don't know where we're going. We don't know if it's going to be off a cliff where there's zero property tax dollars coming in, but we know something for sure is going to happen. So this morning, I put together just a brief memo to highlight a few things, and our Government Affairs Director followed through as well. And then I'll make some additional comments so you understand the true picture of what's happening in Tallahassee, and perhaps your voices need to be heard there as well. During the legislative trip this last week, I was able to meet with key legislators listed in the end of this memo and the Lieutenant Governor. For our city's budgeting purposes, listed below are some of the issues discussed during those meetings and information we have received from other sources that have and will decrease the city's revenues and increase expenses. Property taxes is the first item I touch on. It's abundantly clear that the Florida legislature will be passing a proposal for property tax relief this year, and the governor will call for special sessions if a proposal is not reached during the regular session. While some proposals exempt funding for, quote, first responders, comma, the House committee discussions reveal that some of the proposals only consider the police department as exempt. Stated differently, the fire department budget is not exempted from the revenue-cutting proposals. Let that sink in. This is my concern. We don't know where we're going. We will not know until this legislative session is over. And then the voters, who get to punch the ballot of eliminating property taxes, don't really understand the repercussions of what they're choosing. Number two, TPO funding. This is the Transportation Planning Organization. That funding was cut for our trolley and freebie services. That's current cut. We're gonna have to, people want that service. We will be facing the music on that one too. Business tax receipts, as are again coming this year. As in past years, the Florida legislature is considering proposals to cut city business tax receipts. I recently learned that there are proposals in both the House and the Senate this year that will make that cut more likely this legislative session. And I know the city manager knows the impact of that, and it's not pocket change that we're talking about. Again, it's going to be more hundreds of thousands, I don't know, million, 4 million, I think it is? You would be able to tell me better. $4 million there. Based upon the foregoing revenue cuts to our current and future budgets, I respectfully request that staff highlight the impact of these proposals on every decision this commission makes to increase expenses or decrease revenues to the city, and long-term impact of the reduction of revenue to our city services and capital improvements that residents expect the city to accomplish and maintain. I listed in there the folks that I met with and spoke with, some of them twice. There's a memo attached to this from our government affairs director. This will be posted on the city's website so you all can retrieve it. There's a number of factors that our finance director cited. None of them dealt with this issue here. The elimination of property taxes is a real threat this year. It's going to happen in some form or another. There will be a reduction, and we're going to have to be able to pivot and reshape our budget. And it's going to cut fire budget, it's going to cut all kinds of budgets. IT, which supports fire, IT, which supports police. Garbage, maintenance of the vehicles, the trucks that run, the police vehicles that run. This is a big topic that we have to deal with before we can deal with anything else. So I'm sorry, I cannot support a COLA increase this year with the major issues that we're facing on city budget.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Through the mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What I would like to say is I will not be supporting a COLA this year. When I got elected in 2013, our pension was funded 52%. We gave, I think it was about $500,000 that year, Mr. Manager. I don't have the chart in front of me. And every year we've been going up. To last year, I think we gave a little over $9 million, correct? And this year we went down to $7 million.
Yes, last year was 9.5 million. The year before was 9.5 million. Last year is about 7.7 million.
The reason we reduced it is because we took the money to pay for the COLA. So while you got your COLA, we still hurt you in your retirement. So when we talk about respect and we talk about commitment, I could have spent all that money with my colleagues on beautification projects. I respected you and I invested that additional money every year, $7.5 million, $9.5 million in the pension because it's the right thing to do. It's not the pretty thing to do or the sexy thing to do, but it's the right thing to do. They say it's going to be fully funded in 6 years. Yeah, that's if we don't continue to chip away at, if we don't continue to grant COLAs. It's a tough situation to be in. Do you grant employees that deserve a COLA or do you not? You can hate me for it, it's fine. I know I'm in a tough position, but I got to vote my conscience. just to put it on the record before other people take credit for it. That's the way it works around here. I will take credit for it with Kaysen and Raul Valdez-Fowley and Mena and Quesada. That started in 2015. That's when we started tightening our belt to ensure that we paid down the unfunded. A fully funded pension will free up capital, significant. Right now, we're required to pay $5 million. We're paying, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Finance Director, $32 million a year, correct? For the entire amount for a pension yearly, $32 million. But we're obligated to only pay $5 million. Think about that. It's a huge difference. Huge difference. Because we're putting additional monies as gravy to ensure that your retirement is taken care of. That's respect. Real respect. So yes, my colleagues voted for a COLA, and I voted against it. But these are the tough decisions where you got to make a decision whether you continue to jeopardize a pension by just granting COLAs and granting COLAs and granting COLAs, knowing that there's going to be legislation coming from Tallahassee that's going to potentially jeopardize our source of income. I just can't do that. I can't. So I think granting a almost $2 million a year COLA last year was beyond rich. And then stacking that on top of it now, you know where the money's going to come from, right? The money's coming from the additional unfunded liability payments that we're making. That's where we're going to take the money from. So we're going to just continue to hurt your pension. Just continue to hurt the pension. Because the other option is raising taxes. And before the blog snippet and put it out there that I want to raise taxes, I'll never raise taxes. I'll never do that. We need to live within our means, and we need to tighten our belt. So I'm a firm no on this. I think we need to be thoughtful. I know you're in need. I could have kept my salary when my colleagues to my left and right raised their salaries by 101%. But out of respect for you and the employees, I cut back that salary along with my colleagues here, Commissioner Lara and the Vice Mayor. I don't think it was appropriate. I thought it was actually a slap in the face to the retirees. So I'm a firm no in regards to this, and I hope that you understand it, that it's in protection of your pensions and in protection of the city, that at the end of the day, you all depend on. Because the city does well, we pay down our pensions, and we continue to ensure that your retirement is protected.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner?
Yeah. I have been attacked over and over again by the mayor, sitting right here to my left.
That's true.
100%, and by his PAC, Coral Gables First, since he likes to mention it so much. You know why? Because I was supporting police and fire retirees. That is the reason, okay? But before I continue, I want to thank you for your service, because that's really important, and that's something that you cannot oversee, because all of you sacrificed a lot of your lives for this city. And that's why I feel so strong that we need to give back when you guys are struggling. This lawsuit settlement was in 2018. It started off with 901 members. Right now, in this settlement, there's 744 left. Do you know what that means? Let me put something into perspective. That means that while we have not been giving you a COLA increase, 157 have passed away. So my question to this commission is, what are we waiting for? For all of them to pass away? Is that what we're waiting for? To finally give a COLA to what? When there's 100 left? I mean, I think it's our responsibility to take care of you guys in a balanced approach that does not hurt the city and that you guys are not struggling at home trying to make ends meet. It is our responsibility. The mayor here says, put your money where your mouth is. That's what he just said, that he backs the blue, that he backs first responders. Well, this is your chance to prove that you back first responders. Put your money where your mouth is. The city deeply loves police and fire. And I think this commission needs to take that into perspective. You guys are the backbone. You were the backbone, and I respect you. And once again, thank you for your service.
In response to the commissioner, in the last union contract negotiated with the police, I supported the union contract. We're in a good position with our employees. But I will not waste all the hard work that we've done since 2013 to ensure that we pay down our pension. Because I will not allow you to be in a position where your retirement is in jeopardy. So all the back the blue and put your money where your mouth is, again, belt tightening is something that is very difficult to do, and people have to do it. Retirees have to do it, and we have to do it too, to ensure that we are viable. So at the end of the day, I will be voting no. I still back the blue, I still back our firefighters, but I will not agree to irresponsible agreements, especially when it comes to pensions that have massive legacy implications. Massive legacy implications, because look how we got into this. I didn't give you 52% funded pension. I walked into it in 2013. Let's remember that. And remember that clearly. But I assume that responsibility along with my colleagues on the commission to add additional money to take care of your pensions that were mismanaged until we got here. People tend to forget that. And it's very easy for people on my right to mention that when they weren't at 52%, when they walked in at almost 80% funded. Spend, it's not my money. At the end of the day, as a taxpayer in this community, as a homeowner, I have to protect the residents alongside the employees. And that's the difference between myself and Commissioner Castro. She doesn't pay property taxes here. She doesn't understand that. And when you do, you have a little more clarity before you make decisions that cost the city $20 million. And potentially even more today, another $7 million. Commissioner Lara, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I want to echo bits and pieces of what the rest of my commissioner colleagues here have said. I mean, I'm very appreciative, very grateful for all the service that you brave men have given over the years to the city. I mean, a great personal sacrifice, great economic sacrifice to yourselves. There certainly is an easier way to make a living than to be a firefighter or to be a police officer. There's no question about that. But that being said, echoing what the vice mayor said, echoing what the mayor said, we have great uncertainty about where we're going to be with respect to the budget following these likely property tax reductions. I mean, like, what is certain is that there's going to be a property tax reduction. What is uncertain, because the vice mayor and I were up in Tallahassee last week, and that's what came across pretty loud and clear from our legislator. So until then, until we have a clear picture to understand, what we're going to be looking at, revenue going forward, my responsibility, why I was elected, was to ensure a long-term fiscal balance and to ensure that we have enough money to make all of our obligations. I cannot pick and choose as if it were my money how to spend it. I'm responsible for all the residents and all the services that the residents of Coral Gables deserve and expect. It would be unwise, it wouldn't be prudent, and I'm not in the business of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because if in the end I would be putting to jeopardy where we're going to find the funds when I don't know what the financial future looks like, and climbing out of a hole is very difficult to do, and it won't be on my watch that we're going to climb downwards into a hole. There'll be another time we'll be able to perhaps revisit this issue. I like some of the creative ideas that were coming up. Maybe a lump sum payment or some other avenue that we can look at when we have a clearer picture of what our revenues will look like. But in the meantime, I mean, understand, gentlemen, when I was elected, I ran understanding exactly for illustrative purposes, right? I knew how much the salary would be as a commissioner, and I ran knowing what it was, but the very first vote I took here was to cut it in half. I did my part. That's money that would have been in my pocket going back to the city. I also am a homeowner. I pay taxes to this city. But I was elected to make sure that I wasn't going to be anything less than prudent about how we spend it. It's a difficult decision, but we're not up here to make the easy ones. Believe me, the easier decision would be to give everybody who wants something and even deserves something, give it now, and let the next commissioner elected worry about those decisions tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out tomorrow, today. So my vote will be no.
Commissioner Fernandez.
These discussions are never easy. They're even more difficult when you're dealing with somebody who's just launching political attacks all the time, just to try to score cheap political points. Last year, 4 of us voted to grant a COLA. It wasn't a 3-2 vote as the mayor has tried to paint many different occasions, and his PAC. And I agreed with the vice mayor then, and I have to tell you, I agree with the vice mayor today. We are in a situation today where our uncertainty going into October is we're not sure what tax revenue is going to be come October. And we may have to be finding ways just to pay our portion, not just the additional payment, but the portion that we have to pay. Until that uncertainty is addressed, I agree with Commissioner Lara, we're in a position, and I mentioned it last year, this always comes about during a very difficult time. It's after budget season. And at that point is when we have the numbers and we can figure out what we need to, what that COLA is going to be. And that's a situation we're in today. Predicting where we'll be in October is virtually impossible. Too many factors that are at play. Granting a COLA right now will put the city in a situation which I believe will put us in a bad situation going into October with the potential uncertainty that we face. Had we had a conversation even 3 months ago, the whole conversation about property taxes was just, pie in the sky. This was something that was being, tossed around, but nobody thought it was a reality. But today we know that is their goal. It's no longer an idea that was tossed around. It's a goal in Tallahassee to ensure that property taxes are either eliminated, reduced, or reformed. And we have a responsibility up here to ensure not only your financial future, because if we're not paying into the pension fund, those funds are going to dry out, but also the men and women in uniform today, who we need to make sure we can keep them on our streets, we can live up to the contracts and the contract expectations that we have with them. And as difficult as it is to say, I can't support the COLA today. I really can't. And you all know how difficult this decision has been for me in the past. 3 years ago when I voted against it. Last year we were able to get something done. We were in a better position. We're not this year. We're really not this year. The uncertainty that's being tossed to us from Tallahassee is a very difficult situation, and it could put the city in a very untenable position trying to provide the services that we need to provide. So we need to make that decision. And unfortunately, we can't put ourselves in a position where we're now having to take money out in order to, before we get into that situation. So as much as I would like to support a COLA today, you had my support on it last year, and next year we'll see what next year brings. But I cannot support it today.
Thank you very much. I entertain a motion.
Move to deny.
I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Just to clarify, it'd be a motion to reject the determination of the retirement board to grant the COLA of 1.45%.
Yes.
Reject instead of deny.
We have a second. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes, unfortunately.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to the next item.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I would like to take up the determination we had made last year about possibly putting a line item on the budget, or at least bringing this issue up again in budget season so that we can have a conversation at that point, making that a priority going into budget season, just to have a conversation and be ready if we're in this position next year. Because we did vote on that last year. I thought it had been included in the budget. It was not. But just to make sure, if there will be the possibility, if we're not in the financial situation we're trying to prevent, that we can at least have a conversation during budget season to see if we can be ready for this position versus always being behind the eight ball.
Call it, if I may. It was called political attacks and all kinds of things. I voted in favor of having the conversation. Amos Rojas was the manager, a manager who would not speak to me for 10 months. This could have been brought up at any time over the last year. So if we're serious about it, you're serious about it, bring it up the first day in the budget, or a month before the budget, or 2 months before. Don't bring it up now saying, oh, I thought this was going to happen. So at the end of the day, if you're serious about it, do it. Don't just talk about it and then say, well, this is politics. This is politics. This is politics. It's not politics. This is reality. This is what it is. So if you're serious about it, grab the bull by the horns and start talking about it, not during budget season. Start talking about it in February, in April. Start talking about it before. And sit down with the manager and sit down with his team and figure out a way to address the issue and where we're going to get the money from. But if I may, one last thing. Where are we going to cut from? Remember, we're cutting, because remember what I said, and my dear friend in the back, the giggler, said, winter's coming, winter's here. And everybody laughed at me. Property values were going up 11 and 12%. Then where did they go, Mr. Manager? Down to 8, correct?
Yes,
And then they went down 5.5.
5.5.
Winter came. Winter came. And now it's being exacerbated like a 5-gallon drum of oil being thrown on a fire by the conversations that are being had at the state level. So, winter's here. So at the end of the day, we can talk about it, but there's not going to be more revenue. We're actually losing revenue. Let me give you examples, because I like facts, not politics. So the gas tax has gone down because more people are using electric cars. TPO funding, which I've gotten before, and we're back on the TPO, has gone down. Correct? Property values are not going up double digits. That's gone down. But what's gone up? Insurance continues to be an issue. Healthcare coverage continues to be an issue. It's a litany of things that are continuing to be an issue. So I want to be honest with my colleagues on the commission and the blogs. You're going to have to cut services, or you're going to have to cut projects or staff. That's what it means to run a business. But winter's not coming. Winter's here, guys. Okay? We laughed and we giggled and we danced and we had a good time. We mocked. But it's here. That's why a $20 million COLA last year, which cost $2 million, was catastrophic. Okay? Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to put a footnote on it for the rank and file as well. If we spend recklessly, and I'm not saying this is reckless, if we spend without the checks and balances of being able to pay our bills, Tallahassee is watching. And they, we have to be careful how we spend. We have to balance the budget. Robbing Peter to pay Paul doesn't work. we have to maintain our streets. They expect us to maintain our streets. They expect us to maintain our sidewalks. Okay? And we have to, if we're going to get any appropriations requests from them, come up with at least a 50% match. If you don't, you're not going to get the appropriation. You have an opportunity to speak to your state legislators about why it would not be wise to cut the revenues that can go to the fire department. Because we all know how important a fire department is, not only to this municipality, but all the municipalities throughout the state of Florida, where the departments triage in advance of a storm coming through. Some legislators may not be aware of that. It's time to help inform them just the remarkable performance that happens and the type of resources it takes for that to happen. Instead of cutting the revenues for these departments, they should leave them alone. So that's my final comment on that.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Briefly, I just wanted to add to what the vice mayor said, and that's an excellent, very astute observation on your part, because when you and I were up in Tallahassee last week, I was taken aback, actually, by how frank, how direct, and how candid some of the people, or I would say the majority of the folks that we met with, were in expressing just how focused their eyes are on Coral Gables and how we spend money. They were specific in saying that they were displeased, to be charitable, okay, with the increases that the former commission allotted for themselves, while at the same time going up to Tallahassee and asking for appropriations. I was not a part of that delegation, but I'm hearing from the people up in Tallahassee saying that we are watching you. The silver lining is that they did express that they like the way, the new direction that the city has been taken since the last election. I took some solace in that, but I also took that as a warning. Change course, we control the purse strings. So I have to echo and note what you said, because you hit the nail square on the head. And that's part of the overall conversation I want everybody here today on this item to understand. We are under tremendous pressure here, not just here, but all the municipalities all over Florida. But the one I'm worried about is this one here in Coral Gables. I'm not worried about other municipalities because I wasn't elected statewide. I was elected here to be commissioner. So that is further explanation and further underscoring why this is a very difficult decision from an emotional perspective, but not at all from a fiscal prudent perspective. It's actually the only one that makes sense.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, just want to make sure we have one item left on the agenda.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Item F8.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, we also have a pocket item that the
Yes,
manager
I
would
know.
like you to
Yes,
consider.
we'll do that after that. Item F8.
Item F8 was deferred.
Mr. Clerk, pocket item that we have here from the manager.
And I'd like to also give, as a pocket item, our Government Affairs Director an opportunity to summarize our trip to
And let's,
Tallahassee.
while we're waiting for her to come up here, Mr. Manager, would you like to address your pocket item here?
Mayor, do you want me to read the title?
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
please.
so this is a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables appointing Javier Font as a special master for quasi-judicial public hearings for the Board of Architects pursuant to sections 14-103.3 and 14-103.2 of the Coral Gables zoning code.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
A second.
Thank you for serving.
Thank you for serving, yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, our Government Affairs Director, Chelsea Grinnell, accompanied us on a trip to Tallahassee and has prepared a beautiful memo giving the highlights of that trip. And I'd like to give her an opportunity to present what we were able to accomplish during this
Thank you,
trip.
Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. As the Vice Mayor mentioned, I'm Chelsea Grinnell, the Government Affairs Director. On December 8th, I circulated a memo summarizing our trip, and today I'd like to briefly recap our highly productive visit to Tallahassee. Sorry, I had to catch my breath. I was running up here. Our delegation, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Lara, and myself met with approximately a dozen key legislators across the House, Senate, and executive branch. We advanced our appropriations, elevated our policy priorities, and strengthened critical relationships. It was clear throughout these meetings that Coral Gables is viewed as a well-prepared city, and we were commended on several occasions for protecting and maintaining our reserves and remaining fiscally responsible. I'm also pleased to report that all 6 of our appropriation projects have been sponsored and filed by Senator Ileana Garcia and Representative Demi Busada. During our meetings, we discussed several major city priorities, including environmental and water quality funding, tree canopy protection, transportation and mobility improvements, school bus safety, micromobility and electric bike safety, and the importance of protecting public safety services in any statewide fiscal change. Property tax reform was the most discussed topic. For the most part, the Senate and the House have divided perspectives. Legislators emphasize that the governor has directed that a decision has to be made this session. The Senate favors a phased approach, and police and fire services are expected to be protected. We, the delegation, reiterated our concerns regarding long-term revenue reductions and their potential impact on essential municipal services. One of the greatest strengths of this trip was our coordination with the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, which fully supported our 2026 legislative priorities and helped amplify our shared message. Together, we supported, we had a consistent message, and we worked collaboratively to speak to legislators with regard to what our asks were. I want to thank our state legislators for taking the time to meet with us, specifically Chamber President Jorge Arizueta, and the Chamber leadership that went with us on this trip. But I would especially like to take this time to thank the Vice Mayor Anderson, and Commissioner Lara for their incredible leadership. They really did have a strong voice up there, and for their advocacy and representation for our residents were very much well heard. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to thank our communications team, like Martha Pantine, for their collaboration in producing this very beautiful legislative brochure, which has now become the standard for many people who would love to also produce something similar. So I just wanted to summarize this by saying that our trip, I thought, along with the delegation, that it was very successful. It strengthened our partnership, positioned the city in a very good place for this coming session, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara, for doing an amazing job. I've spoken to the Speaker of the House. I've also spoken to multiple state reps and senators. I'm actually meeting with them for coffee and for breakfast in the next few days. They all spoke amazing in regards to the work that all of you did, along with the Chamber, and they were very gracious about having the city of Coral Gables. And I'm happy that Commissioner Lara touched upon it, and the Vice Mayor touched upon it, and you touched upon it in your memo about the issues of fiscal responsibility, and being very thoughtful and being very careful. And just the fact that we rehabilitated ourselves to a certain extent after the actions that were taken after this recent election. But that was front of mind, front and center for individuals like Brian Avila, Senator Brian Avila, the Speaker of the House, members like Representative Porras, Rizzo, Garcia. You know, these were individuals who are very, very fiscally sound, they believe in the Constitution, they believe in understanding and putting residents first, and they were very clear to deliver a message of that they're proud of the position that the Coral Gables is in and the position that we're taking. So I wanted to thank all of you for doing that work, and I apologize for missing the time that I was there. I had a business meeting that I couldn't miss. Yes, ma'am.
So I want to highlight one more item on there, and each and every individual that we met with, including the Lieutenant Governor, very much recognized and appreciated the fact that we have this ballot item coming in April.
It's one of the things they also mentioned. I forgot to mention that.
It was critical that we do this, so just be mindful of that. The impact of doing opposite messaging will have a negative impact on our appropriations requests. I could see that in the future. So in order to represent residents the best, we have to give them the choice to be able to vote and do a good job of making sure we make it easy for them. And I thank again our Alina Garcia for everything that she's done to facilitate us in this process.
Senator Garcia has been an incredible advocate, and she's always, doing the best that she can on behalf of the city. And one of the things that she mentioned to me was the IG was critical for, restoring a little bit of respect and dignity in regards to certain decisions we have made in the past. So I thought it was very important that came out.
Through the mayor. Yeah, quick question. Do we have sponsors for all our appropriations?
Yes, so all 6 of our appropriations have been sponsored on the Senate side by Senator Ileana Garcia and State Rep Demi Busada.
Okay.
Not only do we have sponsors, but during our trip, we talked about our policy priorities. And regardless of whether or not the legislators we met with sponsored our items, there was a great appetite for a lot of the policies that we as a city have passed. One of them, I believe, was school bus safety, in addition to environmental ones as well. I know the Vice Mayor did a really good job at spearheading specific policies that she was interested in as well, as Commissioner Lara.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Great work. Great work.
Thank you.
And by the way, the memo is very comprehensive. Well done. Well done memo on behalf of all of you. Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, anything for the good of the order?
Well, I hope to see you all out for the Orange Bowl Parade. We have menorah lighting coming up as well. It's a beautiful time of year. And we have a manger that everybody can enjoy. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and enjoy most of all the time with your families, because our time on this earth is limited, and we have to enjoy those that we love the most.
Commissioner Castro.
Yeah. So this is the last meeting of the year, and I'm definitely going to miss all of you very much. I'll see you next year. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and I hope we start this next new year in the greatest level of civility.
Commissioner Lara.
No, I want to echo that I wish everybody all the very best this holiday season. We'll all be reconvening in the new year, wishing everybody health, happiness, and that you enjoy time with your loved ones, your family, and that we remember what a privileged and what a special place it is to be residents of this amazing city, the city beautiful, and what a privilege it is for all of us to sit here in this capacity. I'm very grateful and very joyous about where we find ourselves and where we are headed. So thank you all for support.
Commissioner Fernandez.
That's hard to follow. But we also have the menorah lighting. I don't know if you're going to be touching upon that. And we also have the Hanukkah celebration at Pond Circle Park, which will be taking place, I believe it's this coming week. So thanks to our staff. You're out there every day, even during the holidays. I know a lot of you will be working, so thank you for your dedication to our city and to our residents. And to all our residents, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you very much. Just a few items as we come to an end. This year has been incredibly successful. What a turnaround for the city of Coral Gables. It's a proud moment, a very proud moment for the city. Residents are happy, they're excited, and it's a beautiful thing. The changes are well welcome, and I can't thank you enough for having faith and trust in the leadership up here who's delivering on behalf of this community. Centennial recap, what an amazing year it's been. I want to thank Martha, ACM, DCM, city manager, all of staff. The concert was an incredible success, sold out, a beautiful, beautiful evening. John Bell did an amazing job, along with the entire ensemble that was there. It was an amazing, amazing opportunity for everyone to come and gather and enjoy themselves. I also want to give you a recap. I ask you all, thank you for Commissioner Lara and Vice Mayor Anderson for buying tickets, for going to the wine auction. We raised $120,000 this year for scholarships for children. Every check, as you can know, because I know that our friend Gables was wondering about that, all the money is written to the Coral Gables Community Foundation. Just so you know, because I know you're interested, in 4 years, that wine auction that I have the honor of chairing has raised $500,000 for scholarships for children who are graduating high school. If anybody would like to chair with me next year, I welcome you. Simple. We got over 220 lots this year donated from friends and family in the community, and it's been an incredible success. We broke records, and that's just one of the many things that we're doing in this community to raise money in regards to our philanthropic efforts. Number three, this weekend, sorry to say this, but we're sold out for a 4th year in the gala. But if you'd like to make a donation, all donations have to be made to the Liga contra Cancer, a charity that I've been involved with for over 30 years, and my dad has been a pro bono physician at, along with our dear friend who's in the back today, Tom Regalado Jr., who's been very involved in La Liga, and I thank you for your help, along with his father. And we're going to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for that wonderful charity. 50% goes to La Liga, 50% goes to the foundation for the children's scholarships. Let's build together. Let's build together. Let's do good things together. Let's build. Enough knocking things down. I want to see people build beautiful things. I build for a living. So let's keep going. The nativity set. I want to thank Commissioner Lara and the Vice Mayor for donating. It's a beautiful cause. We finally have a nativity set up there, something that I've been thinking about over the last 2 years since we donated the menorah, my family and I, and I'm looking forward that hopefully the entire community can show up. I think it's the 17th, correct me if I'm wrong, where we're going to be celebrating the lighting of the menorah here in the City Beautiful. And here's a little video of our nativity set, which is just amazing. A long time coming here on the city property. It's a proud moment for everyone here in the city, and everyone is welcome. And I've been getting great feedback in regards to that. I also want to thank a resident whose family is a resident, Fernando Mendoza. I've never had the pleasure of meeting him while I didn't go to school with him. He went to Columbus. He is now a Heisman finalist. Can you believe that? A Coral Gables resident. And he is beat Ohio State, with an amazing pass at the end to his tight end, and they'll be chasing their dreams in the college football playoff. But this is one of our own here in the City Beautiful who, God willing, wins the Heisman and is doing an amazing job representing the City Beautiful.
I'm really glad that Ohio State didn't win that game.
Yes.
Yes, Fernando. Well done.
Well done.
So,
Well done.
2 things that I'm going to take an opportunity to use the sunshine that we're in here that I think are critically important. Number 1, in full transparency, Madam ACM, Madam DCM, Mr. Manager, we need to be very thoughtful and careful how we curate media credentials. Media. We cannot give media credentials. Media credentials has to be legitimate media credentials. It cannot be blogs. It cannot be anonymous blogs. It cannot be anything like that. It has to be legit. The intent of the Centennial Orchestra event was to celebrate our centennial, and we slashed the price of the tickets for employees. I paid full price. I wrote a memo on it, and I put it up, because I know there was some interested people who are still here that wanted to know if I had paid for my ticket. So I wanted to make sure that that privilege was given to residents, to employees, excuse me. We should not be giving media credentials to media that is not media. It's blogs. It's paid blogs. If it's the Herald, the Sun Sentinel, to me, I don't have an issue with that. That's perfectly fine. We want them there. We want them to exhibit the beauty of the city of Coral Gables and the great things we're doing, but not pay-for-play blogs. So I would hope that the support of the commission, and I ask you to please, at the next commission meeting, that we have a detailed resolution that details what media credentials are for city events. So I ask that on the next commission agenda. And the final item is one that I've been working on in an effort to, again, streamline the process and be more transparent. And I'm happy that the manager and I have been working on cameras for our fire department inspectors. I think it's critically important to be as transparent as possible. And I think that when those inspections are ongoing, we need to make sure there's cameras just like we have for the police. So I look forward to that being in the next commission agenda, so we can address this appropriately. And it can be something that, again, sets the bar high, sets a standard high. And we are the benchmark in regards to all municipalities. You would like to say something, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, they've been approved, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
They've been approved. We are purchasing them to use them already.
Okay. And the final item that I'd like to have in the next agenda, please, on January 13th, is a recap and update of our permitting system. Where are we with the study? Where are we with the implementation? Where are we with all the things all the goodies that we found after scouring the software and finding out a lot of things that were going on in the software. And we can find out and we can make sure, because I know that we've shut down a lot of back doors that were being used by certain people to have access to systems that they should not have had access to. So I'd like to have an update on that in the next commission agenda, because I think people are going to be very interested to find out certain Trojan horses that were inside and that were accessing the permitting department when they shouldn't have been accessing the permitting department. So, Mr. Manager, I would like to have that on the agenda for the next commission meeting. I think it's important. I want to know where George Duyos is at and where we are in regards to delivering world-class permitting services. To me, that's critically important. And finally, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you the best of times with your family, your loved ones, your friends. Go out and enjoy yourself. Go out and support our community. It's about family and friends. It's about taking a step back and understanding that we are blessed because we have so much to give thanks to God for. So join us as we light the menorah, and thank you for all of those that joined us as we lit the Christmas tree. Merry Christmas, God bless, and I hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas and a safe New Year. Thank you.